Half-Bloods Rising, Half-Elf Chronicles Book 1, written by J.T. Williams, narrated by Michael Naramore. Chapter 1, The Urlas Woodlands. The tinge of blood was in his mouth. Kealin spat and moved his elven blade into an angle behind him. His master called this a guarded stance. He studied his adversary, watching his breathing, his footwork, his subtle movements, and his slight nuances that hinted at his next moves. His opponent moved forward and spun, slashing low before jumping into the air. The blade swung toward his head. He dodged it, sidestepping to the left before kicking his opponent's knee. He moved his hand along his hilt, spinning the blade to strike, only to parry another blow meant for his shoulder. The shadowy form of an elven warrior recoiled, and now it took a guarded stance. Gravel sliding under his feet as he shifted his weight, Kealin ran forward. His opponent, taken by surprise in his agility, faltered. He struck him twice. His bare chest was chilled by the night air, but the half-elf did not mind. His blood was hot, and he was eager to fight. Two more opponents, greater in size than the first, rushed him. He jumped, slashing one across the chest. The second one was more determined, but through a series of careful parries, he too fell. Now another one approached. This one was larger, and the half-elf knew he must be ready. All around him, the trees of the great elven woodlands were alive with the songs of night. A faint glow of the moon was on large green leaves that rustled with the strong wind. The larger man was upon him. He worked to disengage, moving to the left, but the swordsman moved with him. He had played fair until now. His master would be happy with his work so far, but he was not one to rely on mere teachings. He reached behind his back, drawing a second blade, and rushed his opponent. He struck repeatedly with the first blade. With a careful twist of wrist, he forced the man's sword upward. He locked the man's blade high. A split moment later, he buried the second sword deep in his stomach. He smiled as the man fell to the ground.
Kealin, your skill with two blades is exceptional. If only you could do such tasks without two blades. I am impressed, but cannot approve of this. Your brother will not approve of such either.
The voice was that of Blade Master Rooks, and his own tone was less than approving.
Then you can tell Toslin of my folly,
Kealin replied.
There is no need, little brother.
Kealin turned to see his brother approaching the arena grounds. The collapsed forms of the phantoms he had faced vanished in a flash of sand. His brother approached just as the last one was blown away in the winds.
The Urlas blades use one sword, not two.
Toslin was the epitome of what the Urlas woodlands wished to produce in a swordsman. Fearsome in many regards, he was also tall and slender. At all times he had a long, curved blade strapped to his back. He had spent many years learning his craft, and the lineage of their father was with him. He had pointed ears and blonde hair he kept long down his back.
I cannot expect a brother of mine to have such disregard for order. Then be sure Karlach knows, so he will not disappoint you. He is closer to you in blood. The elf side of him is strong. I must make up for that, as I see I must. What you must do is come home now. Master Rooks is done with your disappointing practice.
Rooks confirmed his brother's words.
Tomorrow, young one, we will further your sword work.
Kealin bowed to his master and followed Toslin away. They walked in silence from the arena. Under towering pine trees and beside the pools of the great lake, they passed over the white stone bridges that connected the cobblestone paths running around the entire lake. This was the Urlas Woodlands, a grand woods an entire world away from troubled lands. They were on the edge of this place. A large sea encircled their lands, but none normally left their shores. They were all safe here. It was an enchanted realm that only those of elven blood could find and dwell within. It was also a purist elf domain, but his family was allowed admittance. His father was a renowned blade, the sacred elven swordsman skilled in their blade work learned over hundreds of years. His father had earned his place in Urlas from fighting in wars long ago. But when he came, he brought his wife, a human. Kealin was the younger brother to Toslin, and older brother to Kealin, who teetered between his stalwart eldest brother and Kealin when it came to his own desires. Toslin was a step away from joining the Blades of Urlas. He was just awaiting his final trials and the christening of the Blades. Kealin was hastily coming up and was like his brother Kealin in every way, but still not of the skill that he had obtained. In fact, Kealin was on track to surpass that of Toslin, but he believed he could never serve as a Blade of Urlas. His blood was not elven enough. He, like his sister Olri, had taken after their mother. It wasn't like they didn't look like the other elves, but the council had deemed their blood not as pronounced. Olri was lucky in some regard. She was a mage, and fortunately for her, the mages did not have the same standards as the Blades. She, like their mother, was under the direction of High Archon Or, and was trained in many forms of spellcraft. Though she was the youngest, she was not the type to be ignored.
Father has called us home early. Otherwise, we would have tested your skill with dual blades against my own.
Kealin shook his head.
Why must we do that? Do you not believe your skill to be enough? We have ended that duel in a draw every time.
I would like to show you what it means to be a real swordsman.
You cannot claim a draw when a duel turns into you rolling around on the ground like an animal kicking dirt in my eyes. But that is a duel in honor you speak of. In combat, it would be warranted. You can train for duels. I expect to use my skill for more than that.
That would only be by the blessing of Master Rooks, which you will never get using two blades. Perhaps he will look over your half-elf blood if you will simply embrace his teachings.
Toslin spoke to him like their father, and that annoyed him.
I do not disregard his teachings. Only I feel that they can be added to. The confines of the Blades restrict our actions.
You cannot add to the traditions of our ancestors. One day you will understand what I say.
Kealin stopped.
And one day you will all understand that I do not stand for our ancestors as you do. You and I are the same, half-bloods. But you were deemed pure by the council while I was deemed less.
Toslin turned.
I don't care if you stand as I do, but it is time we stop bickering as we do every day. We have no control over the council. Besides, there is news Father brings that I do not feel is the kind we want. I saw them packing earlier. He and Mother are preparing to leave.
They followed the path up into the mountains and to a wooden structure built into the trees. It had stone lining the lower level, with wooden walls reaching up around a massive white tree. Their house itself was built into the tree, with interlinking platforms and structures that rose up in small towers, blending into the foliage above. Kealin sat cross-legged on a bench, looking outward beside Olri, who turned to see them. Their sister twirled her hair between two fingers and blew a loose strand out of her face.
"You're back," she said. "How did it go?" "Toslin is most displeased,"
Kealin replied. Toslin said nothing but smirked and shook his head.
"Children,"
a voice said. It was abrupt and frankly not the tone he preferred to hear. Kealin turned to see their father and mother approaching from the upper alcoves. His father was in the silver armor of their people, and their mother held her wooden staff in the crook of her arm. She smiled at them.
"Come up here,"
their father said. They followed in turn, with Kealin approaching Kealin. He punched him in the shoulder.
"Two blades again?"
"Yes."
"You know you are not supposed to do that."
Kealin glared at him, and he chuckled.
Did you win?
Of course.
Kalik smiled, and Kealin did the same. Following each other up a wooden stairwell, they joined their parents along an open-air balcony. The sights from the woodlands and the lights from other dwellings were easy to see from atop their own home. Kealin took a seat with the others. A large dinner was prepared, but set only for 4. As Kealin and his siblings stared, waiting, their father spoke.
"We are leaving, and we depart tonight."
"Leaving?" said Kalik. "Where to, and why can we not come?"
"Our world is safe, children, but others are not so well. The gods of the northern world are faltering in their war against those we call the Itsu, the malevolent southern gods. Though the Itsu cannot enter these realms themselves, their actions are felt. We of magic are threatened, and we must respond. They have called all elves to the lands for a great war. The gods are in need of our skill. Shaman Eoir has foreseen greater misfortune striking the lands soon. The one called Kel has sought us blades in particular. We, with others, go to the calling of the gods."
"Then I will prepare my blade and leave with you," said Toslin.
"I forbid it."
"But I am trained as a blade."
"You are still a pupil and in need of further training and more summers behind you. Until the Blade Master decrees, you are not to depart these lands, nor will any of you others. Kealin, that means you as well."
"Of course, father," he replied. Kealin respected his father more than he let on to the others, but his father's trust and respect meant much to him. It was one of the few things that did.
"Mother, why must you go? You are not an elf,"
Ulri said.
"I know what I am, Ulri, but I am trained as an Archon mage. My powers will be needed. I have lived safely here for many years, and my life has been extended beyond that of normal length many, many times. I have been blessed by the elves, and I must repay that debt."
Ulri did not seem convinced or calmed by their mother's words. She was red in the face and sniffled.
"Your mother and I regret this happening, but know that you are kept well in the Urlas woodlands. Trouble will not befall you here. Rest, eat, and train yourselves, for the time may come when the bloodshed requires you to take part, but we hope that is not for many more moons."
They said little else other than goodbyes before departing. Shared hugs and swift kisses on the cheek followed. Kealin went to his father.
"Do well and be safe." "We will, for all of you."
He looked down on him and then placed his arms around him.
"I know you do not respect the ways of the elves, and I do not hold that fact against you. But remember that to use your blade for no reason but to kill makes you as the enemy yourself, senseless. Use your mind, son. It will not fail you, even if your blade does. I will draw blood when it is necessary. Spoken as a blade, son."
His father patted him on the back, and Kealin followed the others to the southern gate. The southern gate was a sheer stone near the edge of the great elven lake known as Eldmer. A large gathering was already present on the shores. Their parents left them, joining many others boarding silver wooden vessels destined for the southern lands. The 4 siblings stood off to the side, away from the others. Their half-blood status had forced them to the fringes of society. It angered Kealin at first as he had aged, but now he embraced it. They were to be silent as a custom as the southern gate opened. Of course, he had no plan to. Flutes began to play a sweet melody, and a loud horn called. The sheer stone walls split down the center and opened. It was through a lighted cave the elven host would pass, arriving into the other realm and to the world of danger where they were called. Once through the passage of the rock, they would emerge through a portal taking them much farther south than if they had simply sailed out of the bay. From their exiting of the Urlas realm, they could cut across the grand seas in great time. As the ships began to leave the docks, Kealin figured it was a good time.
"For the realms of Urlas, serve us well, elves!"
There were immediate glances from the other elves of Urlas. This was a moment of silence, but Kealin had never understood a reason to solemnly look on without any expression. His parents turned and smiled to him. The great host departed with banners of leaves upon a blue standard. The flutes continued to play their melody as the host began entering into the cave. They watched as their parents departed the woodlands with many others heading across the seas to the land across the world. The stone doorway closed. Kealin spat on the ground and turned away from the others. In his mind, he felt that he would not see them for some time, and he trusted that to be true. He could see more than most with his mind, and it was what allowed him to use his blades as he did. It was not an elvish trait, and something he knew his older brother did not possess. As they walked back, Toslin walked beside him.
"Could you not resist talking out of turn?"
"Can I ever?" That answer was sufficient, though it annoyed Toslin more. Kealin slept well that night, even with the news of his parents departing. He awoke to a clamor downstairs, and to find Toslin restless, grumbling to himself. He was not so well. He went downstairs to find his brother sitting in a chair, giving sharp glances to the corners of the room. His brother grasped a bottle of wine and looked to him with a normal, disappointing look that reminded him of their father when Kealin had done something wrong.
"What?"
Kealin asked.
"I do not know," Toslin replied. "Perhaps you can explain to me why I am not good enough to answer the call to the grand gods of the north."
"That is blasphemy, brother. You heard our father. And why are you drinking? You don't drink."
"Yes, I heard him. But if it is as dire as it seems, then all blades will be needed, and I should have been needed. This drink helps clear my mind."
"Do not bother, Kealin,"
Alri stated from the side of the room.
"I have attempted to reason with him since before the dawn, and he will not listen."
"We go to the shaman today, little brother. We will have our answer to our questions."
"And which question?" Kealin asked.
"The question of what we should do. Rotting here is not the answer."
Alri sighed.
"I told him we were forbidden to leave. It seems with father gone, he is not thinking clearly."
"Toslin is right," said Kalik.
"We need to do more. Don't you agree, Kealin?"
Kealin did not have an answer worth mentioning. He wished for a cup of tea to wake up a bit more. Unlike Toslin and Kalik, he could not just sleep well and wake up fresh, another curse of his less-than-elvish tendencies.
"It is early," he told them. "Aye, brother, but still late in my mind. Come."
Toslin, disheveled but walking, began out of the tree. Partially out of fear for his inebriated brother, he followed, with Alri and Kalik in the rear. The shaman Eowir could only be found at this hour. He lived atop one of the central mountains, and in general it was impossible to find him except in the early morning. Much later into the day, he would be in a trance, one that he would not come out of for some time, and generally never if he did not wish to speak with you. The central mountains sat near the Urlas woodlands headwaters, beside the sea, and not too far from their home. The shaman had a strange relationship with their family, and this was not the first time they had sought his wisdom. In a single line, they ascended the mountain steps that rose up with intersecting platforms that were lit by multiple torches. Strange-looking wood and straw statues, created by the shaman himself, greeted them every few paces. Reaching the summit, there was a single hut with a steady trail of smoke rising up into the morning sky. A red cloth covered the door. They parted the entryway cloth and took seats before a great carpet. Surrounded by a plume of white smoke was Shaman Iuir. He rarely opened his eyes, yet it was by some power he had greater sight than all of the other elves did. He had the ability to see beyond the mountain and hear unheard voices of the ethereal realms. Kealin had noticed long ago that the man was not an elf either, but he was shushed by his father when he pointed it out.
The half-elf family has come seeking my wisdom, but I dare ask why, not that I need to know. I want to know what you will say your reasoning is.
Kealin looked to Toslin, who straightened his back to speak louder. Shaman Iuir, our parents have departed for distant lands. I worry for their well-being and seek your wisdom. The shaman seemed to bow his head, and a slight grin split his lips. He reached beside him into a jar and tossed a handful of dust into a stack of wood before them. Flames leaped up, and Kealin recoiled back slightly from the blistering heat. The fire grew in size and then began to change colors: yellow, red, orange, blue, and then at last a soft white.
You ask a question that would be well to ask, but not what you wish to ask. Either it is the wine you are still filtering out of your mind, or you think you can deceive me. You wish to leave to help them and drag your younger siblings with you. That is short-sighted, young elf.
I wish to do what I have trained for.
And what is that? Toslin of the elves.
The shaman had inhabited these lands for some time, but there was not one person living who knew of whence he came from. He had lived nearby for longer than any elf knew, and considering elves lived until they were killed or chose to die by their own hand, he was very old. The elder brother thought for a while before answering.
To use my blade to uphold the elves and the reputation of those of Urlas.
Then you would do well to listen to my knowledge, for it pertains to upholding your race.
The shaman shifted his hands around several pots in his vicinity. He mixed each of the materials in a large bowl before him before slowly pouring them into the fire. His voice changed as he spoke his wisdom, a custom of the shaman.
There comes a time when your father and mother need you, but I feel growing darkness is upon the glacial seas to our north. The elves of Urlas are needed by those of the northern gods, but it is the one they call Dim who needs you for. Yes, I see it will be by the horned ones you will be led. You must seek the horned ones out if you elves wish to be of use to the world. Look for the horns of the sea. They will lead you.
An image came upon the smoke from the white fire. What appeared as ripples became evident as turbulent seas and a large tornado of ice growing in size. A great fire appeared, and the tornado became water and then steam and then smoke. Next came the image of a large creature swimming, a horn cresting the water. A moment later, a great wind came through the hut and swept the smoke upward and out. They stared at Shaman Iuir, who now rocked back and forth with his eyes closed as he hummed to himself.
That is it, then, said Toslin. We must take to the glacial seas and search out these horned beasts.
A word of caution to you who have been made wise, said the shaman, though you will know how you can help those you wish to. I did not say that it was a task that assures your own lives continue. It is a dark path if you wish to disobey your father's wishes, but one that is necessary in this time of the world, be it both for the good and the terrible. A shadow grows, threatening all, and your workings, though valiant, will not be yours alone.
The shaman began to hum before raising his hands. It was the signal that he was finished with speaking for now. Kealin looked at Toslin as his brother ducked out of the hut. He followed after with haste.
"Is that it?"
asked Kealin.
"Yes."
They began a slow descent down the mountain. Ulri ran up beside Toslin.
"Are we going?"
she asked. Toslin said nothing to her, but started to walk faster.
"Of course we are going. We didn't climb the mountain for no reason,"
Kalik said.
"Until our dear brother speaks, do not assume," Kealin advised,
"though I will not be staying behind,
even if it is against his wishes."
"For once, Kealin, I thank you for your stubbornness,"
Toslin said. He turned to the others.
"But I cannot have you two going also. Ulri, your arcane studies are important. I would rather you be safe here than out with us. Kalik, though you train well with a sword, if the wars make it to our borders, you will need to watch out for Ulri."
There was a short silence.
"Then I go with Kealin,"
Kalik said.
"And I with Kalik,"
Ulri added.
"You do not know how much help you may need."
"You are the youngest of us, Ulri. I do not doubt your strength of heart, but I have 300 years on you. Kalik has 100.
"And I am not being left here,"
Ulri said.
"Do none of you respect my wishes?"
Toslin asked.
"All the wisdom of years upon you, and you treat me as if you were mere children."
Of course, we just have wishes too. Might I also say that you are going against the wish of our parents, and that is not something I do lightly myself. Now, when do we leave? Kealin asked. Toslin looked over each of them and sighed. It was clear he did not wish for all of them to go, but he knew them well enough to not try to prevent them.
"Soon. However, I wish for us to go speak with Master Rooks. Kalik, go prepare one of the boats so we can traverse to the Dwarven Isles. It is there we will find a ship of size to navigate the glacial seas."
Kalik nodded, and with him Ulri. Kealin and Toslin turned and headed toward the arena. The bay where they were to leave from took them from the enchanted realm too, but more directly and without a portal. Their realm sat within the far north and in icy seas. Their parents had gone with much fanfare and attention. They did not need or want that, and such small boats would likely not be missed. Toslin and Kealin headed to the arena.
"I do not wish to endanger them,"
Toslin told him.
"I wish you would stand by my desire to not allow them to go with us.
We are family, even if we all debate, and I already use 2 blades in complete defiance of elven ways. I can easily defy my brother." The 2 brothers shared a smile.
"I am with you, brother, as are they. We will need all of our strength,"
Kealin said. The 2 crossed into the arena and went to the far side. A steady plume of smoke rose into the sky from a stack just outside a stone hut. Master Rooks was garbed in a thick apron and lifted stones from a storage area outside into his smiting fire. They did not burn wood in the elven realm, but used stones of the mountain that could burn and glow hot. Master Rooks did not take time to stare at them as he went back into his hut. He emerged again with a black stone and red speckles. It was Rusher ore. With a metallic tool, he stuck the raw piece of Rusher deep into the burning hot coals.
"Master Rooks, do you have a moment?"
Toslin asked.
"I have more than a moment."
He stirred his coals and then withdrew the metal. In a rhythmic beating, he began hammering out what would become the blade of an elven sword. However, it would be many weeks of this process before the blade was finished. Rusher was drawn from the ground within the realms. It was unlike any metal used in the rest of the lands. Its use took a smithy of a certain regard, and Rooks was not only a blacksmith, but an enchanter and crafter of magical items.
"What can I do for you two? Kealin is supposed to meet with me today for further training." He will not be,
Toslin said. Master Rooks looked up from his smiting and stared at them.
You are the first to tell me this, that your brother will not be attending his training. Yet you are the most stalwart in saying he must not miss a day. My siblings and I are leaving. We are needed in the glacial seas.
Kealin half expected their master to protest, to say something to dissuade them, or to point out that they were not to leave. His reply was much simpler.
What do you need? Nothing beyond our blades. We wished only to let you know we will not stand idly by while our parents fight a war to protect us. Your parents go to stop a travesty from happening. They did not go with the blades and archons across the lands to just fight a war, but to face a single enemy in hopes of preventing further war.
Toslin walked around to a back room within the hut and re-emerged with their blades.
You would do well to take also his extra blade,
Master Rooks said. Toslin looked at Kealin. Rooks snickered and smiled.
Your brother may not fight as we do, but he can handle himself well enough.
He looked at Kealin and then back to Master Rooks. I feel he should do as I and his brother trained to do. We are doing this to protect our people. He must honor them and embrace the way of a blade of the Urlas. But considering, if he wishes another blade... I will do as my brother wants, Kealin interrupted. Their master looked them each over and then went into the room himself.
I admire your sudden dedication, Kealin, but I know it's not true no matter how much you claim it.
He was shouting his words from the room. He emerged a few moments later with another sword.
Though he is less experienced, do not forget your brother Calic's blade. He does look up to each of you. Perhaps that can draw you to debate less and work together more.
Toslin nodded and then bowed. Kealin did so in turn. Their master bowed back.
If you seek the glacial seas, know that no elven ship can take you. Those that your parents took will not return for some time.
We head to the Dwarven Isles, said Toslin. We can acquire a ship there.
Careful, then. The city of Corson is one that has been amicable to us, but as you traverse the northern reaches, know that the sun is hidden this time of year. Furthermore, you must watch out for one another, more so around those dwarves. It is a careful peace we have with them, and you will be beyond the blessings of the elven lands.
Thank you, master. With that, they left the arena area and went back to their home. Kealin packed what little he wished to take with him, which was not much more than a thick coat and some travel meat. He walked near his sister's area and noticed her staff was gone. He quickly went to the doorway of their home and awaited Toslin. His brother had gone to find a map of the glacial seas. These seas were at the top of the world and a place in legend to be barely traversable. The stories of maelstroms, beasts of the seas, and frigid waters were only some of the travesties that cursed those waters. They met their siblings at the bay's edge. The vessel to take them across the waters to the Dwarven Islands was not much more than a fishing boat good for the shallows around the lands. Ulri stood on the bank as Calic gathered up ropes. Toslin handed him his blade.
The master sends his luck to us.
Well, I'm glad the Blade Master approves, said Ulri. Auchan does not approve.
It was then, behind the others, the elf Ulri spoke of approached. He was a tall man with the cloak of the woods upon him. Leaves, twigs, and other elements of nature made up his garb. He gripped a large piece of twisted wood as a staff.
So it is true what your sister tells me. You are leaving.
We must. The shaman speaks of darkness approaching a god of the north. We must go.
Surely there are other elves who can do what you need doing. You four are young, innocent to the world, and I do not agree to Ulri using her magic freely yet.
Auchan, I must go with them.
And I told you before, I do not wish you to leave. You are safe here, with me.
Kealin walked between the Archon and Ulri.
She is leaving with us.
Half-elf Kealin, thank you for your presence on the edge of the Urlas woodlands. Do you feel well knowing that you prevent your honorable father from living deeper within the realm? It is a sad existence to dwell on the edge of the sea. At least your mother has made a good mage for us of Urlas.
I like the sea,
Kealin replied.
What I do not like is a purist pushing his will upon my sister and his foul words speaking ill of my family. We are all half-elves,
Toslin said. The Archon nodded.
Of course, just some are better than others. Very well, Kealin. I see your mother's stubbornness and tongue in you. Watch over your dear sister. I do not wish an ill happening upon her.
She will be well, said Kealin. The best swordsman in the realm protect her.
Kealin had still not backed down when the Archon began to leave the waterside. He laughed to himself as he did.
What was that, little brother? Do you wish to insult a master mage?
Kealin laughed.
He doesn't care who he insults. It is what makes him stronger than most. Archon Or still sometimes points out that we are half-elven,
Ulri said.
It is why our family must live on the outskirts, and that we all know to be true.
It makes no difference, Kealin said. If we were around them who dwell within the realm, we would have to deal with them. I take no insult to it now, though I would like to once again gaze upon the lake from the high cliffs within the woods.
Then let us protect these woods. With respect, those of Urlas will be more accepting to our status, and what they see as weakness will fade from their minds. Let us not tarry any longer. Into the boat.
The siblings filed into the small vessel, a carved-out wooden tree of massive size. It was with great pride the elves of Urlas were as simple as elves could be. Unlike those of the south who had grand cities, Urlas elves were closer to nature in every way, from their boats and clothing to the very homes they lived in. It was only deep in the woodlands that even a larger structure could be found, and that was only because the trees grew much taller there. They paddled from the shoreline with ease as the four of them worked together to make headway. Kealin looked out across the water, paddle in hand. He drove it into the depths before pulling it toward him. The air was crisp, but he could taste the sea on his tongue. He had always felt at peace near the water.
Did you find a map? Kealin asked Toslin. Not one worth much. The lands of the north are locked away. I know the way to Corson, though. I've been there once.
Chapter 2 The Spice Runner and Sea Dwarves. It took some time, but the mountains and the shoreline became a further distant sight. At first there was thick fog, but passing out of their realm it began to clear. Kealin looked back the way they had come and no longer saw any fogs or mountains, only sea. The island Corson was a place of intersecting cultures that, although close to the Urlas woodlands, was not much more than a haven of travelers and criminals for the most part. Most did not come this far north anymore. In these regions the dwarves once ruled much of the seas. The many islands were rich in minerals and fine ores, but that goodness and honesty had become degenerate, and it was more likely a dwarf would cut your throat than offer you something to purchase. Corson would not be the friendliest of places.
So have you been here before?
Ulri asked Toslin.
Only once, and they attempted to rob our father.
What happened afterward?
The fish ate well, and there was a riot that chased us back to the boat.
Kealin scanned the distant shoreline, seeing buildings built on docks that ran all over the islands. The waves thundered against the coastline. Corson seemed to be one gigantic port, built on a foundation of wood and island rock that reached out over the ocean. It was darker here, and snowy. He looked out to see the sun just above the horizon.
It is nearly night,
Kallik said.
No, corrected Toslin. It is only afternoon. A trick of the eye in our realm. It is deep winter here, and though our realm is not too cold at all and has light, such is not the way here. When we crossed the waters, we passed into an unprotected realm. It was part of the reason why our parents did not wish us to leave. I assure you, our father would not approve of us going to this city, no matter the reason.
They guided their boat against a single dock that was open and tied the boat to a pole. A dwarf approached them, hobbling over other lines as he did.
Elves, great. Name and purpose here at Corson.
Kealin spoke first.
Kealin, and with me, Ori, Kallik, and Toslin. We are here to acquire a ship.
As he inscribed their names, his book glowed slightly, except for when he wrote the last one. It was then he looked up at Toslin.
You've been here before, he said.
I have, long ago, before my siblings had been born.
I remember you. I was much younger then, and I do not feel I need to tell you to avoid what your father did.
No.
Good.
He slammed the book shut.
If you are searching for a ship, a place called the Spitting Crabfish is what you seek. It is up the road to the east, away from the docks. Beware. Night is coming, and night is not a happy time in the islands.
The dwarf departed, and their path opened up. Kealin bound his cloak around him as they trudged up a snowy path onto a road capped with tall hills of snow. Most of the homes on the island seemed to have only their windows above the snowdrifts. Continuing on, there was a large multi-storied building on an isthmus of land. They went to it. Written on a stone plank above the door were the words Spitting Crabfish. A fishhook was off to the side and dark black in color, a stark contrast to the red paint all over the building. The smell in the air was like that of old fish. They heard a latch open a distance away, and a door fell down on the edge of the building before a rush of liquids came running out. It looked to be leftovers from the kitchen.
This is it, said Toslin.
They pushed open the door and found a large dining hall with circular tables, and not only a large bar running along the far edge of the wall, but also multiple iron cooking pots. The master of the building was a burly dwarf, much taller than the rest, but still small by elven standards. He looked up happily at the arrival of guests, but frowned as he noticed they were elves.
If you're looking for accommodations, I suggest you find your way back out to your boat and go to the next frigid island. There is nothing for you here, elves.
We have no issue with you, Master Dwarf, only to be pointed toward one who can take us into the glacial seas.
There was an uproar of laughter. Around them, an assortment of dwarves, men, and others sheltering from the weather joked at the notion. Even the dwarf speaking to them was red and chuckling. He composed himself and made a motion with his hand to quiet the others.
No issue is a good thing, elves. We do not wish for issues either, and we have some gifts from distant lands that assure such assurances.
The dwarf pointed to a statue, like a gargoyle of sorts, affixed above the bar, and looking toward them with red eyes.
A gift from the dwarves to any unwary troublemaker. I believe only one person has been killed by it. Let's not make it more than that. Now, my name is Uris. Come and let me serve you. I will not allow a room, but I am decent enough to offer food.
The four of them went to a nearby table and sat. A few moments later, the dwarf came with both bowls and spoons, as well as a large iron pot with a stewed fish menagerie to serve them. It was warm and full of herbs.
Be thankful for the herbs, you see. Our herbs took an extra few trips before getting here. The ship that brought them is in for repairs. It seems he had a run-in with a bit of pirates, or so he claims.
From their side came a stranger with a belted sack hanging across his chest. He was a man, and had a scraggly beard that was short and only just hung down the side of his face.
Aye, if it wasn't pirates, it was some angry whale catchers, which are one and the same. I'm telling you that bastard Rugog is behind it.
And here is our bringer of spices,
the dwarf said.
The name is Vals, captain of the greatest vessel to sail the glacial seas.
Greatest until the hull was ripped open and you took on water, barely limping into our docks. Aye, to be truthful, you crashed into the dock.
Very true, and I cannot deny I owe this man here a lot.
He motioned to the dwarf.
Yes, well, eat, all of you. My dealings with you, Vals, were only because of my kin who once sailed with you. By the way, you've been sleeping for so many days I couldn't tell you, but I have it ready.
The dwarf went back behind the bar after serving the stew, and then returned with a parchment.
Your repairs were costly. I'm assuming you do not have the money?
Only have what you paid me for the spices.
The dwarf shrugged.
Well, perhaps you can rid our happy place of these elves. They are stinking up the place already. I gave 'em food, you can give 'em a ride. I need to get the table clear for Rugog. You may not like him, Vals, but he is a dwarf, and because of this is our friend.
Aye, pick some better friends.
He turned to Toslin and Kealin, who were closest to him.
Names?
Toslin, Kealin.
And what about you two?
Calic.
Ori.
As Ori spoke, Vals seemed to become entranced.
Dear dame, not only are you an elf, but you must be one of the most beautiful I have ever seen. I had been entranced by elven beauty once before, and even named my ship the Eyeless Sunrise. It was long ago when I saw her, but her face has stuck with me. You remind me of her.
Enough with the entrancing, Kealin said. We need assistance.
The man turned toward him. Toslin leaned into the table.
Are you well enough skilled to take us through the glacial seas?
Am I well skilled? No. I'm a sick bastard of little skill who runs the gauntlet to deliver spices, wines, even coffee to the most desolate places of the world, for little pay, mind you, but for the thrill. I can do what is needed, and of late I work alone. Now I only have to watch out for myself. Part of the reason is Rugog doesn't like me. The only other cares I have are the animals that swim along my ship. I love the glacier sharks in particular, but too the whales. Beautiful creatures and good friends.
And why would a dwarf care for your love of sea life? Asked Kealin.
Mirdas be blessed. Do you not know what the dwarves do to them? They take them, kill them for the sport of it. Rugog collects the tusks of sea lions, narwhal horns, and any item from the sea he can use to adorn or fight with. He runs his own fleet of ships patrolling the waters, killing much more than is needed for oils and food. I know people must make a life here in the ice, but he does it for fun. One day he will get his. If I could, I would sever his head from his body like he has done to countless of my friends of the sea.
The door swung open to the building, and a man in seal pelts with horned shoulders came in. With him, an entire band of dwarves, each with ice and snow on their beards, filed in.
Very nice for you to arrive, Rugog,
Urras shouted. Rugog had a large sack with him.
More fish for you, Urras,
he said in a deep tone.
Would have been better had we not been caught up with that damn Vals.
Vals recoiled down low upon the table with the others, careful to not show his face.
Come, I will take you to where you wish to go, but we need to leave.
Rugog began to shout again.
That damn Val's took out one of my masts this time. If I see him, I'm gonna kill him. Let him taste my dwarven trident. If he wants to stop our harvesting for the life-giving food, he can join our food. It makes no difference to me. I hear man can be tasty when cooked up right with a nice batch of carrots and shrimp. Do you think you could fix that up for us, Urris?
Urris nodded.
Indeed I could, but the spices he brings are quite nice.
Kealin looked to the others as they all stood in unison. Vals was veiled and walked ahead of them. Kealin placed his hand on his hilt and began to walk.
Damn elves aren't making it any better,
Rugog said.
Next news will be they find us offensive or something. Go on, elf, go climb a tree. Chase your tree squirrels.
There was shared laughing among those at his table. Kealin turned, staring at them.
The only offense we take is having to listen to your raucous mouth this night.
The boisterous Rugog's smile turned to a glare. He drew his trident.
Get out of here, elf.
Put it away. You know not whom you speak to. Toslin fell back from the others to grab Kealin from behind.
What are you doing? We do not need this.
He began to pull Kealin outside when the dwarves at the table stood and began toward them. Alri and Kalak were waiting with Vals when the group of them came out of the building. Rugog held his trident, and now others held weapons too, forming a half-circle around them as they were pushed toward the water's edge. The dwarves had been careful to block the path to the docks. Kealin looked around, seeing the names of the ships and noticing Val's ship, Ayla Sunrise, not too far away. Its lettering was crisp against fresh paint.
"We do not wish trouble,"
said Alri. Kealin and Toslin stood beside each other. Kalak was a few steps back, but all three had fallen into their stances. Their blades could be in hand and under a moment's need. There were 16 dwarves before them. If they were skilled enough to fight, it was at least a fair fight by elven standards. A dead dwarf was not worth much, but was something to smile about and to be encouraged in the lands beyond Urlas.
We do not wish trouble ourselves, said Rugog. But no, we do not care for any at all beyond our people. I will let you live. 5 elves. That is something to see.
Toslin released his grip, but Kealin kept his.
We travel away from here and will not tarry any longer,
Toslin said. There were shared nods, and the dwarves parted the path towards the ship that had been recently repaired. Rugog's own ship was in the yard, and the fact his adversary's ship was just repaired had been completely ignored by the dense dwarf. They began toward the Ayla Sunrise at the moment when Rugog had noticed his mistake. At some point, not only had he missed Vals, but, in his haste for warm food, he had ignored the direction they walked toward.
Elves, why do you go toward that ship?
They continued toward the ship as the dwarves hastened their pace.
Come here!
They did not listen. Vals jumped to the ship and began cutting the dock lines. Rugog shouted loudly.
Vals!
Kealin drew his blade also and began cutting lines as the others made it onto the ship. The dwarves were following just behind. As Alri and Kalak jumped aboard, they began to push off. The dwarves made it to the edge of the dock and one by one began to board until the fourth one missed and plunged into the water, starting a scene of shouting and screaming. Dwarves were not the best swimmers. Rugog did not make it on board.
Kill them!
He shouted from the shore through cupped hands.
Bring me Vals, dead or barely breathing, but bring me Vals!
Toslin stepped forward as a dwarf drew a chained spike.
It isn't personal, but we need the captain.
No, it isn't, Toslin replied. In a motion, he drew his blade, rushing the dwarf. He was past him before his blade had cut through his neck. Kealin and Kalak were upon the other two, and in quick slices both fell dead. Alri looked at the last one who ran for the edge of the ship. He had thrown his fillet dagger as he ran, but it was a poor choice for fighting. The dwarf was almost to the railing when Alri brought forth her short staff. She made an entwining motion with her staff, and the man fell flat, caught in Alri's invisible snare. She dragged him back to the center of the ship. Toslin and Kealin placed their swords on his neck.
Tell your master to not hinder or assail this ship in any way ever again.
They each cut the tips of their blades into his cheeks.
Or we will kill him and every dwarf under him.
The dwarf said nothing, but quivered. Alri used her staff as if she were shoveling trash from the ship and dumped the man from the deck. He hit the water with a splash, and those on the shore began a hasty rescue with small fishing boats. Vols worked to pull up one of the sails. The ship had been fitted to allow a single man to raise and lower the sails. He moved between masts, turning cranks and tying lines. If any would have asked to help, he would have refused it. This was his ship, and he knew her well. At last, they were making headway.
"Thank you," said Vols. "He is a poor life," said Toslin. "Not even worth killing."
His kind has slowly killed all of my crew, leaving me to be by myself. My lost man died a few weeks back. He was an elf, too, a good man. But enough of that. I have had much luck through the years. I expect it to change in time. Where are we to go? The glacial seas are quite expansive."
Toslin looked at Kealin.
"Well, as to where exactly, it has been hidden from us. But we are to look for horned beasts to guide us."
Horned beasts?
"Whales, or maybe, as you had said, a shark of some kind," said Kealin.
"Then I know where we must go," said Vols. "It is true fortune that has found us together."
As the ship made way, leaving the island behind, Vols went around the main masts and pulled a crystal out of the deck of the ship. He placed it in a metallic altar, and an image appeared in the air around them. It was a map.
"You see, most dwarves helped me, as you can see with the gears to work my ship. This here was a gift of a different type. This ship is old, and has been on the seas longer than myself. It is a relic, in truth, from a race of seafarers beyond histories of songs I know."
Kealin looked up at the image. The contrast of glowing shapes with the backdrop of the starry night behind gave a somnolent feel to the air.
"What is this?" Toslin asked.
"It is a map, but not of parchment. It is one that shows the world as it is now."
The longer Kealin looked, the more he could see. The image was somehow above the lands. The clouds moved across the image, which even had the speckle of moonlight on the water. There were heavy clouds covering most of the map, except for where outlines of the islands were. Kealin could only imagine that this was how birds must see the lands from the clouds as they flew over. Vols went to the map and pointed to an area to the east.
"Here," he told them, "there is an island and the creatures I believe you seek. The creatures are called narwhals. Smart beasts they are, but also prized to the types like Rugog. There are many narwhals in these waters, but some of the largest I have seen are here in this cove."
"Can they speak with us?"
"The question is whether you are able to listen, not whether they can speak. All animals can speak, if you can turn your mind to hear their voices."
Vols went to the helm and turned the ship due east. The winds cut across the bow as the sails adjusted to the change. Kealin looked across the deck to see Kallik standing by himself. He went to him.
"You are well, brother?"
"I am," he responded in a hushed tone.
"You did well earlier. It was necessary what we did. Do you understand?"
"I know. I had always believed war would come and we would fight then. That wasn't war."
"It is the same, brother. Someone wished to do you harm and you stopped him. That is what matters.
If we were upon the battlefield, it would be the same, you against one with the thought in your mind of your next target before you have killed the first.
Tarslin is in love with the thoughts of our people. And I do dare tell you, in some ways his belief is wiser. I do not wish to die, so I keep honor as a second-rank thought. I will survive. Kallik nodded. I agree with that.
Well, for now, you remain behind Tarslin and me. I hope you will not be required to fight any more. Watch over your sister.
Always.
The night passed uneventfully at first. Kallik and Olri slept, as did Tarslin. Kealin remained awake, conversing with Vals.
Yes, I have found the ocean provides all we need as people if you only show it the respect it deserves. I have survived storms I did not think survivable, even with the blessing of Mirdas.
I have only read of Mirdas, Kealin told him. I understand he takes the form of a large fish.
That is what I have seen in my dreams. I have dreamed frequently of the ocean. With my many days on it, I have never fallen out of love with the waters. However, I have had my misfortunes. I am constantly challenged to learn more, and I can tell you a curious wisdom is knowing that there is something new upon every rock and within every glacier. I run supplies, yes, but the adventure to have within these waters is unlike any upon the land.
It was then a sound came across the water. It was melodic and deep. The polar lights, glimmering above the waters, seemed to almost dance with the slow tones. Vals smiled and closed his eyes.
My friends, I have not seen them in some time.
Chapter 3. Upon the Ayla Sunrise. The others did not immediately awaken. Kealin went to the side of the ship and looked over the edge. The water was breaking over something, and as he looked closer, he noticed a strange shape emerging from below the black depths.
Embrace them, they come, for they know we seek them,
Vals whispered. Kealin continued to stare. From beneath the surface came their horns, long and silver, gleaming in the mix of starlight and moon above. Vals began a song.
Starlight above us now we watch, sea maids know what we do not. Blessed souls amongst the ice, spiraled horns of magic thought.
The others were awakening. Joining Kealin, they watched as the pod began to emerge. There were at least 8 narwhals following the ship as it continued sliding over the starlit waters. A ribbon of green appeared across the skies, splitting the lights already bending over the seas.
Urra's presence,
said Olri.
I have never seen the lights of the far north. A shame, but I am glad you see them now,
Vals said.
The polar lights shine with the stars, and the glimmers above are a welcome friend most nights, though I have never seen the god himself.
Like Mirdas, I doubt he wishes to be seen by many, said Kealin.
Tarslin looked to Vals.
How much longer until we reach the island?
Still some time. It will be midday when we get there. It is still before the new dawn now, but I expect you already know to not wait for the sun.
How do you know the time, then?
Asked Kallik.
The stars move in a way that I can watch for my favorite constellations. See there? My friend, the seahorse.
Vals pointed upward just past one of the masts. Kealin could see the grouping of 5 stars and remembered from texts within the Urlas woodlands of the creature Vals spoke of.
I do not see it, said Tarslin.
You can't,
Olri said.
It is there. Its head and nose are the higher 2 stars. Its body curves down the remaining 3.
Tarslin stared.
I see what you say, but I still do not. Perhaps stargazing is of more importance to archons than blades.
Kealin could see it, and he went to Vols and pointed. So you gauge the passing of time by the position of the stars. So morning would be when? Vols nodded and pointed to the far horizon.
The bright star you see just coming up makes up the shell of the sea snail. Upon its full rise and nearing the setting of the seahorse, we will have morning, though no sun shall be had.
Kealin nodded, but then decided to lie down himself. He had been up for some time now, and given the midday arrival at the island, he wished to rest. Toslin kicked him.
Little brother, awaken.
Kealin opened his eyes and sat up. Ori had made tea in a small kettle on a small stove of stone Vols had lit for them. A sweet aroma struck his senses. Vols brought over a mug and poured a serving, handing it to Kealin.
The sea snail is sitting, and now the penguin arises. It is mid-morning. We have made good time.
Kealin stood and joined Kallik at the side of the ship. An island was now in view. 2 massive glaciers were at either side of a sheer stone structure, sitting as a lone tower on the isle. All around them the waters were alive with narwhals, their horns piercing out of the water and dancing in circular formations as the Ayla sunrise made its way to the shore.
Yes, my friends are doing well,
said Vols. The ship came into a shallow harbor. A stone dock with an icy metal pole was the only place available to tie up, and one not normally used except by Vols himself.
Right then,
he said, throwing a rope over it. He exited the ship, followed by the others, and immediately they spotted a person emerging from the structure. From afar, it appeared to be just a normal woman. If elven or human, Kealin could not decide, but as she drew closer, he knew it was neither. She was like no one he had met before. In her eyes he saw shifting blue. Her hair seemed to float with a soft glow upon it, and from the adornments of her body, he could make out shells of the sea.
Volrin of the Ayla Sunrise, it is good to see you. I understand from the seals that you took quite a blow with your ship while facing Rugog.
Bastard pirate, Vols replied. I gave him a scar for sure. He had killed a few seals and took many fish. I did him some damage, but he will be back.
Sadly, I do know, she replied.
Her eyes scanned over to Kealin, and she stared. He heard a whisper on his mind that he couldn't make out. I do not understand. But the woman just stared at him. A slight smile parted her lips. She turned to the others, looking them over in turn.
Elves of the Urlas woodlands, a rarer sight than most in the glacial waters of the north.
You're right, said Toslin. We come by the words of our shaman Eowir, seeking your narwhals as our guide to you.
Then you are incorrect, for I have no narwhal to call my own. These creatures of the sea are my friends and are completely their own. The family who brought you in has taken incredible liking to you all. I doubt you will continue in the glacial seas without them near. A good occurrence. That confirms you mean no ill toward them.
We do not.
Then what can this sea maid offer you? I have short time on land. I must return to the depths.
The woman began to walk toward the water as Toslin rushed to speak.
A darkness approaches dim. We go to help the god.
She paused.
You seek a path to the Sky Temple, the birthplace of winds, past the maelstroms of protection. I cannot help you with that, for I am of the sea, of allegiance to Mirdas, sacred protector of the ocean realms. Dim is of the winds. If darkness comes to the winds, then our world will falter. I had thought the poisons of ill were only to the south. I shall let Mirdas know myself.
She began into the water, her body changing form as the small amount of clothing she wore turned to scales like those of a fish, and her legs melded together, forming a fin. She went into the surf, disappearing for a moment before arising again just at the water's edge.
A mermaid?
Asked Olri.
I never believed I would have a chance to meet one.
Now you have, child of the woods, she said to them. You seek the Isle of Knowledge, a place to the far north of here, nigh the top of the world. I know that Vals has a map of the Old Ones. I will mark it with a symbol. Do be wary of the White Lands. That place of snow is not for the faint of spirit. A being dwells there now, and it is not one of the living such as are we. With a turn, she went back under the water. The nearby narwhals turned and went out of the cove as the structure on the island faded from view in a thick fog. They were now alone on the shore. Vals went to the ship and brought the map to view. The others followed. A single mark in the image of a fin appeared far north and beyond any other islands. There were dense clouds over the area.
That water is treacherous. Storms brew. I've even heard of dragons that way. But they should not fear myself or this vessel. So that will play well to our journey.
You do not fear this journey? Asked Kealin.
It is an adventure, my friend. If there is risk to the sea and its creatures, and helping you four will assure the survival of my sea, then so be it. You have yourself a captain crazy enough to head to the far north.
The ship was underway again. Leaving the waters of the island, they turned north. With the expanse of the starry sky above, Olri and Kalak worked to make a meal from the stores of the ship, with a mix of stored meat and a jar of seaweed. Kalak added spices from Val's personal supplies, and after a little bit they had a decent meal worked up. They each had a bowl of the concoction.
You elves cook well. I am surprised I cannot do business with you.
Hidden realms make that difficult, said Kealin.
True you are, but this is good. I am glad I took a journey with such experienced cooks. How old are all of you anyway?
Older than you by a few lifetimes, and that is only our youngest sister. She is 200.
But she looks not much older than a young woman, no more than 20 years by my guess.
But she is 200, said Kealin. It is the way of the elves.
Elves did not talk of age. There was no point when you were essentially immortal. It held very little value, and as such that would be all Vals would be told.
Well, I am 43 in the years of men. I am not old by no way, but I am not as young as I was when I first became a captain. Had my own adventure then, and I've fought that Rugog ever since.
They traveled for some time, many hours in fact. As the fog rolled over the bow of the ship, the only light was the moon high above, casting a glow to the air. Vals began to look around. He didn't say anything, but Kealin was unsettled by his erratic movements. Vals went to the helm and turned the ship to the right. He then ran to the aft of the ship and looked out. Toslin and Kalak had noticed the change in direction and looked up from the reading that both had been engrossed in after finding that Vals kept a supply of books from his travels. Vals returned to the helm. This time, he went hard right. Kealin looked as the ship passed through an arching glacier, and then again left. The crunching of ice at the bow of the ship sounded like a piece of wood being torn. Just as before, he went to the rear of the ship and looked out.
What is it?
Asked Toslin.
We are being followed,
Vals shouted.
I had thought it just a trick of floating ice, but we have caught a tail. There are not many in these waters, so we can assume who it is. Rugog, said Kalak. What must we do? Lose him? Though I doubt it is his flagship, and so I doubt he is aboard. They have many ships. We will need to rid ourselves of our hunters or risk further issues. There is no chance he is simply seeking sea life? No.
The ship was making good pace across the waters. Vols turned the ship back right, crunching through the ice with the metal of his reinforced bow. Their pace began to slow. The momentum of their passage was not as great as before, and Vols had to take a path less likely to be navigable. He flipped a lock below his foot, and another crystal that lay hidden fell forward. The ship began to grind to a halt, and they were rocked to the deck, losing footing from the jolt. All except Vols.
"Shield your eyes," he said.
Kealin did so, but still peered out. Vols twisted the crystal with his foot, and the ship began to glow from 2 planks at the rear of the ship, and then up to the front. Back and forth the light went, until the center masts glowed brightly. He twisted the crystal and covered his own eyes. Kealin could feel a rumbling beneath the ship, and then what sounded like searing meat on an open fire. The sky around the boat flashed from a massive stream of fire shooting from the mast of the ship in a blast of arcane power. The ship jolted again, and the waves smacked against the ship, and the ice holding it cracked and fell away. A gust came upon them, and Vols was at the helm again, the ship lurching forward. Kealin uncovered his eyes and went to the side of the ship. The Ayla sunrise had burned a path through the ice by power unknown or unseen before by any of the elves present. They were headed toward a massive island, or glacier. From the distance they were at, it was hard to tell. Kealin looked back, as did Vols. The ship was still coming. Up ahead, the blackness of the isle became evident, and its towering cliff face was sheer.
"That is a big glacier,"
Kallik said. Vols looked behind him and saw the deck of the following ship become alight.
"They are preparing to fire upon us. Brace yourselves!"
Kealin went to the rear of the ship as Vols began to make a turn around the dark isle. From the deck of the pursuing ship, a light emerged, cast high into the sky and arching over the waters. Vols turned and looked, shifting the ship to the left as far as his wheel would turn. The bolt turned downward. Kealin could see the iron tip as it flew over his head, just missing the center masts before splashing into the water. A chain hooked to it, whizzing in flight through the air.
"Down! Watch out for the tail!"
Kealin ducked just as the end of the chain slapped the deck, splintering the wood before ripping a chunk off the railing of the ship and following the bolt below. He looked back out to the ship, and Vols made another hard left. They passed beyond view of the ship, and the world became even darker. He watched as the ship was veiled in a deep darkness, and the wind died down. Vols had turned them into a passage in the glacier that was hidden unless you knew where it was, as he did. He dropped 2 anchors, and then joined Kealin at the aft of the ship.
"I had sheltered from a storm in this place before, but it was some time ago. I was going to go around the island and hope to lose them then, but I couldn't pass up this chance."
Kealin's siblings had joined them, and each watched out the opening in the cave. The ship rocked from the occasional waves, the creak reverberating off the walls of the cave, and the chill in the air was made worse by the nerves that each of them felt. A dim glow began to appear, and the ship of Rugog came into view. Vols pulled out a viewing scope and twisted a crystal on its top.
"I can see their faces," he said. "They look, but they cannot find us. I believe we are safe."
He placed the scope back into a compartment in the helm.
"We will wait to be sure. Come, all of you. I know you may find this of interest."
Vols went to the edge of the ship and laid down a plank from the ship to the ice. There was a crunch as 2 metal spikes bit into the ice to hold it in place. He crossed the void and went to a sheer wall. The others followed, doing as he did and careful of the edge. He began to point up to the wall when it began to glow. Runic symbols began to appear, and an image of the islands appeared.
"Very strange," said Vols. "I was hoping to have enough light to show you this, seeing as I had lightning the night I came here before. But it seems it is not needed."
"What is this place?"
asked Olri.
It was a cave with markings. I had thought they might be elvish because they were not of the dwarves.
It is elven, said Toslin, but of a long time ago, perhaps even before the dwarves. It may be before the founding of the Urlas woodlands, but I cannot be sure.
It is an era of the gods. It tells how they took the form of men at a time and of the creation of the worlds and realms.
The word dim, said Kealin. And here too, Wura.
A remarkable find, said Toslin. There seems to be lost knowledge in these icy regions.
As I have said, the glacial seas hold many secrets. One could explore, I feel, for many lifetimes and not find what all it hides.
They were not always frozen so. It is of interest, your work, Vals.
Vals laughed. I am but a spice runner for the islands, nothing more. Let us return to the ship. Perhaps we are safe to go.
Pulling the plank up, they each took hold of large guiding poles kept along the side of the deck. A more traditional method of moving through ice, they stabbed them into the walls of the cave. Vals cranked the anchors up to their sailing position. With significant strength, the others grimaced, helping to push the ship out as Vals steadied the wheel. He looked out over the sea as he did. There was no sight of the pursuing ship, and as they raised the sails once again, they began back the way they had come to avoid another run-in.
"Do you not worry the rest of the fleet is near?" asked Kealin. "They likely are," Vals replied, "but we cannot wait for them to be gone. They are a constant nuisance, just as I work to be to them."
For a good while, their sailing was calm. Though they had now turned back north, Vals checked the map and noticed they were headed for the spot marked by the mermaid. The clouds above were patchy but growing thicker. Even so, Kealin looked up, spotting the stars. He noticed the seahorse reaching a high point in the sky. As the others slept, he lay down too.
"Kealin,"
Vals said. He sat up.
"You sleep well. I cannot say for sure, but a foul stench is in the air. There is a sickness in the place we go to."
His eyes went back to the horizon, and he lay back down.
Does he not need sleep? I have not seen him lie down once.
His thoughts were chased as a hum began to fill the air, and he fell asleep to the words.
"I glance upon ye, darkening sea, for with a yawn I finally be, man of ocean sailing fast, commander of the Ayla's masts. I wish to go where man don't find, to aid the sea and all divine. Help for the lost, risking life and limb, until I sink and no longer swim."
Kealin awoke a few hours later on his own. The familiar awakening smell of tea filled his nostrils, but only Vals and Toslin were awake.
"It is the elven way," his brother said. "We do not dwell too much on the shifting of powers at the immediate. But it seems this new danger is enough to cause a stir to even us, here in our remote lands."
Vals left the helm, locking the wheel in place and joining both him and Kealin.
"It is just strange to me that you would take such sudden concern for them. I have never seen the god, but I had heard he was here. But in all my traveling, I had not seen the place you told me of."
Kealin had understood very little of Dim besides the fact that he was a god of the winds. Vals sipped his tea.
"The sea of maelstroms is not a friend to a boat like this."
"That is only legend," Toslin said. "I doubt it is true."
"What is only legend can be found to be true if you search long enough. At least, that is what I have found. I am interested to get to this next isle, an isle that is not on this map especially."
"Kealin, did you sleep well?"
Toslin asked him.
"Yes, as best I could, given the rocking waves." "Storms are brewing the further we go north,"
Vals announced.
The others will be awake too soon enough. The swells will get quite large, I am guessing.
Do you ever sleep? Asked Toslin, noticing Vols slurping down his tea.
Sure, just not when I am traveling. I am tied to this ship in more ways than is seen. A blessing, I guess you can call it. If it is at sail, then I am awake. An enchantment of sorts that the Ayla sunrise has. I do not tire while at sea, but when in port I may sleep 5 days straight. I normally let the harbor master know wherever it is I dock. They like it when I pay ahead for anchoring before my polar bear-like hibernation.
Vols went back to the helm just after setting down his cup with the others. The ship had begun to be tossed, and the others were waking up.
Kealin, have you thought of mother and father?
Toslin asked. Yes, I wonder of them.
I had spoken with Vals. He saw an elven fleet in the south before he returned to Corson, but he would have been already north when our parents departed. He had asked about us as a people. I think there is more to him than he speaks, but I do not feel it is ill. It seems with your recent conversations you have made a friend. It isn't like you.
Kealin smiled.
I guess it just took finding the right friend. The sea is a uniting force that I have respected for some time. It is rare a man would perform such a selfless act as to protect the sea. I can respect him for it.
Toslin patted his back and embraced him.
You grow wiser, brother. I respect you for it.
Kealin pushed off his brother's affection.
Enough. I may speak against the teachings of Master Rooks, but I am no fool to what is good sense.
He smiled. Kallik and Alri were both up now, but they grasped ropes and wood. The seas had turned turbulent, and the ship was pitching and leaning as the swell increased.
"Hold on!"
yelled Vols. The ship rocked upward and then slammed back down. The horizon bounced as a flash of lightning illuminated the sea only long enough to see rolling black clouds above and a wave of rain overtake the ship.
"Take yourselves below deck," he said to them.
Alri had been below a few times, and so had Kallik. The cooking supplies and the tea were kept in storage there. As a wave of water struck the deck, rushing over the wood, they climbed one by one down into the bowel of the ship, the seawater pouring in above them. Kealin was the last one in and closed the wooden hatch.
"Does anyone else feel guilty leaving Vols up there?" asked Alri. "He asked us to come down here,"
Kallik replied, lighting one of the store torches and walking around to light another to give some light to the dank surroundings.
"Yes, but what else would he do? Wait for one of us to be tossed overboard?"
He respects us beyond what many men may even fathom, said Toslin. Our love of trees may actually be less than his love of the sea. I have never seen such zeal in a man.
Kealin and Kallik took a seat near a box as Alri and Toslin hung on to some overhanging ropes, looking up as the ship continued to quake back and forth. The others seemed to drift into their own conversation, so Kealin spoke with Kallik.
Far from what we know, brother? He asked.
Kallik shook his head.
"Yes, but it is strange to see you not protesting our moves. I am not used to you going along with something. I'm used to the half-elf rebel, Kealin."
"I'm still me. Do not worry your pure elven self."
"I've never understood that. I too think it is foolish to name you a half-elf and me a pure elf."
"It was decided when we were young by the elders and only comes up when useful as a weapon against us."
Kealin shook his head.
"Toslin and you were deemed pure, for they sensed little of mother in you. I was more like mother, as was Alri. We may look the same, but it is the way our blood forms and the sense other elves have of it. The only true difference was what our people made it. I at one time, too, wished to be a part of the others, but the older I became, the more I decided that it was not what made me. I would not allow some elf to tell me my standard. I rebel against Toslin because he holds it in such regard, but I do not wish you to do the same, brother. My path is my own, and you must embrace yours. You wish to be a blade master as Master Rooks, and you should do it."
His brother nodded, but being younger and wishing to be as both Kealin and Kealin, he was torn. The tossing of the ship had slowed, and now Olri and Kealin walked around, looking through stacked books that thankfully had not been soaked by the flow of seawater when they climbed down.
"He has quite a collection," said Olri. "I've seen at least 3 books speaking of elves before any of our time."
"I too have noticed. He has travelled far for some of these. The tongue is not elvish or dwarvish, or even a language of man. I do not know some of these writings," Kealin commented. "It is odd and wondrous all the same."
The covering above opened, and Vols stuck his head down.
"Everyone well? Come on back up. The clouds are still black, but the sea is not so rough."
They made their way back up to look out over a dark sea. Patchy clouds were above, with whistling wind blowing over the bow of the ship. Vols brought the map to view, and it appeared they were just over the spot that the mermaid had directed them to. Large glaciers riddled their path, but still the Ayla sunrise pushed on. Breaking through tough ice was one success. Avoiding the spiked bodies of a glacier to the hull of the ship was quite a different one. Vols made a series of quick turns with more than one, ending with the splintering of wood and casted ice erupting over the side of the ship. They could see land coming up fast.
"You elves test my ship. I like it, and so does she."
The wide-eyed captain spun the wheel, banking the ship to the left. It slid along the water, building up against the ice. The shoreline came suddenly with a crack and a thud. The ship rocked back to the left.
"Get the plank down!"
he shouted. Kealin and Olri tossed the wooden plank down and made their way to the icy ground. The path was still slick and precarious from the water and jagged glaciers roughed up by the ship. Kealin pointed for Kealin to follow and turned to Vols. Vols nodded.
"Go on, I will keep the ship well. I will keep a torch burning on the side to direct you back in fog and snow. Do not fear, I will not abandon you, no matter the cost."
Kealin nodded back and followed the others down. Kealin and Olri were already a few feet from the shore. The winds tore across the lands that were barren with snow and rock as far as the night would allow them to see. Kealin bundled himself in his coat as he went ahead. Kealin checked his blade. The ice had kept its drawing from the ease he was used to. His brothers noticed what he did and followed suit, breaking the ice that held them sheathed. Olri took out her staff and blew into the tip. An orb of flames flickered alight, and she pointed it forward, a light source for their bleak journey. Chapter 4 Bleaklands. They began across the open expanse, seeing little more than Olri's staff in front of them, the glowing orb pulsating as she worked to keep the spell working. Behind them, Kealin glanced to see the fading outline of the ship and then a burst of flame where Vols lit not 1 but 2 torches to light their way back. The snow was coming sideways against them, and each walked with their elbows out and their heads down, attempting to force a path through the growing ice. None were wearing gloves, and so with tucked hands they trudged. Olri was unknowingly lucky to be using her staff. The light that came off it gave her some warmth, but even that was chased away by the shifting winds. They walked for a good while before they saw the dead trees of a once grand forest. Behind them, the light from the Ayla sunrise was all but shrouded. There was a structure ahead, and as best any of them could guess, it was where they should head. Passing through the crags of frozen trees, Kealin jumped as he saw something move within the crags, swooping with the winds and passing over them multiple times. He drew his blade. "Brothers, to the sky!" Kealin and Kealin both looked up, their own blades drawn as more of the figures swarmed above them, just over the screaming snowfall. The creatures were opaque, with a dark, fiery black center within their forms. They had no distinguishable arms or legs, only a gaping mouth and a bellowing sound that grew as they passed close, akin to a squelching cold gust, but not of the sound of wind at all. Toslin looked ahead.
"Lead us on, Ulri. These creatures are staying high for now."
She gripped her staff with both hands. Closing her eyes, she sought to increase her spell, and the magic flowed from her body into the staff. It glowed brighter, parting the snow, forcing it to swing around the orb of light she had created. They drew closer to the structure, now taking a path between stone pillars that ran like a long hall all the way to the towering building. The creatures above began to swarm over them. Twice, one came just over Kealin. He turned as one landed at the far end of the path they had taken. The specters began to pass in between them, slowing them one by one and separating their combined force.
"Faster! Into the doorway ahead!"
Toslin ordered them. Ulri was in a dead sprint, as was Kealin. Ahead of them, a large wooden door was beginning to open with their approach. Kealin once again turned. The creatures were amassing and following their path. Another two had dropped between him and the way they were going. He stopped as the others went on. He slid his foot back sideways behind him and brought his blade in front of him. Toslin looked, spotting his brother.
"Kealin! Come now!"
The creature's mouth gaped toward the ground, and it let out a shrill that caused Kealin goosebumps. The creature formed a hand from its body and pointed a clawed finger at him. Kealin rushed forward, striking the creature, his elven blade glowing red as he cut into it. He did not fear what he could kill, but the creature was not weakened, only stunned for a moment. It grasped his blade, even as the elvish energies scorched its hand. Kealin ripped his blade from it and began to follow the others. He had garnered enough attention himself, and as Toslin ran toward him, he ran away from the entities. The two creatures blocking his path rushed toward him. He sidestepped, grasping one of the pillars, and swung himself out of their path, slashing his blade at them from behind, and each seemed to shake from his strike, ceasing movement. The other creatures simply rushed over the two he had struck and, in a gust of snow and spectral energy, pursued him. Toslin grabbed him as they met and pulled him toward the door. The creatures drew behind them. The shrill of their moans caused Kealin's neck to tighten. Falling into the open doorway, the creatures were repulsed as a blue fire erupted from the tower, connecting to all the stone pillars, creating an enchantment. In an upward rush, the creatures fled the area. Toslin looked at his younger siblings, and Kealin drew in breaths rapidly. He smiled. Someone or some power had assisted them.
"Close enough to death, little brother."
"Not death, just reassured life," Kealin laughed.
"Strange creatures.
I sense a fear they caused, greater than mere fear we conquer with our training as blades." "What were those?" asked Kealin.
Wights, or best I can guess, suggested Ulri. They haunt places of death, and this barren place is of that. I can feel necromantic energies. Archon Oar told me of places like this. They are pilgrimage places for death mages, but at the same time there are sources of wisdom beyond others here. The dead know much, sometimes more than what they did in life.
They turned to the doorway. A skeletal form stared back at them but did not attack. Toslin stood with his sword in hand.
"We mean you no harm. Did you protect us from the whites?"
It rattled its jaw, turning away from them, and began into the tower.
"Come on,"
he told the others. Descending a long stairwell, Kealin felt a warmth compared to the outside world. Long, darkened torches lined the wall, with the occasional glowing stone affixed into the wall, lighting their path enough to where they were not bouncing off each other in the darkness. There were the sounds of cracking and snapping bones around them. Other skeletons stood mindlessly by, staring. The one leading them seemed to crack his own jaw when he turned to let them know to follow. Through twisting turns and into a large open room, they came to a large torch basin glowing with a blue fire. A walkway circled up to the top of the tower. The skeleton pointed and then stood back away from the path.
"This way,"
directed Toslin. They began up. Kealin kept his blade pointed toward each skeletal form as they passed. He did not trust any of those within this place. Keeping an eye on those below, he followed the others as they snaked up the walkway. An ominous sound began to echo around the room. A circular stone overhang seemed to vibrate with each tone of sound that filled the air.
"Is this music?"
Ulri questioned. The sound became louder and the rhythm faster as they reached the top. The winds twisted through open alcoves surrounding the pillar in the center. All around them they could see the grand expanse of white nothingness. Toslin walked with Kalak into the opening in the pillar.
"We come for wisdom,"
Toslin said. Kealin followed with Ulri and did not know what to make of the sight he saw in the wasteland of an island they had been sent to. There was a massive organ with keys of bone and pipes blackened and sheer rising up from below the floor out of the top of the massive tower. A hunched figure bellowed over the keys. It continually pressed over the bones and arched its back with the swaying of the notes. It had no hands, but his arms moved over the keyboard just the same, each pressed down by power unseen. It was draped in tattered purple cloth, and its hair was black, gray, and straggled down its back. It did not turn, but spoke.
"Elves within my place of death, I am honored you would visit, but beware my whites. Outside the tower is a place of death beyond my protection, and they are hungry for souls to devour. Elves are known to be quite a wondrous snack to them. Eternal blood is sweet and satisfying."
The floor quaked and shook as the organ wailed, almost deafening to them. In a motion, the figure turned. A bony form stared at them.
"I know you did not risk yourselves for my wondrous notes of gloomy death. The cycle of life but a short one, even as an elf. What do you seek of Vanku, composer of the songs of eternity?"
Toslin stepped forward.
"We are elves of the Urlas woodlands. Dread falls upon the gods of the north, and darkness encroaches dim, god of the winds. We seek to assist him in whatever it is he faces."
"And why would I care of Dim, or Kel, or Wura, or the goddess Ether? Just as much, the Itsu are not of my regard either. I am of death. My songs fill the ears of those in their moments of passing. If I am to be as I was, I would play my symphony for each of you. But I have had enough of death for at least 10,000 years. Do you not see you are upon a wasteland of ice? It is those gods who went to war with me in a case of holy vengeance. I once had a garden upon this rock, and now I have but ice and snow and winds."
Kealin stared at this person of death. In his mind, he began to see the creature moving upon the minds of each of them. He centered his thoughts on the figure and spoke.
"This beast is not what we think. You will not game with us, Vanku."
The others turned and looked at him. Toslin stared.
"What did you say?"
What Kealin could not tell was that his voice was not as before. In his thoughts to Vanku, he had tapped into a gift at this point he could only imagine. Kealin looked at them, confused.
This is not a time for games from this beast. He will tell us what we seek.
Alri stuttered.
You spoke as the shaman does.
Vanku furled his cape and approached them.
I sense a darkness here and upon each of you. You fear my songs, but not for yourselves, though that is what you should fear it for, should you continue your path to dim. The world is changing.
The creature's eyes focused on Kealin, and though he did not move his bones, Kealin heard its voice.
Your gift is awakening, and is one that will serve you well. But know my song is nigh for many. I cannot say who will hear my song, but know that even the gods of the north face desolation. That being said, you spoke to death as the ethereal do. Your mind knows much, and for that, your life will be one of sorrow. For happiness comes only with lack of complete knowledge in our lands.
Vanku looked to the others as Kealin stared at him, unsure of his words. He knew of no gift, but only his own luck. He knew there was something within his mind, but he did not understand any awakening, or so the creature had called it. The creature continued in its normal speech.
You seek dim, and I will tell you of knowledge long forgotten. The maelstroms of legend protect the island and the portal to the ethereal land of the god. It is for this reason that you must seek out the shells of Miras to gain entry and calm the storms. I can help you with this. I know of a place to obtain them. There is a hermit that dwells on a distant shore, marked by a whirlwind of ice. He waits in prayer for his time of doom, but I will not give it to him. He is like me, and doomed to hover between this world and the next. He will not give his keys to dim freely. Now leave this place before I make you a member of my choir. The last elves who came upon my island have not left, and beware them yourselves. Remember, while you are within the walls of the tower, I offer my protection. Beyond this place, they are free to devour what is upon their grounds.
The creature turned back to his organ and began to play a solemn tone, meticulously striking the keys and arching his back as before.
We have what we need, Kealin said to the others. You are right, brother, but what of your speech? Toslin asked. If I knew, I would tell you. Let us get back to the Ayla sunrise. I have a feeling we have overstayed our time here.
Outside the windows, the wights were spinning atop the tower and howling. Toslin led them downward, passing the large blue fire that rose as the sound of the Vanku's organ bellowed through the lower halls. They exited. The skeletons parted as the hurried party forced their way up the path leading to the doorway. At the doorway, Toslin stopped and looked to the others. He lifted his hand to them.
Prepare yourselves, everyone. We make a run for the ship. We will not walk as we did before. The whites know of our presence, and they will try to divide us. Do not let them, and feel of no guilt to let them taste the power of the elves.
Toslin looked out and then back to his siblings.
Run!
They all burst into a sprint, the colder gusts sweeping over them as they went down the pathway of pillars. The blue fire atop them stopped the advance of more than one wight already spotting them. The forms bounced off and upward, wailing as they did. As they made their way onto open ground and the tundra toward the ship, the entire host of wights began to pursue them. The sounds of the organ of Vanku still sounded. A horrible foreboding struck Kealin as he glanced behind him. A gaping maw was almost upon him. He swung his sword behind him, and the creature was stunned. Ulri lifted her staff above them, and an orb of light expanded over their party. The creatures drove themselves upon it, and it began to falter as the magic electrified their bodies.
"I cannot hold them," she shouted.
"Keep running," said Toslin. "We will not defeat them. It was a good attempt of protection, sister, but there are too many."
Kealin looked ahead, spotting the torches in the snow flurries on the awaiting Ayla sunrise. He could see Vols moving frantically aboard, but he could not tell what the man was doing.
"We are nearly there! Faster!"
shouted Toslin. It was then a wight slammed into them from the side. Kealin was hit and rolled. Stunned, he was not moving. The wights swarmed him. Kealin gripped his sword, swinging over his head at the wight nearest to him. His blade passed through its body, glowing red as it did. Upon striking its black core, it turned to a white color and was shredded apart by a sudden gusting wind. He ran toward Kealin, who struggled to stand. Toslin was now engaged as another group of wights swarmed him. Kealin pulled Kealin to his feet and ran forward toward his other brother, slashing and stabbing at the wights.
"Slash deep! Strike their cores, Kealin!"
But Kealin had left his blade, a mistake of inexperience. He went back to get it, ducking as the specters flew down, grasping at him. The creatures amassed, and once again went for the youngest brother. Ulri shouted, running forward. Her staff hummed in her hand, its tip spewing out a burst of light, fracturing the forms of many wights and destroying others. Kealin made it to his sword, gripped it tightly, turning to see another wight dissolved by his sister's magic. Kealin and Toslin were each fighting their own wights, and two more of them had swung down behind Ulri. They gripped her, pulling her upward. The other opened its mouth over her head, and a fume of black began to flow over her.
"Brothers!"
Kealin shouted. Kealin saw his sister in the air and leaped up, slashing the one holding her. It turned to nothingness, and Ulri fell. He swooped her up as Toslin smashed the other one away, his sword glowing bright red as the wight struggled to get away. Kealin looked down at Ulri, who shook her head and blinked rapidly.
"I am fine,"
she said. Ulri pushed his grip from her, and he set her down. She struggled to steady herself as she stood. She lifted her staff. Her hair furled, and the snow near her melted as, in a flash, a blast of flames erupted off her, spreading out in all directions. The wights surrounding them recoiled, and Toslin directed everyone toward the ship again. Kealin pushed Kealin as he stumbled up the plank in the ice. Vols reached down, grabbing at him.
"I've got you! Get everyone on the ship!"
The wights were unable to pursue them past the border of the isle, which became obvious as the creatures were dragged backward as they flew near the water. Though she had claimed she was fine, Ulri seemed in disarray. Her vision had clouded. A sickness had taken her, and she stumbled toward the ship. Kealin grabbed her and picked her up before leaping onto the plank and the ship. Toslin came last, taking down two more wights before jumping aboard the ship.
"All right, everyone is on board,"
Vols said. He twisted a crystal on the side of the ship, and a wave of flames shot outward like before with the ice, but this time off the side of the ship. The wights were sent into a frenzy, fleeing back toward the tower. He went to the helm, and the ship lurched away from the isle. Kealin held Ulri in his arms. She wasn't awake, and he placed his ear to her chest. He did not wish his sister to be dead. Chapter 5 Shells of Mirdas. His ear was pressed against her chest, but couldn't hear anything. He began to weep, but kept listening. Then, like a sunrise following a harsh winter night, he heard a sound, a thud against his ear, and he felt chills. Ulri began to breathe and opened her eyes. He looked down at her.
"Ulri!"
She gave a slight smile and then opened her eyes further before taking hold of him and pulling herself up. Toslin knelt down, helping to steady her.
"What befell you?"
he asked.
"I do not know, but I am still weak."
"The wights of some lands have the power to spread the sickness," said Vols. "We must hope you do not have that."
Kealin looked to Vols and then over to Kealin. He stood, stomping over to Kealin, grabbing him by his tunic.
Do you not know to hold on to your weapon, brother? He pushed him against the edge of the boat. You will not forget your blade again, will you? Must I stand beside you and assure you can draw it too, and teach you how to cut down your own enemies?
Kealin looked into his eyes, and his younger brother stared back, breathing heavily and nodding. He then felt a hand on his own shoulder.
Kealin, enough.
Kealin let go of Kalik and turned to Toslin. He stared at him, as did Kalik.
I too am annoyed, said Toslin, but he is inexperienced. You may have made the same mistake yourself at his age. Doubtful. I should have 2 blades anyway. The way of the elves will get one of us killed soon.
He walked away from Toslin.
You had a chance, Kealin. You did not have to wield but 1 blade, as has our father and the fathers before. Take your chance if you want. Perhaps you would be better to have his blade than him.
No. We alone are responsible for our actions. He yet has time to improve. He shifted his eyes back around to Kalik.
I do not wish any of my siblings to die, and you are more capable than you showed yourself. Keep hold of your sword, brother, or take yourself back to Urlas.
Kealin went toward the edge of the deck, as Ulri now stood watching him. Vols looked over his elven companions, and then went to Toslin. Our next path? Toslin looked over to Kealin, and then back to Kalik before acknowledging Vols.
I, once again, do not know the place, but only a clue. We were told to go to an isle marked by a tornado of ice. We search for a hermit.
Vols brought up his map and stared at it.
I believe it is here,
he said, pointing at a spot further east of them.
but we go where not many sailors wish to go. It is a rumor of a place to most. The storms and tales of ice drakes make many fear those waters. I went once and had a run-in with a man of sorts. Told me death would come to me if I ever returned.
Truly? Asked Toslin.
No,
he smiled.
But even if he would have, he would not have been the first to threaten me, nor will he be the last. I do not fear death, for once I fear it, I am dead.
Vols went to the helm and wheeled the ship to an eastern path. Kealin looked up at the still starry sky and wished for sun. It had been such a long time since he felt warmth on his arms. He brushed his skin of the ice that had formed on his hair. Toslin and Ulri were busy making tea, and Kalik stood by himself, looking off the other side of the ship. Kealin thought to go to him, when Kalik turned and walked toward him first.
You are right, Kealin.
Of what?
To hold on to my sword. I will not fail you or Toslin again. I almost got Ulri killed. You were right. You would do well with my sword compared to me, but I will not give it to you, for I too am a swordsman of the Urlas woodlands. I will rise to fight beside you and Toslin.
Toslin looked over, watching the exchange. Kealin embraced Kalik.
Very well, brother. But no, I will be beside you, and though I expect much, you are one of the few I will stand by if they falter. I cannot say that for others beyond this ship. But the way of the elves?
Kalik paused.
You do not care for that.
Kealin smiled.
Yes, but you do.
Embrace it.
If you do not embrace it, you will be soulless in your zeal. Bloodlust alone is not enough. That is our father's wisdom.
Toslin joined them.
You tell our little brother of swordsmen of old, I see. You quoted one who knows more than most of our people of blade work.
I quote what I have found to be true and makes sense, and what our father has said. But of whom you speak, he too was not pure elf.
Riakar was a swordsman of old, Kalik. He came from the waters of a primordial sea, defeated the demons of old that faced the olden elves at the birth of our people. He too fought with 2 blades. Kealin is much lower in his skill than Riakar.
His tone changed to that of teasing.
Aye, from the look of these thunderclouds ahead, it will not be blades we need to fear,
said Vols. They looked up, seeing in the far distance flashes of lightning streaking across the sky. The winds were beginning to cut across the bow of the ship in random gusts.
Does this weather ever not turn from cold and clear to freezing and stormy? Asked Kalak.
Vols laughed.
When in the glacial seas of the north, this is good weather. Pray you are never in bad weather in these waters.
The ship tossed from side to side, and, as before in the previous storm, the thoughts of the ship's hold and the safety that might be came to mind. This time, however, they did not descend, at least not all at once. There were many rocks and glaciers in these parts, and Vols used their eyes as much as they could stand to help him in avoiding them. It went on for some time, but then Toslin took Olri down below. She had begun to feel ill again. Kalak and Kealin remained above and thus bounced between the two sides, watching and balancing in the torrential seas. The ship arched upward, the horizon well below them. With great force it fell downward, smacking the waves and throwing the two brothers to the deck.
"That was a hard one,"
shouted Vols. Kealin pulled himself back up. A glacier shifted in the waters and was running right for the ship's bow.
Vols, to the right!
He began pointing, and Vols nodded, rolling the wheel to direct the ship that way. The scratching and rubbing of the ice beneath the ship was horrendous, like cracking rocks and clashing steel. Kealin glanced at Kalak, who just shook his head.
"Do not worry. This ship was made for these waters. It will take more than ice to destroy my beloved Ayla Sunrise."
The ship continued to toss, and Kalak was thrown from one side to the next. Kealin ran along the railings and jumped to his brother as another swell struck the ship.
"Give me your hand!"
Kalak reached for him, and Kealin grasped him by his gauntlet. The second wave tossed them up, throwing them onto their backs.
"No more, brother. Head below. I will remain for now with Vols."
Kalak shook his head and ran for the ladder, pulling the covering up before disappearing below. Kealin went to the helm with Vols, who was in stance holding the wheel. The horizon bounced into view, and then the ship lurched down. They rode the back of the wave and then turned, curving up the next one. The waves grew in size, the glaciers no longer a worry as much as the height the ship was being tossed.
"Take hold of the wheel with me, friend. My arms are tiring, and the seas are relentless."
Kealin took hold of the spokes and worked to watch Vols as the waves passed under them. He could feel the tug of the rudder working to hold its course. The sails were still up, even with the twisting winds and slivers of ice striking them.
"We cannot risk lowering them. She will hold. We mustn't doubt her craftsmanship. If we do, we will not make it."
The wind howled, and the ship creaked and made cracking sounds. The lightning began to flash over and over, and Kealin looked as a wave appeared on the horizon, a growing massiveness beyond any that he had seen yet.
"Whoa!"
Vols stuttered. He turned the wheel center and tapped Kealin's right hand.
"Hold it! We have no choice. Never have I seen one so big. I had wondered if this would be needed."
He went to the mast in the center, sliding on the deck as he did, and grabbed hold of one of the crystals. Kealin struggled to hold it straight. Bracing his feet, he gripped the wheel, but with every bit of the storm's energy working against him, he was not sure how much longer he could last.
"Vols!"
he shouted. But Vols was not coming back to him. Not yet. The man twisted the crystal, and the masts became alight in gold. A sphere forming from the center of the ship encompassed the entire vessel, lifting it from the water and taking them over the edge of the wave. The ship was flying. He was beyond amazed. He looked around and then to Vols. He loosened his grip on the wheel as Vols walked toward him.
"Very good. I did not wish to do this, but I had to."
At that time, the others came from below. Toslin looked around with his mouth open.
"I heard the sea go silent, and was sure my years had come to an end. What magic is this?"
It is magic of a most important kind, for it saved us this night. But I had hoped not to use it. It makes the ship mostly inoperable for some time. Even after we return to the water, I will be able to do little more than steer. So I have only used it once, but that was a rather bored dragon, to say the least. And I got lucky it did not have the time to wait to feel its hungry belly.
How long will this last? Asked Kealin. At that moment, the orb reabsorbed into the ship. They could see the night sky around them again, and in a slow descent, they went back toward the sea. The waves were still rough, but they had emerged on the lighter side of the storm. Kealin gave the wheel over to Vols and went to Alri, who stood holding on to Toslin.
Are you well?
I am well. It seems the weakness strikes me suddenly, and I can do nothing.
We must learn more of this sickness. Vols, do you know more of the whites or the sickness? He shook his head.
I am afraid I do not. I know of them, but that is all. I also do not know how an elf will progress with it. But I understand a normal man would already be dead. The sickness is quick, or so I had read once.
Toslin went to them both. We must hope that Dim can help when we reach him. Though the sea had calmed, it was not without further surprises. Though it could only be steered, fate was with them, and the ship had gotten into an undersea current. The Ayla Sunrise went around a large glacier, and as it came to twist around a large rock, the ship continued to turn.
Small whirlpool,
Vols told them. He did not seem too worried as he turned into it and ran alongside the center. He caught enough momentum to pass out without an issue, and the ship drifted into another current.
It was a small one.
He laughed a bit, and then began a verse.
Lo, twisting seas shall put us down. You cannot go with a frown. Turn ye ship and guide her true. Keep on going to see her through. Do not ye doubt the trueness spoke, for it is known by the higher folk. Trust ye magic, O seafaring man, or embrace your bones to the eternal land.
His laughing at their near-mortal peril was not amusing to Toslin, who walked with Kealin to the front of the ship. In the distance, they could see a column rising. As they drew closer, the column appeared to shift and bend. The winds began rushing over them, and the Ayla Sunrise drifted toward the west, keeping distance from the column. It shifted again, and the clouds above moved enough for moonlight to illuminate the twisting ice that made a constant shattering sound as the waters around it leaped up into its grasp.
There is your tornado of ice you were looking for. Our landing is nigh, my friends.
As they came once again near the shore, Alri struggled to stand, feeling weak suddenly. Why do you not stay here, sister? Suggested Toslin.
I will not. I will be fine.
She forced herself up, pushing along the deck with her fingertips. She was too weak to stand.
Alri, please.
Alri looked to Toslin and to Kealin, who was at her side.
I need to help.
Stay, said Kealin.
You will be safe on the Ayla Sunrise.
It was not by her own will, but her lack of strength, that she agreed. Vols went to the side of the ship and looked over.
I can get no closer, but I feel we are close enough that I should hold you here as the ship settles and refreezes. Let us hope that we do not need to leave quickly as last time.
I hope not too, said Kealin. After embracing their sister, they each went over the side of the deck via the plank and began again across a barren, icy landscape. Vols lit the torches as before, but they had no light to guide them, save the moon above. If any fortune could be noted, it would be that there was no storm, as before on the last isle. As they crunched across the snowy field, they began to see large monolithic growing stones. Each stood high into the air and seemed to cast dust upward into the night sky.
I have read of such stones, said Calic. They draw magic and offer it to the winds to be scattered around the lands. They need darkness to draw from the arcane energies."
"Then they have plenty of what they need," said Toslin.
They came across another bay after walking for some time. To their right, the sight of the tornado of ice and its screeching howl became more evident and pressed upon them not to walk in that direction. But it was a single torchlight that could be seen in the far distance that urged them forward. Seeing as there was no other point to guide them, and they were looking for a hermit by a tornado just like the one they saw, they continued on. Drawing closer to the light, the storm off the bay swerved around them. Its dark clouds swirled over the hut, and the icy whirlwind spun snow toward them as they approached the house. It was a frightening sight to see, but the whirlwind held its position in an unnatural way. Clouds swirled above as if drawn to the very spot they now walked under. The house was a stone hovel with a single window that glowed a yellow color in the dark night. From atop it, a single chimney came up, made up of larger circular stones, and around it grew a green grass, somehow alive in the frigid temperatures of the isle. Toslin knocked on the door, but instead of an answer from the other side, the door opened. A figure in a gold hood stared out at them.
"Can I help you, good sirs, this frightfully cold night?"
The tornado seemed to slow and stop near the edge of the shoreline. The roar of its winds was horrendous.
"We have come to seek out your assistance in a trouble we have."
"Then you bring me trouble?"
The voice became harsh.
"You bastards of the earth! I cannot have you wrecking my home with your elven blood."
The voice then softened.
"Come in. Come out of the cold."
They followed the figure in, unsure if they were truly welcome or not. The inside of the hovel was plainly adorned. A bloody knife lay on a bare table, opposite a roaring fire that brought each of them much-needed warmth. Around the table was a white skin of some animal, and there was barely room for them as they huddled together. Kealin looked about and could see no fresh kills being prepared, and was perplexed by the bright red blood on the blade. His hand was at the hilt of his sword, and he had no plans to remove it. Looking around further, there were no chairs, only the figure's bed that it sat on, looking out at them.
"What assistance can this lonely hermit offer elves of the woods?"
Toslin knelt down at its level.
"We have been sent to acquire a way to dim. A darkness encroaches the wind god, and we must assist him."
The figure did not move.
"We understand you have shells of a certain kind, capable of getting us through the storms that protect his land. Shells of Mirdas, god of the sea."
The figure hummed a tune, much like the tune played by Vanku, and then stood.
"I do know of these shells. I have some. It is the ones that are pink. They do what you wish. The blue ones summon gods. I have both, as well as other shells. But can you do for me a task? A task I need assistance with?"
Before an answer was given, the figure's voice changed again.
"You need to give me a wretched rest, you flea-munching tree-dwellers! How long must I remain awake in this torment of life? For 300, 400 more years am I to be unable to leave, unable to do what I must to die? I am trapped by that wretched storm in this wretched little wreck of a home with these wretched tree-dwellers."
There was silence, and then it spoke again, softer like before.
"I am in need of assistance, as you kind elves wish to give me. I need a way out, a way to die, you see. I have a problem with that."
The figure stood and went to the table and the bloody knife. It picked up the bloody blade. Kealin's hand drew his sword partially out, ready to defend them.
"You see, when you insult the one called Vanku, you have problems. This is mine."
The figure took the blade and thrust it into the hood of his cape. A spray of blood came with each repeated strike as over and over it drove the blade into itself. But the figure did not stumble, did not fall. It stood just as before and set the blade on the table, a pool of blood forming around it. The figure then reached to its cape, pushing back the veil. Kealin turned his eyes for a moment, for the sight was a hideous one. Where the figure's face should have been was a scarred mass of blood and tissue, the recent stabs scarring over between two eyes that by some power still could look out. Straggled gray hair hung down across the face, if one could call it a face.
You will help me die, and I will give you the shells in payment.
The three brothers stood staring and not sure what to make of the arrangement given to them.
How can you die if that did not kill you? We have but elven blades,
said Kealin.
My death is a simple one,
it told them.
This island has a place beneath the ground, a place where all can be explained. There is a demon there, placed by that one who plays the organ. It keeps death from me. If you can defeat the demon, I will give you the shells. It will not take much, for she can be deceived, if one can convince her that she is not being deceived.
So the demon is a female? A human? An elf? A dwarf?
Just a demon,
it replied. Where is this place? Asked Kealin.
Beneath us.
The figure pointed down and then went to its bed, pushing the bed away, revealing a door in the floor of the hovel. The figure took a key and unlocked a large silver lock. The door opened with a clank on the floor.
Down there you will find her. My temptation was always to try to win my death, but I could not. I could not do it. You must betray her to destroy her. So is what I have learned. Perhaps you three can.
The figure jerked toward them, grabbing Toslin.
Or perhaps you will die instead and be devoured by the hellish creature of fire.
Kealin drew his blade and stabbed the figure. It did nothing but looked downward. A flow of blood ran down the elven blade.
If only, good sir, that was enough.
The figure walked backward off the blade and backed up against the fire.
Please, go on and free me from my burden. My mind is being divided for some time in the madness of this place.
Toslin looked at the figure.
How can we know this is not some trap, and that you will not do what you say?
You do not. But what choice do you have if you wish to reach your goal? I seek death myself. What good does betraying you do for me?
Toslin seemed convinced to Kealin, but Kealin looked less than happy of their situation. Still, he pushed Toslin out of the way to go to the stairwell first himself. Kealin followed after him, and Toslin was the last. As Kealin made it down to the lower level, he made out a grand beach. The waves came in off a blue shore, and across white sand scurried a crab into the surf. The sun was bright. They walked together, each looking up at the sun and then across the expanse. Kealin looked around.
This is not real. What we are seeing is not right. I know, said Toslin. It is the demon.
She,
corrected Kealin.
But how will we find her here?
Kealin turned and looked behind him. He drew his blade. A woman stood there. Her hair was long and dark. Strands of it fell between her breasts. He could see her hips, but she wore a silver raiment across her waist that fell just above her knees. She walked toward them, a smile across her face. He could see her eyes scanning each of them. In his mind he heard wails, but he centered his thoughts, staring at her. She seemed to be more than she appeared, but he could not see it, for it was shadowy and her image remained front in his mind.
What are three of the most powerful race in the lands doing in my domain?
She asked.
What pleasures do you seek?
No pleasures, said Toslin. We seek nothing.
The demon was not to be so easily tricked.
Toslin of the Urlas woodlands, you cannot avoid conversation with such short words.
Kealin stepped forward. He drew his sword and began toward her.
Kealin, the younger brother, you draw your blade so well, but dear Ori never stood a chance against the whites, and even now she is ill. How poor of you.
Kealin stopped.
How do you—
Your thoughts are mine, dear elf. Once more, what do you seek?
She looked to Kealin. The wails returned, and her eyes began to burn in his mind. He lifted his head, looking down. He dropped his sword. I need not this blade, he said. He then felt her gaze leave him. She now walked toward Toslin.
What can I do for you?
She brushed his cheek with her hand.
You can do nothing. I am not tricked by this.
Kealin looked to him, but noticed he had begun to sweat.
This is no trick, and you can remain here with me. No need to return to the bitter cold and the faceless man.
Toslin went to draw his blade, but her hand was upon his, and he began to waver even in his stance against her. Kealin went to go beside her.
I will throw you from this mount, demon,
he shouted. He went to her, but she raised her hand, and he paused, staring down into the sand. He seemed afraid. His eyes widened, and he struggled to stand.
What is it?
asked Kealin.
A cliff, brother. Do you not see it?
He looked, but saw nothing but the sand. She reached into the sand and drew a black stone.
Why not you taste the fruits of this land, Toslin? Just one taste.
Toslin looked down and smiled.
I am hungry, and it looks delicious.
Kealin looked to his brothers. Kealin still worried he was about to fall, and now his elder brother, who thought a stone to look like food.
What is wrong? Do you not see this beach, and that is a stone? Toslin, do not be fooled.
But Toslin was fooled.
Brother, this is a berry, not a stone. Perhaps you should allow her to feed you.
Kealin turned to Kealin, pushing him from his spot. He fell forward and screamed, striking the ground as Kealin knew he would. But he stood up, coughing not on sand as Kealin saw, but black dirt.
It was not a cliff, said Kealin.
Where are we? What is this dark place?
He lifted his sword.
Toslin, it is a beast! I can see her now!
Kealin looked around. The beach was not real, and that he knew. They had each seen what they loved. Kealin the mountains, himself the ocean. But what of Toslin? How could he dissuade this mirage from his brother?
Where are we, Toslin?
He shouted.
We are in a place of wondrous glory that an Urlas blade would love. But this lovely woman wants to treat those of battle to a taste of her berries. Just a moment, little brother.
She was now near his lips with the black stone. It swirled with a black fire within, and Kealin stared into her from the side.
Do not.
The demon turned and looked to him.
You have power beyond what I could seek. My master must have known this. Why would he send you here? I will kill your brother. You cannot dissuade him.
Kealin looked to Toslin. His mouth was open, and she was teasing him with the berry. Kealin had gained a fearful sight and a true one when he tested his mirage, or rather, was helped to test it. Kealin turned. The ocean rushing up, he stepped into the water, and it faded to a black dust that spread out across the dark room, lit only by torches that surrounded a great circle. He turned to see not a woman, but a beast of white skin and tall black horns protruding from not only atop her head, but the sides. Her clawed hand held the stone at Toslin's head, and his mouth was open.
He believes he is in a place of wondrous glory that an Urlas woodland's blade would love,
Kealin thought to himself. The demon interrupted his thought.
You know not what you think. Do not try it.
But he would. His brother thought he was upon the field of battle. A battle maiden was to offer him a treat he would well deserve with his skill. But what if the enemy was not dead? Kealin ran for his blade. Grasping it, he shouted,
"Elf of Urlas! I am your enemy! Face me!"
His brother's gaze turned, and his blade was drawn.
"No!"
the demon growled. Toslin came upon him, his blade up, and Kealin parried, throwing his brother to the side. He sidestepped and ran upon him. Toslin turned and looked at Kealin.
"I do not fear you, foul thing."
The mirage had not faded, and his brother still sought to fight him. He braced his blade against the slashing sword meant for him, and thought of how he might change the mirage so as to throw out his brother. He stepped forward, striking twice to throw Toslin back. It was then he thought and shouted,
"Kalak, your blade! Throw it to me!"
Kalak did so, and Kealin caught it. In a fury, he swung at his brother, swinging his blades as he did, striking high and low at his brother's parries. With the clanging of elven blades, he saw Toslin's gaze change. And now he no longer fought. He recoiled and began breathing fast.
"What trick is this, Kealin? Why do you fight me? I was upon the war grounds, facing a—"
It seemed Toslin had been drawn out of his mirage as well. The demon stepped forward. She set her gaze upon Kealin, and his forehead felt warm. The wails began again, and he looked back at her.
"I know not my power, but this is my stand. I told you I needed no blade. I can destroy you."
The demon broke her stare, and a tear formed in her eye.
I cannot believe I fell for such a trick. I have been deceived by my own master. You solved the riddle of the mirages with little more than a simple distraction. My master would not have done this for no reason. I have tormented the faceless man for so long. Why now would he do this? I am betrayed to this fate, and have been beaten by little more than you. It is over. I will fade, and he will die. Beware fate.
It was then the demon burst into a white fire. A wail bellowed through the cavern, and Kealin looked upon her form as she turned to dust and collapsed.
"This is the end for you,"
he said out loud. Toslin stared at him.
"You did it again."
"What?" he asked.
"Your voice, like the shaman. What happened?"
"I still don't know, but I could hear her thoughts. She said that her master betrayed her, but he had a reason. Her master was Vanku. He was whom I first did it with. She also said to beware fate." "Force it from mind, brother," Kalak said. Kealin handed Kalak back his sword. "Thank you for this." Toslin embraced him.
"Thank you for stopping me from falling to its tricks. Those two blades are useful. But I do not know what to think of this power of yours. It is not elven, at least not something I know of."
Kalak laughed. "That is speaking of wisdom beyond, for our elder brother knows much. I do not know either, but it is of no concern now. Let us deliver the news to the man above. He will be pleased to know what has happened." They went back to the stairwell and climbed up. They found the man lying on the ground, his bleeding face uncovered, and his body partially in the fire and beginning to smoke as his hood and cape started to burn. The blade from the table was in his neck, and a pool of blood covered the floor. On the table was a note and a small sack. Kealin picked up both, opening the note.
Brothers,
I knew you could, and you have. I am done with her wail. I know it is time. Do well with these gifts, for I did not.
He opened up the sack and found several tiny shells of differing colors.
"We have them,"
said Kealin.
"and it seems the faceless man has what he wished,"
said Toslin. "Let us hurry back to Ulri," Kalak told them. They exited the hovel as the body of the figure began to burn and the hovel itself caught fire. Within the glow of the burning structure they stood, looking out at the bay and the tornado of ice. The funnel began to falter and then vanish into the clouds, a deep gust blowing upon them now. Toslin looked to them and began forward, Kealin and Kalak following. Without the tornado spinning a rain of ice upon them, the blustery winds of the night were not as bad as they had perceived before. They made their way with haste, but not as quickly as the isle before, where the imminent threat of attack was on their backs. Ahead, Kealin could see the torches of the Ayla sunrise. He looked up and noticed the constellations and that it was early morning now. The passage of time was quick within the lair of the demon. He thought of the happenings before, his ability to speak to the demon and his sense of her attempting to look within his mind. He did not know how, but his ability to sense and decipher the unknown was growing. Where before it was a second of foresight allowing him to parry a blade or sidestep a thrust from his opponent on the arena floor, it had become more, and a power that both Vanku and his demon servant perhaps feared. Drawing closer to the place where they had left the ship, they started smelling a salty, burning smell. It was not the torches of the Ayla sunrise. A golden glow was in the air, shrouded in fog rolling over the shore. Toslin was thinking what Kealin feared. The Ayla sunrise's enchanted shield was up. At least it would provide safety in the event of an attack. But as they came closer, they saw no one on the deck.
"Where are they?"
Kalak asked. Kealin and Toslin were silent. Looking at each other, they then went to opposite ends of the ship, searching at the water, and then back up at the ship.
"Vals! Ulri!"
Kealin shouted. But there was no answer. Charred and broken pieces of wood rolled in with the tide. Chapter 6. Lost.
"They must have been attacked,"
said Toslin.
"Check the tracks leading away from the ship. Perhaps he and Ulri fled."
Kealin ran along the edge of the shore, away from the wreckage. He scanned the ground, looking for displaced snow or the imprint, at least, of something out of place. The ground was untouched. Not a single rock had been turned, nor ice broken in random pools that he was careful to not slip on. He stopped, scanning the dark horizon of the open expanse of the isle.
"Ulri, where are you?"
He turned to the water and saw what they had not before. A ship was beyond the Ayla sunrise, and a smaller boat was in the water, approaching his brothers. Upon the deck, stout men were busy loading into another boat. It was dwarves, some of the same from the tavern back where they had run into Rugog and his crew. His brothers were not looking toward the shore. He moved along the edge.
"Toslin! Kalak!"
he shouted, but the wind was not in his favor, and his voice did not carry to them. The dwarves were upon them, and though Toslin drew his blade, he lowered it as Kalak was taken to the ground at spear point. His elder brother dropped his blade and lifted his hands in surrender. Kalak was pulled up and forced toward his brother as the other group of dwarves landed closer to Kealin and began to spread out in a half-circle. He couldn't hear what was being said, but needed to get closer. He looked behind him. An old pathway, carved out by a long frozen-over river, ran further down and would provide him some form of cover in the darkness. But taking this approach, he would still be seen. He felt he had no choice. It was then he heard the water break to his right. He glanced over. It was a narwhal.
Hello, friend.
The narwhal seemed to turn to him. He heard melody and an echo in his mind. A word appeared, and he spoke it as he heard it in his mind.
Tulasiro. Is that your name?
The narwhal blew air from its blowhole. He smiled. There seemed to be a careful friendship developing between them.
Do you know where Ulri and Vols are?
The narwhal moved in the water, swimming outward to the open sea and then back to the shore.
If they are gone, we cannot go that way yet. We must get the ship, and my brothers are in danger.
The narwhal turned to him, rolling his horn along the shore and blowing air.
Will you help me?
Kealin heard sounds in his mind as before and felt calmness upon himself. It was then a voice shouted across the winds.
Come on, a beast is on the shore!
They had spotted the narwhal, now known to Kealin as Tulasiro. The dwarves closest to them, and most of those who had come in the second boat and not right by his brothers, were now coming his way. He lay down in the snow. Drawing his blade, he held it close. In the bleak darkness, he would look like little more than a dark patch. The dwarves went to the water's edge, but Tulasiro had already left.
Look around here. You know it will come back up. Stupid creature,
the one growled to the others. There were 5 in total. They each looked to the waters, and not to where their own actual danger lay in waiting, at least to Kealin's plan. The one on the furthest edge would be the easiest to slay, but was not his first target. He would take the one in front with a single stab in the open spot in his rusty armor that he had failed to maintain. Strange for a crafter of metals as were dwarves, but he had never seen dwarves like these. The second strike would come to whichever dwarf turned next to him, and then the next would be whoever was still standing. The last, who would have likely frozen in some form of shock, he would take as a tool for bargaining. The dwarves looked at one another.
Like Lynn not even a whale. Why would one come into shore like this? Stupid creatures. Perhaps if the group of them wouldn't have run into that harbor, we would never even have found them. You know how Rugog is, though, always thinking of that Vols. This ship was taken with ease beyond what we could have guessed. All of this time, and we take it so simply. We got him and that little elven woman. I can't wait to get off this rock and her.
The dwarf began a bellowing laugh as he thrust his hips.
Patience, Lura, the one on the edge said. We need to find that other elf. 2 are not enough. There is a third. We know it. And so do those 2 elves. I had thought them Urlas blades, but they gave up without a fight. Weak blades are more how I see them.
The one speaking did not draw another breath as Kealin's blade slashed his neck and squirted a warm rush of fluids, casting a fog in the air. The half-elf cracked the dwarf closest to him in the head, knocking him into the water, as he slashed the remaining dwarves across their chests in one arching spin. One of the 2 fell, and the other backed away in shock. His plan was working. He knew these bastards were weak. The winds worked to his advantage, for as another dwarf cried out, his sounds were muted by the gusts, and his head was taken off. Looking around, the last dwarf trembled, holding the spot with his open hand that Kealin had slashed. He backed up to the edge of the water and dropped his weapon. Kealin grabbed him by the throat. He was heavy, but Kealin lifted him up, staring at him. He had a desire to kill him if he did not wish to use him as he did. His pulse thudded in his hands. He could feel his heart pounding in his chest. But that was not the way of an Urlas blade, and it was not what he needed to do at this time. He lowered him to the ground and kept him in grasp by gripping his armor. He squirmed as Kealin walked with him, approaching the group surrounding Toslin and Kalik. The other dwarves did not notice Kealin right away, but as he emerged from the darkness, they saw him, cursing and running forward before the half-elf lifted his quarry for the rest to see. One of the dwarves slapped Toslin and then turned toward Kealin.
Well, elf, it seems you are here. Your friend here had told me you were dead.
He motioned to Toslin. Kealin smiled. Perhaps he meant you, if you do not answer my questions. The dwarf laughed.
You threaten us? We outnumber you.
So you do. But his friends did not seem to be able to do much against me. Kealin placed his blade against the neck of his prisoner. The dwarf looked around with widened eyes.
He killed the others in cold blood, sir.
Kealin's grip turned tighter.
You mean to tell me that an Urlas blade murdered my men? Do you not have a code, blade? Your enemy cannot have their back turned when you face them. A fair duel, you call it.
Kealin pressed his blade against the edge of the dwarf's neck. He screamed as it pierced the first layer of his skin, blood running down the blade. Toslin looked on and looked to Kealin. He was looking down at his blade that the dwarves had removed and tossed only a few feet from them. The blades of the Urlas woodlands do have such a code. I do not, for I am not a blade, Kealin shouted. Where is the elf taken from the Ayla sunrise? And tell me of Vols. Where are they? There was silence in the group of dwarves, and two of them slowly inched to his far left, almost out of sight. The other two, closest to his brothers, had walked toward his right. He looked to Toslin, who made eye motions to his sword lying in the snow.
You will not murder him, elf. You are too pure for such an act as a dwarf might do.
Kealin tightened the grip on his blade. You force my hand, dwarf, for I will learn what I want, in any way I must. He pulled the blade through his quarry's neck, slicing his vessels and cutting through his tissues. The dwarf gargled and fell to the ground. What have you done? The dwarf shouted. The others around him began to back up as Kealin stretched out his blade. The dwarves, who before had been stalwart and confident, looked to their boat. Toslin and Kealin went for their blades, and they were not hindered. The dwarves turned and ran for their boat, the lead dwarf pushing one of his companions into Kealin's path as the remaining ones fled. From the waters near where the boat floated, the narwhal Tulasiro came from the depths, shattering the vessel and throwing debris onto the shore. The dwarves turned again, and their leader pushed them toward the elves. Kealin and Toslin struck at their aggressors as Kealin moved into the last one. He pointed his blade at his neck as Tulasiro came from behind, resting its horn against the dwarf's back.
I don't know what you want. Name where they have been taken,
Kealin yelled, his blade against the dwarf's neck.
Rugog took them. He went south. I can take you.
Can you take us?
Asked Kealin.
Yes, I will gladly take you. They head back to town. An isle like before. They will not be too far from here.
The dwarf smiled, but Kealin did not return it. Toslin placed his hand on his shoulder. It is not the way of our people, Kealin. Do not kill him. Kealin had no plan to. He stepped back from the dwarf, lowering his blade, but before the dwarf could move a step, he buried the blade into his leg. The dwarf screamed and gripped his knee.
Kealin,
Toslin said. They took our sister, and he was a part of it. Tell me you would not do the same. Do you wish to take him with us? I do not. Kealin walked away toward the Ayla sunrise as Kealin and Toslin looked at one another, speechless. The shield around the Ayla sunrise was set and could not be passed by Kealin's knowledge. He tapped his sword on it and found it was not a riddle they could easily solve. He turned. Tulasiro had disappeared into the depths. He looked to the others. The dwarf was still wailing in pain. We have a ship, but it is that wretched dwarven one, he told them. I know not the magic the Ayla sunrise is protected by. Nor do I, Toslin said. We can use their ship. The other rowboat is over there. The dwarf had become silent, and with their backs turned, they did not see his wobbling approach. In a last attempt of fight, the dwarf drew a knife, bleeding profusely from his legs as he did, running toward Kealin. Kealin turned, seeing his approach, and slashed the dwarf down before driving the blade into the man's chest. Kealin jerked around and looked to Kealin with a nod. He then glanced up at Toslin. "Dwarves, at least in the glacial seas, they cannot be trusted," Kealin said. Toslin seemed thankful the threat had been dealt with, but the beliefs of the blades still stuck in his mind. Kealin and Kealin went to the rowboat and steadied it. They boarded and rowed toward the ship. None of them really knew how to sail, and as they came closer, they noticed the battle scars left on it by the Ayla sunrise. Its sails had been burned to mere cinders. It seemed otherwise intact, though there was a lot of wood floating in the water. Kealin wondered how many ships Vols had taken down before he was captured. Toslin pointed out, "A courageous man, Vols. He fought well to hold this ground, it seems." The dwarven ship was easily boarded, being lower to the water, and with the surf not as torrential as before. They made their way onto it and began to look around. "Check what stores you can find. We must hope there are sails somewhere," Toslin said. "Do you know how to sail, brother?" Kealin questioned. "I have not thought of how yet." They each took turns looking through a large collection of nets and spears, more than a few bottles of wine, and dry goods. The dwarves were well stocked, but they could not find any sails. Kealin walked along the rails, looking into the waters. 2 massive ropes went out from the decks and followed around 2 large cogs. He guessed the anchors were below. Tulasiro broke the water, and as he stared into the waves, other narwhals appeared, their horns gleaming in the starlight. "What is it?" The narwhals all threw themselves forward, diving down into the depths. Toslin and Kealin came beside Kealin. "What do the narwhals want with us?" Kealin asked. "Tulasiro," said Kealin. "Who?" "One of the narwhals. Its name is Tulasiro. It was the one who destroyed the boat, trapping the dwarves. I do not know what it and its brethren do, but—" The ship began to lurch with the waves, and a moment later the narwhals had appeared just below the surface. The ship began to move forward into the sea. The ropes hanging off the sides slipped forward, splintering the rails, and the elves steadied their feet as the ship dropped downward and then leveled out, a burst of frigid water coming over the rails of the vessel. Kealin went to the front of the ship. The 2 lines that had been tied to the anchors now were straight out, and the flippers of the narwhals flapped as the ship was pulled forward. "They must know," said Kealin. "Tulasiro spoke to me before. I believe they know where Vols and Ulri are." "As strange as your words are, we must hope that they do," Toslin stated. It was some time they traveled before Toslin came to Kealin. Kealin was eating a strange fruit he had found in storage, and Toslin had brought Kealin bread to share with him. "You must keep your strength up, little brother." Kealin glanced down at him and then back to the sea ahead, his eyes scanning the horizon for signs of Ulri and Vols. "I do not need that," he told him. Toslin stood eating his own bread, but it was more than a snack he wanted with Kealin. "That dwarf, back on the shore. I wanted to talk to you about your actions." Kealin glared at him. "Our sister has been taken. I will not let some scheming dwarf dishonor us in such a way by withholding what he knows." "I know you do not have the respect for our people as I think you should, but you must embrace good conscience." "My conscience is well, brother. I know why I do what I do. I will strike someone from behind if it means saving any of you. Besides, he got what he deserved from Kealin." Toslin sighed. "Our brother is on the fence, and he could be as his people, or resist like his brother. Then I hope you keep him near you, Toslin, for I would hate for him to also feel your judgment." He went silent, but Kealin continued. "I may have resisted the ways of the blades,
But I listened to the Blade Master, learned what I could, and have increased my skills so that you may see that if nothing else is true, I am worthy to stand beside you. I am not of pure elven blood. Our people made sure to tell me that from a young age. I was not given pardon as you were. Brother, I only pray we use wisdom in all of our decisions. I do, he replied. The wisdom imparted to me by our teacher.
The polar lights were above them, a greenish ribbon across the sky, turning red and purple as swift winds blew the clouds, showing the moon once again. The speed of the narwhals was magnificent, and Kealin was sure they were moving faster than they had aboard the Aelus Sunrise, except, of course, when they had floated for a time above the sea itself. In the distance, they could see blots on the horizon. At first, it looked to be more glaciers. A bit ago, they passed 4 large ones that had caused Kealin's attention to perk and then fall. This was different. 4 small glints of light were visible, and it seemed, at least from afar, they were the ships that they were looking for. Kealin looked down into the water as one of the narwhals broke off from those towing and made eye contact with him. He nodded after hearing its message and looked to his brothers.
The ships are ahead. They will lead us in. We are expecting other creatures to help. Vals is liked among those of the sea.
Kealin noticed his speech had changed for a moment, but thought nothing further of it. His blade was ready. For the sake of those bastard sea-dwelling burrowers, Ulri better be untouched. Toslin and Kalak stood beside him as the broken dwarven vessel gained upon the ships. The fact that it was a dwarven vessel worked to their advantage, for the large catapults on the 4 ships remained unlit and undrawn even as they ran along the stern of the ship on the far east side of the column. As they looked along the enemy ship, they ducked down, hiding behind the wreckage of the railings as other dwarves began to look on. 2 ships over, there appeared to be a ship of grander design. It had bright green railings. It was the flagship of Rugog, the lost vessel of their fleet arriving, even with burned sails, was a very peculiar occurrence.
We go together. Clear the decks one by one, said Toslin.
Agreed, Kealin said.
If you spot Ulri or Vals, stay with them. If we see Rugog, kill him. We move ship to ship all the way to the flagship.
Toslin looked at Kealin but said nothing of killing Rugog.
Together, brothers.
The ships were next to each other, and it was clear the narwhals had left the ropes. Those aboard the dwarven vessel shouted to one another, talking of the burned sails and the lack of a crew. The elven brothers knelt with their blades. As dwarves began to board the ship, Kealin led the attack, jumping from one ship to the next. He landed with little more than a thud. His eyes scanned the deck, and he squinted, looking for either his sister or Vals. His brothers landed next to him, and it was then the dwarves of the ship noticed they had been boarded. Kalak and Toslin went right, sliding into a stance with swords behind them. The dwarves charged them. One had a net, while another 2 had spears, and the remainder, coming from a galley at the aft of the ship, came with what weapons they could find. They were cut down one after another. Kealin worked the opposite way, cutting down 2 dwarves near the deck-mounted crossbow. Shouts filled the air from the other ships as dwarves laid down planks to cross from one ship to the next. Kealin leaped onto the nearest one, slashing each dwarf who came between him and wherever it was Ulri and Vals were. One by one, taking down the dwarves and spraying blood across the ice-encrusted deck, he began to feel frustrated. This ship, too, was lacking whom he searched for. Kalak and Toslin turned the wheel of the furthest ship, and it crushed into the one next to it, starting a chain reaction of colliding and splintered wood. They joined Kealin on the second vessel they had taken.
"Wake Rugog!"
someone shouted. Kealin looked, spotting a trio of men running from the third ship, which he guessed was, in fact, the flagship, into a locked room adorned with the jaws of sharks. The dwarf at the helm turned the third ship away from the second ship as the fourth ship on the outside moved to protect it. Its crossbow was readied and aimed at the second ship that the brothers had now managed to clear of breathing dwarves. The crossbow fired. Its bolt tore across the deck. Its tail slapped just over Kealin, close enough for him to hear the buzz of its chain across his ears. The fourth ship was moving along front of the second ship, now even further from the green-railed flagship of the dwarves that tried to move away from them. From the depths of the sea, an explosion of ice and water came as Tulasiro broke the surface with its brethren, the pod of narwhals smashing into the side of the crossbow-firing ship. Tulasiro crushed the mechanisms of the crossbow, rolling off the side and back into the depths. All across the ship, more narwhals struck the dwarves. The wooden deck splintered with their weight, and the dwarves fought back, sticking more than just one of the large white whales with spears and hacking at them with axes. The fourth dwarven vessel was destroyed. The flagship of Rugog now moved alongside of them. Without their other ships, they would have to fight. Both now they were prepared and garbed in armor. Toslin went to the crossbow and fired into the center mast of the ship. With a crack, the bolt slapped across the deck and took down many of the dwarves. Rugog appeared and shouted, climbing to the helm of his ship and twisting a crystal of similar design as the one on the Ayla Sunrise. The air began to sizzle, and a stream of fire shot across the bow of the ship from the flagship, catching the other two vessels on fire. The dwarves boarded the ship, and the slicing and clanging of metals filled the air, as the dwarves proved better opponents now that the surprise of the attack had worn off. Kealin twisted his blade before arching back down on two dwarves who had pointed at him and proudly charged. Their mistake. The ship under attack by narwhals had been reduced to a sinking mess, its occupants, both drowning in the frigid waters and being skewered by the horns of the narwhals, wailed into the night sky. Other creatures had come now, too, and enacted a long-awaited revenge on their hunters. The ocean was angry, and the waters were very much alive. The dwarves were losing their hold on the elves, and Rugog knew it. He disappeared into a hidden recess under the helm with two of his dwarves and returned dragging Olri and Vols. Kealin shouted to alert his brothers.
Olri!
Toslin and Kalak looked, suddenly feeling a renewed vigor for battle. Like some type of sudden blessing for Rugog, more dwarves swarmed the deck of the flagship and crossed over to attack the elves. Each elf had at least 4 assailants at any moment, and as one would fall from the glowing red blade of an elf, another would take its place. The deck of the ship had become a slippery mess of bloody ice and sea foam. Kalak had broken through his attackers and leaped to the flagship. Rugog pushed the 2 dwarves near him, and he was engaged. The younger brother worked to slice his way to his sister. Olri was awake and could see what was happening. She looked to Rugog, and though she had been beaten more than once, she could see through her swollen eye enough to make out his knee. She kicked him, and a crack followed, the dwarf grasping at his leg. She scurried up, weak but on her feet. Toslin and Kealin defeated the last of their attackers and made it to the ship. Kalak cut down the remaining 2 dwarves and approached Rugog. Toslin and Kealin went to Olri.
"You came. You didn't leave me."
"We would never, Olri," Toslin said. "Are you well?"
She is not who you should worry of now,
Rugog announced. Rugog forced Vols to his knees. A circular collar of some design was now on his neck, and the dwarf held his finger on a trigger of sort, trembling. Kealin looked it up and down and did not know what the device he held. His eyes met Vols, and the man wept.
"There," Rugog said. "Quietness. I am under no belief that I will survive this. I wish to have the Ayla Sunrise, but it is out of reach due to this man's devices. I at least had him and a nice elf for a bonus, but I did not know the sea would react as such. These beasts, good for oil and bones, not to mention the narwhals and their lovely horns, are good profits.
But that is no more. My ships are sinking, and even now, what I had built is burning.
The fires of broken oil lanterns had engulfed the dwarven vessels. Flames had begun to catch even the flagship, and were beyond extinguishing.
But he will die first.
"Take care of them," Vols shouted out. "Please, take care of the narwhal." The dwarf pressed the trigger, and the blade severed the captain of the Ayla Sunrise's neck. Blood squirted up and covered Rugog.
And now I die, but not before I say this. Your world, my world will end. Darkness approaches the glacial seas. All you four do is for nothing but to prolong suffering in your own hearts. Even your path now takes you closer. This was all meant to happen like this. Vols was just a step. I am happy to know your ends come. May you sickening elves go the same way as Vols, but much slower and more horrendously.
Kealin stepped forward and slashed the dwarf, severing his head beside that of Vols. It was the most satisfying, but yet most empty kill he had felt. Vols was dead, and there was nothing that could be done for it. Toslin looked at him, but he had no protest to this killing.
"What did he mean?" asked Kalak. "What darkness? How does he know of our intents or fate?"
"Put it from mind, brother," Kealin said, "as you told me before. As it stands, we still go to serve Dim."
Hurry, brothers. We are still not safe,
Toslin said. The ship was sinking around them, and there was not a nearby boat seaworthy enough to hold them. Kealin looked to the waters where Tulasiro had been. As the sea rippled with the ships burning and cracking into the icy water, the elves ran to the highest point of the ship not engulfed by flames.
"What do we do?" asked Kalak.
The narwhal pod came around the edge of the sinking ship and slowed. Kealin saw that Tulasiro was closest.
"Do you wish me upon you, Tulasiro?"
He heard the sound of the narwhal's song, and he smiled, leaping from the wrecked ship to the body of the narwhal. He caught hold around the form of its head. Its skin felt strange against his, and though he was not in the water completely, he was very cold. The others followed suit, jumping onto the narwhals as the ship began to disappear into the void of the ocean.
"My staff!"
Ulri said. Toslin looked back at the ship.
We will find you another one, sister. Be happy we were able to save you.
Kealin looked back to see each of his siblings. He felt a strange hate for what had transpired, but at the same time he was thankful. A stirring was within him. Vols had wished him to take care of the narwhals. For once, he felt purposed to do something beyond himself, but he did not know what to make of it. Vols was a good man, and in that he found respect, a feeling he did not have for many. He thought of Rugog's words as well, unsure of what to believe of them. The pod of narwhals made their way away from the wreckage with a careful pace. It was difficult for them to keep the elves above the surface of the water while also propelling themselves forward. Kealin did not know where they were being taken, only that his hands were aching from the cold water. He did not know how long he himself could hang on, much less Ulri, who was not in great health to begin with. He looked up at the sky. He could just see the constellation of a sea snail, but he had not been watching the time as of late. Tiredness filled his body. Or was it the numbness in his fingertips, spreading to his arm and causing it to be painful to take any amount of breath into his chest? Vision clouding, he made out the polar lights bright above him. The water seemed to be moving faster, pushing them along. A strange current.
"Mirdas, master,"
Tulasiro said to him. "Your master. I thank him. We all do." Tulasiro moved more quickly and broke through ice. Kealin pulled his arms up as much as he could muster to prevent the ice from scratching him. He turned to glance behind, and it seemed that Olri had fallen asleep. At least he hoped it was that. Her condition of the whites was a mystery to him, and her true health was unknown. He looked up to see the shore ahead. It was a cliff-faced island, and the beach itself was inside a rocky grotto lit with glowing flowers. It reminded him of some of the groves near Eldmer Lake back in the Urlas woodlands. But it had been some time since he was able to look upon them himself. The yellow, orange, and red flowers sparkling upward were dotted with fairies fluttering from bloom to bloom. He felt himself rolled onto the shore, and then the thuds as his siblings were placed the same way by the narwhals. As the pod of narwhals left, the fairies floated over them, and he felt himself growing more tired and falling to sleep. He looked around, seeing still the polar lights, but then rocks and a blackness to their left. It was a cave. Within the dark he saw two blue eyes looking back at him. He wished to sit up, but could not. He fell asleep, unable to stay awake any longer, but very much not alone. Chapter 7. Ice Drake. Kealin opened his eyes. The sky was unchanged to his just wakening self. The winds were calm, and though he was very cold, his body felt restored. Aches from the past few days had been healed. He sat up, seeing that Kalak was up and walking around their stony surroundings. Toslin was some distance away, walking near the edge of the water, standing ankle-deep on a pebble beach. Olri, too, had just awoken. Toslin noticed her first and went to her.
Olri, how do you feel?
She smiled.
Better. Though I still feel the sickness within me, I feel as if I have been healed to some degree.
The fairies from before flew high above them. Kealin could see better now that they were in a large cave. He looked to his left and the darkness. He remembered the eyes from before, but looked around, finding no sight of them.
"Kealin," said Kalak. "We are in some cavern, but we cannot find a way out. It seems we must wait for the narwhals. That is, if they come back. Did they say anything to you?"
Toslin turned to look at him also. It seemed the general belief was that he might know something, given his gift.
I do not know. I just barely remember being placed here.
"Well, we took the time to search, and there is no way we can find. We had thought to climb out near the entrance and make our way up, but the stones are too slippery, and we have nothing that will give us grip."
Kealin stood and walked toward the darkness of the back of the cave.
We checked as far as we could. It is no good,
Toslin told him. What his brother had said was true. The edge of the cave dropped into a blackness with no discernible end that he could make out. For a time, they appeared trapped. Kealin went back to Olri, who was still sitting on the ground. He came behind her and embraced her, holding her tightly in his arms.
"I was worried for a moment that you had been lost."
I too had worried of that. I had never been as happy to have heard a shouting clamor as I did as you three attacked the distant ship. Even from my cell I knew it was you. I knew you would come for us, though Vals, he tried so hard to defend. They overwhelmed us at the Ayla sunrise.
Toslin and Kalak, looking up and down the edge of a tidal pool in the cave, looked up as she began to speak. What did actually happen? Kealin asked.
It was some time after you three left. I had awoken and questioned what transpired. He cared for me, preparing tea, and then he saw them. He pulled me into the storage area as bolts began to fly in, crashing on the deck. He moved along the bow, twisting crystals as he did. Flames leaped from the masts, striking what I would soon learn were the approaching dwarven ships. He attempted to raise the enchantments, but they were upon us before he could. They bound the both of us. But as we were being pulled from the ship, he managed to hit a switch, and a dome surrounded the vessel. We were still pulled from it, but when Rugog attempted to return to the ship to capture it, he could not. Vals would not help him. He was struck many times because of it, too.
Kealin looked over to his brothers. Though they were listening, whatever they had seen in the tidal pool had led them further. It was clear they had found something. Toslin drew his sword and attempted to chip off pieces of the wall.
I was beaten a few times, Ulri continued. But once they learned of my health being as it was, I was to be more of a trophy. Vals, though, I know you did not see it, but they had burned his back with hot iron. Rugog was angry for no reason I could understand. Vals told me he could not let the ship fall to one of them, and he would die before he gave it up. He said the ship was sacred. He said he feared death. I heard what he said before, how if he feared death he would die. I feel bad. I fell asleep many times, so he was alone to suffer. I know not anything else. It is not good that in all this my staff was lost. I am powerless.
Kealin kissed her forehead.
Do not worry of it, sister.
I think I have found something, Kalak said. Kealin looked over, standing up as his brother pointed.
This is no cave. I do not know what it was for sure, but these writings are like those in the cave Vals had showed us. There's brickwork beneath the rock here.
I wish that it helped us in some way, Toslin said. This cave may be no more than the one before. If it is a ruin, the rocks are no help to us in finding our way out.
They spent a considerable amount of time exploring the cave or ruin, depending on which brother was asked and at which particular point of debate they came to. Ulri too helped, for, though thankful to the narwhals to have been brought here, they believed they were abandoned. There were no supplies, no sources of food except for the sea, which was almost pointless, given there were no tools for fishing. Kealin at last resolved to stare into the blackness of the cave. He had seen something there the night they arrived. In time, he sat down, convinced that what he saw would return. The narwhals had picked this place for a reason. It was many hours later when his siblings had gone to sleep cold and hungry. He stared into the blackness. There was something more. He had heard a scratching sound below him, and now it was only a matter of waiting. Kealin drew his blade and looked down further into the depths. The red glow of his sword permeated the shadows. It was then the cave quaked, and he heard sliding in the ice. From below, what appeared to be two burning sapphires shined toward him.
Elves of Urlas woodlands, I had heard you were upon the glacial seas. The narwhals are holy beasts, and they brought you to my domain. Why?
Kealin looked back to his siblings and noticed no one had awoken.
Come up to me, he said downward. Let me know to whom I, Kealin, speak.
There was silence for a moment that was split by sudden scratching, and a rush of cold air blew over Kealin. The others behind were stirred awake. Kealin looked on as, from the depths, a massive face appeared. Its eyes were as sapphires, but were greater, their light shining down a scaly snout, and an icy breath blew over Kealin as a mouthful of teeth opened.
Seen enough of me, elf. They do not have dragons in your woods, I suppose, which is not a surprise to me. This is my home you have intruded.
Now surrounded by his siblings, Kealin sheathed his sword.
We seek to go to Dim, but the dwarf known as Rugog caused us to be taken well off course. We had been upon the Ayla sunrise with Valrin, but his ship is of no use to us now, and he has fallen.
I do see, but why would the narwhals bring you here? I suppose my fairies heal your wounds.
Yes, said Ulri. We are thankful.
A thankful elf? That is something hard to find. One of you speaks from within.
What?
One of you can speak from the mind. I sense it. Who is it?
Kealin closed his eyes.
Me. I had thought it you. I watched you for this day. You seemed to have uncovered a secret within this old harbor, but you could not find a way out.
There is just stone. There is no way that could be found. Or I assure you,
Toslin said, pushing past Kealin.
We would have found it.
The dragon moved his head in close to them and snapped his teeth toward Toslin.
Your brother is whom I respect. You are an elf, pure as can be, by your assurance of what you do not know. Do you not know that we dragons have less than the lowest amount of respect for you elves? Do not speak with me as an inferior or even an equal. I speak to him, for I care much for him and the division he has begun in these seas. The one seeking death has been given it by Vanku. The Lord of Death is gaining power again, and yet you tell me you go to Dim when it is clear you are in service to Vanku?
We are in no such service, said Kealin.
But yet you defeated the demon on the Lonely Isle.
We did that for the shells of Mirdas.
The dragon turned his eye to them and blinked.
Go toward the corner of the cave. I shall reveal to you what you missed, but do not feel bad. It is by my will alone you can leave. Otherwise, you would have become my snack.
The dragon dropped into the darkness, and a gust of wind and a splash followed. Toslin turned to Kealin when the water further out at sea exploded, the dragon emerging some distance off and taking to the sky. They ran toward the edge of the cave and looked up as the massive creature landed someplace above them. There were scratches and rumblings above, and then, in a distant corner, the sky became visible as the quaking dropped rocks rolling all around them.
Come on,
said Toslin. The four of them proceeded toward the opening and emerged on a large icy platform. The ice drake was on all fours, looming above them. Taller than many masts of the ships they had been on, and capable of eating each of them at once with less than a single bite from its jaws, it lowered itself down on the ground, looking over each of them. The rest of the island was built around a large central mountain. Though icy and dark, the mountain smoked, and a red glow pierced the night sky like a lone beacon on the sea. Nestled in its shadow were what appeared buildings, but rock covered most parts of them. Even the platform they were standing on had markings and signs of craftsmanship. Kealin noticed large harbors overrun with rubble of rocks that had come down from the mountain and went into the water.
You four elves are the first in some time to be upon this ground. A seafaring race was destroyed many millennia ago here. Their legacy is now covered in stone. I have been here for some time, protecting it from eyes needing to see it. There is much to be found here to the right person. But that may not be why you are here. You seek Dim. Why are you drawn to him?
He is in danger, Toslin said. A darkness approaches his holy place.
And you have seen this? The dragon said. Be wary of vision, for it can be clouded with simple words spoken beneath the breath.
Not us, said Kealin. Our shaman within the Urlas woodlands. There was darkness already upon the gods of the north. Our parents went to assist them, but we too sought the shaman, learning of this darkness upon Dim.
If your parents needed your assistance, why did they not take you?
We are too young, said Calic.
Young? Do you speak to a dragon like myself of age? Age does not matter in the way the world spins. Perhaps you are not ready for such a task, but then you have traveled far and become sick.
The dragon looked to Ulri.
The whites of Vanku's Isle have infected you.
They had, Ulri stated. But I feel better after the sleep I had here.
A temporary healing, though I know a way to relieve your symptoms. It must be why the narwhals brought you here, as opposed to an inhabited isle. It is all making sense to this old dragon. But I still do not see why I should help those such as yourselves. Dim is not one to waste time with rumors, but I will say I have spoken to him of late, and he is worried much of his brothers further south and rumors of dealings in those lands. Perhaps he, in his wisdom, has become careless. The heart of the winds may be at risk, and if that is so, we have greater worry than Dim himself.
Toslin stepped forward.
That is why we are here. We are to assist Dim and protect our people. But you know not what approaches. How will you help when you do not know how?
It doesn't matter, said Kealin. We go to his assistance no matter what he faces.
And you, Kealin, you are most susceptible to lies. Your mind has power beyond simplicity of sword. You hold not your own creed as a blade, yet you seek a holy one to protect. Guard your own mind, for you have released the one to death that was forbidden it. There is something else at work beyond what you know. But of that I will watch for myself. Yes, Dim is in danger. I am master of the skies of the glacial seas, and those of the Itsu do approach Dim. Know that I cannot harm them. Their ethereal bodies are not affected by dragon ice, and I do not care of the affairs of gods, only that of the world itself. Your blades are elven. Your bodies carry the lifeblood of the earth. Be happy by my words that you can harm them.
Is Dim not a god? Asked Kealin. Can he not destroy them?
That is blasphemy in the eyes of a god, dear elf, but yes, he can. Only he will not be able to stop them all. There is more. A being is within these Itsu. I cannot see it beyond a growing dark magic, but you four may be able to learn more. I do not know.
We need a way to the place of the maelstroms, said Toslin. We thank you for your assistance, but we must get to Dim.
I can provide a way, and I will do so. But it is your sister who needs assistance first. Go into the place beneath the mountain. Retrieve an amulet kept upon the altar in the center chamber. It is large, but you will be able to carry it with ease. Bring it to me, and I will heal this ailment. Think of it as payment for deeds beyond these today.
Toslin nodded. It will be done. The dragon growled and then took to the sky, its wings blowing snow and ice from the platform they stood upon. You agreed quickly, Kealin said. I didn't feel we had much a choice in the decision, Toslin said. Why ask questions that we do not want an answer to? Oh, you mean something like, what is in this place we go to? Kealin said. At least it is not white like before. Ulri shook her head. I hope not. And I hope nothing of ill is here at all. I have no staff to assist you three. From the platform, they followed a literally frozen road. Walking along areas not sheer with ice and made up of more rock, their way was precarious. Aside from falling, sharp rocks and tiny crevices large enough to break an ankle but not actually swallow you up ravaged their way. Passing to a lower portion of the path, they looked to either side of them. Kealin noticed wrecked ships preserved beneath the icy waters. Even with the many years under the surface, they had held up well. Their design reminded him of the Ayla sunrise. He wondered of them. Between the caves where voles had hidden them, and now this place watched over by an ice drake, he knew not of what race these people were. The annals of his people had said nothing of a glacial sea-dwelling culture, but perhaps it was not knowledge the elves embraced or agreed with. Their path began upward. 3 grand stairwells reached up toward the volcanic mountain, but instead of steady footing, they found their path even more difficult, as broken stairwells mauled with the sheer stone and ice forced them into a sluggish ascent. Kealin drew his blade and smashed ice from a foothold. He leaped up, and in the same motion drove his blade into the stone. He reached down for Olri.
"Come, I will push you up."
Olri followed, and he tossed her upward. She slid, but found her footing as the others did, as Kealin did, working slowly to go upward. They were only another few paces from the top, but it was here where the damage dealt was the most severe. As they made their way up, it was in deep scratches in the earth they found footing, but this was new damage in terms of the ruins. Kealin was the first up, and after helping the others, he looked around. The rocks near a center door had been smashed. The door itself was recessed in, and was ajar, but frozen. Its blue paint was emblazoned with golden tridents and the effigy of a whale. Large scratches were made into the rocks going up the volcano, and cracks ran up toward the summit.
"Do you think it's the dragon's doing?" asked Kealin. "Well, he would not fit in the door. Perhaps that is why he sent us,"
Olri replied to him.
"We can fit, but I do wonder if we should."
"We don't have a choice," said Kealin. "Aside from the continuation of our quest, he can heal you."
Toslin lifted his blade and looked around the edge of the door. Kealin did the same as he stepped on the opposite side. Olri looked down at the ground. Kealin looked at her. She was scared.
"Do not worry, sister."
She looked up at him and smiled, but with a raised eyebrow, unsure of what she heard. He had gained more knowledge of his skill, and still he did not understand how. Since his time with Vanku, somehow he used it more. He smiled back. It was good he did not need to speak. He knew his tongue would change as it had before.
"Keep a keen eye, brothers," Toslin commanded. "Olri, if there is trouble, stay near me."
Kealin entered first, with Toslin just behind. The world within the mountain was crystalline. The entire interior had been frozen. Beneath them, the lava of the mountain flowed but did not melt the ice. They walked in a cavern of corpses. Though it was difficult to make out, it was clear the race of seafarers that the dragon spoke of were not all destroyed by a cataclysmic eruption, but had suffered a freezing from within. From the shapes of the ice, it seemed it had come from the door inward. Considering the fire beneath them, it was not any normal ice.
"I do not know where it is we should search," said Toslin. "The dragon had said it was in a center chamber."
"It is large, too, but able to be carried with ease,"
Kealin quoted with a hint of sarcasm in his tone.
"Let's just continue further in until we cannot go any further."
It was a good plan to Kealin. There was a stillness in the air that brought a colder chill to his skin. His blade glowed red as always, but he found himself wishing it gave off heat. Olri shuddered.
"It is very cold," she said.
"Do you feel well enough?" Kealin asked, stopping with her as Kealin and Toslin went ahead.
"I feel more than a chill. I am dizzy, but I will manage."
She forced a smile. He took off his cloak and placed it around her.
"Olri, Kealin, come quick," said Kealin.
The two of them caught up with their brothers, finding they had made it into a large room more cavernous than the previous ones. There were more iced figures here. In their hands were what seemed like staves pointed upward. Kealin stared up. It appeared the stone covering was not like that of the rest of the mountain.
"I believe this room was open to the sky at some time," said Toslin. "Perhaps these were casters, providing a shield from an attack."
"So they were frozen as ice came upon them?" asked Kealin. "That does not make much sense."
"It does when there is an ice drake outside wishing for us to retrieve something for him."
That which I believe we have found, Kealin said, pointing. In the center of the room was a large chest covered in stone. It was cracked down the center. A large white bone of some kind was stuck in it. The end of the bone sticking up into the air had been hacked away, or so it appeared. They began removing stones, and as pieces were placed aside, a silver chain could be made out. Kealin looked to the strange bone in the one stone. He questioned what it was, but could not explain it. He went back to work. It took some time and many breaks, but at last they came to a final stone on the far end. It was a capstone, heavy, and even with many hands, unable to be removed. They began to use their blades to chip away at it. One by one, the elven brothers worked their way, and the stone began to crumble into itself. Cracks formed with each strike, and with a shout, Kealin delivered a strong blow, and the stone shattered. A black stone, the amulet, had now been unearthed once again. I look at this massive chain and do not believe our dragon acquaintance has told us the truth. How can it not weigh a ton? Kealin said. He was right, or so Kealin thought. The chain itself was nearly as long as the Ayla sunrise. The amulet was easily the size of a boulder. I cannot guess what we have been lied to about, but he would not have sent us had he not assumed we could do it, Toslin said. Let's lift it up and take it out. This cold is wretched, and I much prefer the winds outside. They each took position at places along the chain. Kealin wrapped his hands around it and braced his back by tightening his stomach. He took a deep breath. On a count of 2, Toslin said. 1, 2. Kealin lifted but found not at all the weight he was expecting. The amulet indeed was light, and came upward without much muscle at all. Had he lifted it any harder, it likely would have flown upward out of his hands. Seems the dragon was right, said Kealin. They exited the room as they had come in. Though now holding a massive chain, they wormed their way between statues and walked with haste toward the still cold but warmer world outside. It was only a few paces from the doors when a gust came upon them from behind. At first, they each ignored it. Instead, their assumptions and excuses convinced them to not worry. But upon a second gust, Kealin looked behind, and a deep haze came upon them. A great light began to shine, and they dropped the amulet. A voice came upon the air. Do not take what we took to hinder them. We cannot assist again. You will awaken more than the one of music can as of now. Do not, we beg you. We will not harm you if you leave it, but flee this place now or face damnation. The haze was upon them, almost as if choking them. It smelled horrid, and Kealin coughed. Go! Shouted Toslin. Their view was obstructed, but they knew the gateway was just ahead. Kealin began to sprint, though it was not until they passed the void and returned to the outside that they could all see again. They knew not to stop. The gusts came upon them again, and the ground trembled. Kealin glanced behind them as he did. The others did too, and it seemed the haze had followed them. They looked up, searching for the dragon, but could not see it. It hadn't returned as of now. They continued running toward the platform above the cave. There was no other path. The ground rumbled more, and there was a shrill sound behind them. A crack formed in their path, and they stumbled, sliding to a stop as they looked behind. The fogs were converging together. From the top of the volcano, a dark smoke rose, and a fiery blast rocketed into the air, arching downward and striking the fog. Lava spewed onto the ground around them and further split the earth they stood upon. The fog began to glow red and black. Stones from the ruins flew toward the combining mass, and 2 white eyes stared at them. Kealin scanned for another path. He saw one, but he was not sure if his brother had the same idea. Toslin had already let go of the chain and drew his blade. He turned to them. Go, do what you must to get the amulet to the platform. Continue on to Dim. I will stop this beast. Yes, brother, Kallik shouted. He, too, had seen the path Kealin saw and began toward it, the amulet dragging behind them as Kealin and Olri now fell to the back part of the chain. They ascended upward and further up the frozen ground to the platform. Kealin looked back to Toslin. His blade shimmered a bright red as he took a dueling stance with the creature, now brandishing a golden trident emblazoned with flames. In a few paces, Toslin walked to the side before charging in true Urlas blade form. His brother faced a being at least 4 times his size and height, but it made no difference, for in a great leap he struck high and the creature was pushed back. It stumbled before stabbing toward the flying elf. Toslin evaded, twisting and parrying the blade as he used the momentum to toss him back toward the ground. Kealin stumbled, not watching his footing, as they began a last ascent up toward the platform. His legs ached, as did his throat. The cold now bothered him after the frigid air of the cavern and then the burning fumes as they left. Reaching the platform, he dropped the chain. He drew his sword and then pointed to Kallik. "Stay with Olri." Looking up to the sky, he saw no dragon, and his brother was sacrificing himself for the act the dragon had commanded. It was not like the dragon was waiting outside to help them. They were alone, and Kealin had to act. Toslin was locked in parry, blade versus the spikes of the creature's trident. It roared, the ravenous sound cutting through the cold as Toslin gripped his hilt tighter, his arms being forced out of his protective form as the creature began to glow brighter. A wide opening appeared just below its eyes, and it spoke.
"You had a chance to leave it. I will stop you and return what we took from the One of Songs."
The wide opening closed, and the creature began to shrill again. Toslin began to falter. But it was then he perceived another approaching. He looked beyond the creature and spotted Kealin mid-jump, his blade angled downward, landing atop the creature with a rock-cracking thrust downward. The creature recoiled, swiping Toslin away and throwing Kealin off of itself. Kealin rolled across the ground and stopped just short of the seawater in one of the harbors. He shook himself. He had hit his ribs quite hard and coughed as he went back toward the beast. His brother was again engaged with it, and his swipes were becoming sloppy, doing little more than deterring the trident. Kealin ran forward again. The creature turned this time and slashed the prongs toward him. He ducked and rolled, making it inside the creature's attack range and slashing upward. His sword couldn't break its skin. The creature stomped at him, and vibrations sent him wheeling backward again. It turned to Toslin now, raising the trident before smashing its boulder-like feet again, knocking the elder brother to the ground. It held its trident back, rearing for a final strike when the air around it turned frosty and a blast of ice struck from above. The dragon roared upon the ruins, and its form struck the creature, sending it into the opposite harbor in a roll of ice and flames, its stony form fragmenting and falling downward.
"Go to the others,"
the dragon commanded. Kealin went for Toslin and pulled him to his feet.
"Good work, brother."
They both began a careful flight to the others atop the platform. They went as quick as their feet would carry them, careful to not slip as the ground thundered behind them. Within a short time they were with Olri and Kallik. They turned to see the battling titans. The creature had come again from the sea, its trident in hand. The very volcano seemed to be quaking beyond control as it struck at the dragon, who took to the air, clawing the creature as it did. The dragon would then circle high, out of the reach of the fiery trident, before opening its mouth and casting a sheet of ice upon the creature. Multiple attacks engulfed the creature, and each time it recoiled, breaking from the purposed icy prison. It eventually ended up before the door of the volcano. The mountain quaked again, and lava flowed from the top. The flow of melted stones came upon the creature, and it began to grow in size. The dragon flew over them, and they ducked. An icy fog fell upon them as the dragon arched up high before diving toward the creature. Any hope it had to defeat the dragon fled when a blast of white and blue struck it, causing its form to be pushed against the stone. The dragon pummeled the mountain, and there was a final shrill sound. The dragon was upon the mountain for a moment and then flapped backward, landing near the ruins of the harbors. The creature did not move, even as lava still poured upon its form. What life source or enrichment it was to be given from the fires was no more. The dragon had defeated it. It took to the air again and landed upon the platform. Looking down on them and the amulet, it stuck its head through the chain and cocked its body. The chain rolled over the dragon's head and came to rest down its neck.
I thank you for your deeds. I see now why your journey brought you here, but merely not for my own terms to be met. I must do something for you.
The dragon went back toward the harbor and dove down into the sea. In a few moments it returned clutching several long objects that looked almost like strange logs. It dropped them into the harbor. The elves made their way back to the water, and the dragon waited for them by the waterside. Kealin watched in the ruined harbor as the waters stirred. The narwhals had returned. One horn broke the water first, and Kealin knew at once that it was Tulasiro. In the water, too, were 4 boats. They looked like they were made of black stone.
These are boats of the race who built this place upon the rocks. They will do well to traverse the maelstroms, and know that the narwhals will be of great aid to you. They know the way to Dim and will take you there.
And our sister's healing? The dragon looked down upon them and then turned its head.
That is of Dim's healing power. I did have the way, as I said. This is my part of our agreement. Get to Dim and do not wait.
Kealin did not care for the dragon's deceit. It knew well they expected immediate healing. Why do you lie to us, dragon?
I did not lie in full. You will get your healing. Tell me who else was to direct you to Dim without fail. There is not a soul. You will learn these icy realms are more than they seem. They are a desolate place of many imprisoned and tortured souls. You have assisted a greatness here, elves of Urlas woodlands. Your part may soon be over, but at least know the narwhals will take you the rest of the way.
The dragon looked up to the sky and stretched out its wings. With a few flaps, it took to the air. Kealin stared at its feet, learning now what the bone had been inside the mountain. The dragon had a large claw from its right foot missing. A cruel stub remained. He did not know what they had done today, but indeed more than they were told. The dragon needed them to retrieve the necklace, but Kealin sensed there was more to this plot. Like before, they had been used for another's purpose. As the dragon disappeared into the night sky, the flow of the volcano had lessened, as what power had driven it to quake had dissipated, and it returned to the way it was when they first saw it. The lava flow had cooled and was hardening as the glacial sea winds began to blow hard upon the island. "Look," Ulri said. 3 fairies were floating over her, twisting up and down her arms and legs before encompassing her entire body.
They heal her one last time, but we must get you to Dim. Evil is coming. We must go quickly.
Tulasiro said to Kealin. "We must go with the narwhals. They will take us to the true healing you need." Toslin nodded. "I will not understand your new gift, brother, but I think I am happy you have it." Chapter 8. The Maelstrom. With the rumbles of the volcanic island beneath his feet, Kealin worked with the others to pull the ships to the shore. The vessels felt as if made of stone, but floated with ease. He climbed in, and after a short search, was not able to find paddles. "How are we supposed to use these?" asked Kealin. Kealin looked into the boat, but found it mostly bare. He noticed a single latch built into the side. It was a crystal of design like those of the Ayla sunrise. He pulled it, and from the front end of the boat he heard a splash. A moment later, Tulasiro came to it, and he saw the horn of the narwhal make a dive below the boat. He steadied himself into a seat.
"Friend, am I to ride as you pull?"
The boat lurched forward, and he laughed.
"This way. Move the crystals inside the boat."
The others got in their boats and did the same, and each had a narwhal come to them. Kealin smiled, water lapping over the edge as Tulasiro pulled him faster away from the island. They circled and awaited the others to join them. The remaining narwhals seemed to come to each of the ones guiding the boats and then departed. The 4 narwhals pulling them circled once and then headed east. The polar lights were above, shining down upon them and reaching to the far south in twisting waves. Kealin laughed.
Perhaps Wura also guides us to the realm of his brother Dim.
Kealin looked up, the sky rushing above them as they raced across the open sea, pulled by the narwhals. He took a deep breath of the air and felt a warmness within himself. He was at peace upon the seas. The narwhals began to swim faster, and the winds coming over them became beyond strong. He tucked down into the lowest portion of the boat. He now could only see the sky, but it seemed the best way to ride as they sped on. His siblings did the same. He felt for the shells in his pocket. How they would play into their exact finding of Dim or reaching Dim he did not know. He could feel the rush of water against the bow of the boat and felt the rhythmic flapping of the narwhal's fin beneath. With peace setting in and his body beckoning further rest, he closed his eyes. He awoke to a cold splash of water. He blinked, clearing his vision, but then gripped the sides of the boat as he stared down, his feet against the opposite end of the boat. The sea was in front of him, not the sky like before. He was pulled upward as his belly sunk in.
Tulasiro.
But the narwhal did not respond. Its form became visible for a moment as it jerked out of the towering water, slapping the boat the opposite direction before surging on, pulling him up the crest of the wave. The sea had turned turbulent. He pulled himself up as the boat prepared to dive again. He looked behind and noticed the other 3 boats trailed behind with his siblings in similarly precarious positions. Ulri was clinging to the back end, and Toslin hung from the front, his feet dangling back. Kealin was somewhere in between, sliding one side to the other as his boat became airborne before crashing back into the sea. Lightning flashed above in repeated dazzling white. There was no rain, only waves and rocks, many rocks. At times, it seemed either the ground had appeared below, the sea swallowed up in the waves around it, or there were indeed that many crags from below poking up. Slurries of ice splashed into the ship like tiny boulders on his legs. Bracing himself, his fingers ached. The icy splinters attacking his joints and numbing his fingertips made every bit of movement difficult. He felt weightless again, and he prepared for the slam on the water as before. Kealin had no doubts as to why many had not dared go this way before. The winds became horrendous, howling over the water as the towering waves of the sea became calm and stilled. Kealin sat up and felt himself barely able to look over the edge of the boat. He was still shaking from his harsh awakening. A towering column of fog shot up from the sea, interlacing a large rocky island with crafted stonework and sea-weathered stones. He looked up as far as he could, but the night sky was blotted out further by dark clouds. He could not see very much. The winds shifted again, and a horn called out, or so it seemed. The mountain moaned, and a twisting blast of ice and winds tore out of the fog toward the edge of the horizon.
"Is this it? Is this the mouth of the winds?"
The wind died down as before, and the waves began again. The narwhals began pulling them faster. They were gaining speed as they went toward the island.
"Are we here at last?" shouted Kealin.
"This looks like an old place that I can see,"
replied Toslin.
We've been to many old places. How do we know? Asked Ulri.
Kealin turned and looked forward. He then shouted, "There is swirling ahead, and it is maelstroms we have sought beneath the palace of the wind god. Brothers, sister, we have arrived, but I do not know how good this happening is." He looked forward, and the winds cut over him again, sliding the boat across the edge of the water. Tulasiro twisted its path, and it was clear what was happening to them. The horizon began to fade from view as they cut down into the sea, drawn into the twisting slope of a turbulent whirlpool. Kealin braced himself against the boat. He did not know what it was they were supposed to do, for deep in the darkness there was no light, no guide, no arcane sign, just blackness and the icy reminder that the intent of this maelstrom was destruction. He held shells in his pocket, but he still wondered at their purpose. He reached in, fumbling them between his fingers. It was then Tulasiro dove down into the wall of the maelstrom. He held his breath, feeling himself tugged under the water. Kealin opened his eyes for a moment. Through the darkness of the water, he was able to see the body of the great whirlpool. Tulasiro ripped them to the right, and he closed his eyes. He was out of the water suddenly, and he looked to see the narwhal had pulled them over the center of the maelstrom. He looked down into the mouth of the beast of the sea. Beneath him were the skeletons of ships long lost, seeking this place of holiness. There were many bolts of lightning, and in a flash he spotted his siblings spinning around, their narwhals still holding to the edge. Tulasiro had brought them to the other side and swung its tail to increase their speed again.
Shell.
The narwhal spoke to him, but he did not know what it meant. He felt the shells. There were many colors, orange, pink, blue, among others. He remembered the hooded man and his letter, but couldn't remember the exact colors and their meanings. He took a blue one. The narwhal again dove and then ripped them across the mouth of the maelstrom. He tossed it into the swirling waves. In a few moments, a radiant light shined from beneath. The cyclones dropped from above them and became water spouts.
Not that one.
He braced as they slammed against the opposite side. He looked again. The orange one was in his hand. They returned to their path. He was pulled again into the water for a moment, and then across the chasm they went. The shell was caught in the waves, and an orange flash shot flames into the air, nearly striking Kealin himself. The sky above them shined with a bright flame as the clouds became as flames above them.
Wrong.
He looked to his siblings. They were farther down the maelstrom, so far down that he had difficulty seeing them, and if not for the light above from the last shell, he would not know if they were still with him. The maelstrom churned, and Tulasiro struggled to keep a good path. The waters above had begun to be sucked into the center. The maelstrom was about to close upon them. He placed his fingers on another shell. Thinking to himself, he went to his mind. He imagined the maelstrom as he felt the shell. He saw the maelstrom collapse. He moved his finger to the next. The maelstrom swarmed with glaciers. He then grabbed another. This one was different. He saw light shooting toward the sky. The maelstrom faded, and there was bright light. He pulled the shell out. It was pink. Tulasiro pulled them from the maelstrom, swam hard, and burst through the watery grip again. He looked over the edge and tossed the shell. Wind caught him, and he was dumped from the boat. He struck the water and was beyond the reach of the narwhal. The shell struck the surf, and a blinding light followed. He felt himself go weightless, and then an icy feeling struck him that was more frigid than the water he found himself in. His eyes went dark, and then he opened his eyes to see glowing blue rocks above his head as his body was pulled down a waterway of some kind. It was only a moment later, and he felt his feet fly downward, and his face headed toward a pool. He pushed his hands out to break the impact, and he was underwater. He looked up, kicking as he did and pulling himself to the surface. He glanced around. He was alone. There was a lone shore ahead. He swam to it and went to his feet as quickly as he could manage. Kealin looked around. It was an underground cavern. He was alone, and where his siblings were now he did not know. His eyes scanned the rocks around him. The unnatural blue glow was something he had not seen in the Urlas woodlands. Runic etchings ran along the walls and were in an obscure dialect of Elvish that he did not know. The shoreline was sandy and had no vegetation. He began along it, searching for nothing more than a way out. Walking along a bare wall, there was no loose stone or hidden door that he could find. This was no accidental cave, but he could find no way out, and the way he had come in was not only out of reach, but flowed with water beyond anything he could fight to climb back out of. He wondered if he was at the bottom of the maelstrom, or some other kind of trickery. In all of his wonderings, he did not know what out was, or where he had ended up. Making his way to the opposite side of the room, he found a monolithic stone with runic inscriptions like the wall, but now glowing as he approached. It was then the entire room became bathed in light, as the runes covering the walls were now glowing. The stone burst into red flames. The pool he had landed in bubbled, and from the surface emerged a figure. Kealin drew his sword, but it became heavy. His grip was forced open, and his sword dropped to the ground. He knelt to pick it up, but could not lift it. The figure had turned to that of a woman made of water. Her hair was a darker hue of black, but her form was a constant renewal from the pool she stood in.
Kealin, half-elf of the Urlas woodlands, you have come far to end up within my cave.
He pulled at his blade again. She shook her head.
You do not need that here, but soon you may wish you had your second blade.
He stood and pointed. How do you know of me?
I am of the sea, dear Kealin, the maelstrom beneath the palace of Dim. I know much of those who draw near me.
If you knew it was me, you knew the purpose of my siblings and me. Where are they? What have you done?
They are where they are supposed to be. I am but a maelstrom of the glacial seas, and am tied to protecting the way to our Lord Dim. You appeased me as needed, though.
She reached behind her head and revealed, in a strain of her watery hair, the pink shell.
Then why, if I appeased you as you wished, was I brought here?
Kealin, half-elf, I brought you to this place so that I may look upon you. There is much within these waters that has transpired, but the glacial seas have been of relative peace for some time. Your events, your gift of the mind, and the deaths of those you love is that which was foretold.
Deaths of those I love? Where are my siblings?
Kealin shook his fist at her.
If you harmed them...
They are where they should be. The maelstrom does not lie, but there is fear in your steps. Death is awakened and released. Its demon was destroyed, its beast released. Those of the seafaring race, who you've seen whispers of and visited the ruins of their city, worked with great difficulty to do what you have undone. In truth, without your presence with them, your siblings would already be dead. You have kept them safe, but it was your sole quest to come here. I am afraid that fate has determined your path, and though it is here with the holy Dim, I fear you do not realize what has been done.
Stop speaking in riddles. What has been done? I did no such awakening of death. How can you awaken a state of existence? I want to go to my siblings.
The woman spun about the pool, the tides increasing within the room. She paused as the watery chasm that he had come from before began to flow faster.
I have warned you, and it is not as a maelstrom of death, but as a force of the sea. The narwhals will not listen or help just anyone. And so, with you also having the shells of Myrdos, I knew there was more to you. But I am just a maelstrom, and you a half-elf. Perhaps I say too much out of turn. I never quite know when to stop turning, you see?
Kealin was more confused, but the words he heard drove him to a near madness. A maelstrom of all forces of nature had personified itself as a woman of water to speak with him.
Kealin, doom is upon your heart. Guard yourself well, for there is life beyond the breaths you take here, and the sea will be your only comfort in those times. This place was made some time ago. I was happy to speak with a soul after so long. It is tiring dragging so many to death within my mouth.
The figure smiled and began to flow from its form into the room. The water was now at Kealin's knees. He picked up his sword and ran around the room, looking for a way out again. The waters were flowing in faster than ever. In a few moments he was floating, the water rising more. He shook his head, unsure of what to do next, but still swimming, and then the water pushed its head against the ceiling of the room. He gasped, breathing heavily and pushing himself against the rocks. The water crept up his face, covering his eyes, his nose, and then coldness consumed him. He felt a tug to his feet and was powerless. His body was dragged with force, twisting and turning away from the room. There was a great current in the water, and then he felt himself leave the sea. His eyes saw only light and then a blinding flash. He felt himself fall to a hard surface, and he could breathe. Kealin felt numbness all over. He was no longer cold. His skin was warmed from above, but still he could not see.
Kealin!
He heard the voice, but found it difficult to respond. He thought the words in his mind, but could not lift his head.
Ori, help me,
he heard. He felt hands grip him, and he was rolled over. He blinked his eyes, but they were blinded by the light above.
He is alive! Kealin, can you hear me?
He nodded and blinked. His vision was getting better. He looked ahead, seeing Toslin and Kalak. Ori supported him from behind.
When you were lost to the water, we thought you were done, dear brother. I am relieved to see you well.
Kealin looked around. The ground was gray and like fog on the sea. It was daylight here. The sun shone brightly above them. Around him it seemed the ground went out as far as he could see.
What is this place?
We made it, brother. We made it to Dim.
Well, we made it to his palace grounds. We have not been here more than a few moments before you arrived, Kalak told him. I noticed you tossing the shells and how they changed the maelstrom. I guess you picked the right one?
Yes.
Toslin gripped him under the arm.
Can you stand?
Kealin nodded and stood, though his knees were shaky. He steadied himself and then felt for his sword.
What happened?
Asked Ori. I do not know. I fell into the maelstrom and ended up in a cave.
A cave?
He then realized what the woman of the maelstrom had told him. The dread upon the air suddenly felt heavy upon him. He looked at each of his siblings, and they stared back.
What is it?
Asked Toslin. Kealin thought to tell them in full what had transpired, but they were words he wished to validate by speaking again.
A woman was there. She claimed to be the maelstrom itself. She was curious of one who wielded the shells of Myrdos.
Why you get to speak to all of the females of these seas I will never understand, said Kalak.
Toslin laughed.
You forget about the truth that while one was a mermaid, the other two were creatures of another type, a demon and a force of nature, not exactly material for one to love.
You cannot say that, older brother, Ori said. Do you remember the elf who fell in love with a tree and spent the greater part of 1,000 years waiting for it to speak to him?
Yes, but he died from starvation.
Ori winked.
Yes, that is what happened, but that proves love knows no boundary.
Aye, food, said Kalak. We've not eaten in some time.
Toslin shook his head.
Good brother, you never stop eating.
Kealin smiled at his siblings. The sun made them all livelier than they had been the entire journey. Let's go this way, he said to them. A stone path was visible, still shrouded with the fog, but walkable. To their right there was green grass, but it was still, and there was a constant shroud of fog. This was a bizarre place. Up ahead they could see a structure. They began up the path that rose higher off the landing with each step they took. Coming closer, Kealin could see columns that surrounded a square stone building. Atop each of the columns there appeared to be miniature tornadoes twisting upon their set platforms. There was a set of 4 steps that went toward an entryway with open doors. Kealin paused on the first step and turned, waiting for his siblings to join him. The land around them was clouds. At the level he awoke, it was not obvious, but now above it all he could tell. As Toslin at last reached the stairwell, Kealin noticed he took a knee. He turned back to see a robed man looking at them. He bowed in turn.
Elves of the Urlas woodlands, you have traversed much to come here. I am Dim, northern god of the winds.
Dim was not what they expected. Not that they knew for sure what to expect, but he was a man not much different from them. Kealin heard his brother stand and looked over at him.
Toslin, I am called. This here is Kealin, Calic, and Ulri. We have travelled with news of greatest importance.
Dim nodded.
I will hear your news, but I invite you into my home first. I have prepared food for you. We will speak of this news then.
Kealin stood with the others and followed Dim inside. The interior of the palace was a series of columns sparkling with what appeared to be actual stars within each of them. The floors were polished and sheer and reflected the glimmers from the pillars. Dim took them around a large pool of water and to a corridor to the right.
The eastern corridor is this way. I have a place here for you four. I have made it to be comfortable for you. It has been some time since pilgrims have come to my place.
Maelstroms do not help, said Calic.
Toslin glared at him.
Do not judge your brother so harshly,
said Dim.
Calic tries much to appease you, Toslin.
Toslin looked away and up to Dim. Kealin turned to Toslin and raised his eyebrow.
My knowledge should not surprise any of you. The winds carry much through my temple. I hear names, whispers hushed but caught in passing. I feel the blow of northern snow and the burn of the far south sands. With all of that come words and stories of many times more than even a god cares to hear. But of the elves of the Urlas woodlands, I keep an ear out of special regard. Your people are within a protected realm. It is that which surprised even the gods. I doubt you could have news beyond what I know already. Had I not heard you are approaching, I would have departed for my own business in the south. But for now, I take time for you.
The room they were taken into was made of glass. As Kealin walked in, he jumped at first, looking down, for he saw the open sky both above and below as he passed the entryway. Dim walked well ahead of them and walked around a large table that appeared as if it was a massive bird's wing made of silver. Beneath it, and connecting it to the floor of the room, were tiny tornadoes spinning in place, just as the ones outside the temple did. On the table was every form of fruit and vegetable known. In the center was a large portion of meat.
I do not eat,
said Dim.
I know of your love for nature, so I assumed what you might like. A sea kraken was of olden age, and it came time for his death. I knew of this and spoke with Mirdas. The creature was well to be sacrificed for your consumption.
Calic did not seem to mind. He sat down ahead of the rest and began to fill a bowl with many items, including the sea kraken meat. Though Ulri and Toslin joined him, they were not nearly as enthusiastic. Kealin sat beside them but did not touch the sea kraken. In truth, he was not hungry. Vals had only just been murdered in his mind, and the words of the maelstrom haunted him. Dim remained in the room with them, and as they each finished, he served them drinks in silver chalices. Dim was strange. Kealin had expected a much different entity, not a man. But there was no doubting the power he held. After pouring the drinks, they needed a stir. He pointed toward the liquids and swirled his fingers. Winds filled the room and stirred the drinks before he handed them out.
Wine of the clouds and the headwinds of the west. Berries like these are hard to come by, but do grow within the grove to the west of my palace.
Kealin sipped the wine. At least it was sweet, and like that of a blueberry, but lighter. He set the cup down as Toslin began to speak.
Dim, the shaman of the Urlas woodlands told us of darkness approaching this place. The Itsu approach.
Kealin expected a look of surprise from Dim, something beyond the stare he gave to Toslin. He turned from them and looked out over the skies.
My brother Kel is dealing with the Itsu in the south. I am headed there to deal with what is at hand in those lands. The time would come when those of the Urlas woodlands would come to me. I knew of it as long as I knew of the prophecy of the glacial seas. There are workings now in motion. I had heard the Blades and the Archons made their way south to assist in the war, but then I learned of you four, and then I found the stench of death upon the air, and power had been reawakened. Old and foul energies flow outward. The song of Vanku is playing on the winds. The ice drake returns to its master.
So it is true? Asked Kealin. There was something to our journey beyond what we sought here with you. Our steps to reach you were not what we thought.
If you mean that you inadvertently opened up a way for an evil long held in these lands to terrorize these seas, then yes. You could not have known, but the way of an easy path to the shells of Myrdos should have been a clue to you. Though Vanku knew of other sources for these shells, he sent you to his demon instead. One of you speaks with the ethereal knowledge. Who is it?
Kealin nodded.
Then you are who was sensed by the Lord of Death. I knew not many of you were left. The steps you took were for Vanku, but you are here. I take your warning, but do not feel it valid.
Are you talking about his power that he developed?
Ulri questioned.
It is like our shaman in our village. Their voices sound the same when he is using the power. We've all been confused, but thankful for it.
To do what you have done, Kealin, takes a mind of extreme power. I am surprised you still use the blade at your hip if you have access to such knowledge,
said Dim.
Who is this shaman?
An old man, not elven. He goes by the name Eoir and is older than most elves we know. He has lived within our realm for as long as I know, said Toslin.
Dim opened his eyes wider.
A Dwemhar, then, one of the last, no doubt. Is it he who sent those of your people south to assist Kel and the elves there?
Yes.
Dim turned away from them.
I may have misjudged you then, my friends. I know much of your shaman, and he is a wise man and a devout follower of myself. He would have not sent you this way without knowing of the danger you, Kealin, possess.
What I possess?
Kealin asked.
I did not ask for any gift. I am of elf and human blood, none else.
A false statement,
Dim corrected.
You are of elf and Dwemhar blood, as are all of you.
only that your brothers are more attuned to the elven attributes, and you to the Dwemhar. Your sister is like you. However, her training may have tuned her energies away from the Dwemhar powers. I cannot know for sure.
You are saying our mother is of this Dwemhar race? Asked Toslin. How can we not know this?
Indeed, but do not let it surprise you that you do not know. Such descendants are very rare and become rarer. There are some who live to the south, but even they do not speak of it. The Dwemhar were greater than the other races in many ways, but of most importance was the power of their minds, the ability to manipulate the world around them, not like casting magic, but literal control over others' thoughts and actions, was a power that did not make others comfortable. Even Shaman Eoir is not full-blooded, though. The Dwemhar resided in many places of the ocean, including these very seas around you, but they left the realms many ages ago. Those who were not killed, at least. Your shaman must have seen it worth the risk, even with what has happened, because of you four journeying here. He sent you four, too. A particular number to us gods. There is much happening in the world, but if the Itsu are coming to this place, they must seek something, and I think I know what it is. The heart of the winds must not be halted, or the world would become a nightmare of uncontrollable seasons. The balance of life would alter, and all would die. At least those not of the gods. But still, I question the coming of Itsu. I had thought they were banned to their realm.
He paused for a moment.
Come with me, all of you.
The wind god beckoned them to follow him back into the main chamber, walking them deeper into the temple. In a center portion, beyond a crystal column, was a large swirling vortex they could look within.
This here is the source of the winds of the world, the clouds, fog, rains. Long have I guarded this place. If this place is defiled by the Itsu, I do not know what may come.
How can we help you, Dim? Asked Toslin. How can the elves of the Urlas woodlands serve Dim?
First, you can be helped by me more than you can help me.
Dim looked to Ulri.
You are unwell. Your soul has been bitten by a whiter Vanku. I feel, though you seem well now, that its blackness is upon you.
The ice drake said you could heal her, said Kealin.
I do know the way, and I offer the advice to you freely, but one task remains. Ulri can heal herself from within with a renewal spell. I know the words, but it is a staff you need, for it must be cast by the one who is afflicted. I can direct you to a staff, seeing as you do not have one.
I did, said Ulri, but it was lost amid unfortunate events in the last few days.
Many unfortunate events have happened as of late.
Dim began to walk away.
Follow me, elves.
He took them away from the heart of the winds, passing a large chamber opening up from the left. Kealin noticed a crystal-walled case off the main path. It was between two large torch basins and, as was the theme of the temple, had tornadoes circling atop pillars beside it. Within the case was silver armor. It was sectioned and had from the arms what appeared to be wings hanging from it. "What is that?" he asked. Dim stopped and turned.
It is wind armor of particular power to myself in the defense of this place, though it is not of just a god's use. I guard this place in the form that you see so that I may use it if needed. My normal form is, well, large,
But the portal into this place is better defended with that armor. It allows me to go between the realm gates of the clouds and the maelstrom at will. But its use is not worth going beyond this place, for its power is tied to the mountain. My other form suffices when I leave."
Kealin noticed a large sword as well as a curved spear was crossed behind the suit.
"How would any assail this place?"
asked Kealin. Dim smiled.
"The Itsu are crafty, and places not as secure. At least not with the way the world has come to. Others, such as foolish dwarves or men, or in some times long ago elves, tried, but they drowned in my maelstrom's fury."
He smiled.
"This way."
They followed him as he wished, turning down a long corridor that made it appear they were soaring through the sky like birds. To either side, an open walkway was blown by clouds and torrential winds, but from within the hole they could neither feel nor hear the sounds, only see the wisps of gray clouds twisting around the chamber. At the far end of the hall, a stairwell circled downward.
"Go down,"
he told them.
"You will find the old worship places for pilgrims. It is beyond there, behind two sealed doors, that you will find the staff you seek. You receive a great object, Ulri. Long ago, you would have needed much more in whim and power to claim one of my staves."
He handed her a rolled parchment from his robes.
"Within are the words you will need to heal yourself. A scarce spell, also not typically given so easily."
Ulri bowed to Dim.
Thank you for helping me.
"The gods of the north are not of malevolent intent. But hurry back up, and we will talk further of what troubles are imminent. If you four have come to help, you will assist me with the Itsu, if that is what approaches."
Ulri began down first, followed by Toslin, who rushed ahead of her. "You still have no weapon, little sister, and we do not know what evil may lie ahead." Chapter 9. Demons at the Gate. They proceeded down the curved stairwell for what seemed a longer time than was necessary. It was very dark, but after several steps the passage straightened out. They could now see the way ahead. Their path was lit every few feet by faint red glowing stones, not much light at all, but it was just enough to see the steps. Ahead they could hear a whistling wind, but it was not clear where it came from. They came to an area where two green torches provided plenty of light. A doorway was there, with a veil hanging down. On the veil, a silver inlay of the 4 points of direction and a maelstrom. Ulri put her hand out and walked first, disappearing beyond the veil. The others quickly followed. Kealin found himself in a moonlit walkway. He looked to his left and could see the sea rippling in the distance and the dark skies of night. He looked behind him and noticed that where the veil had been was now solid stone. He pushed on it with no budge from the surface.
"Where are we?"
asked Kealin. Ulri walked ahead of them, and Kealin ran up beside her. The stone hallway ended abruptly at a wall and turned left. Kealin touched her shoulder and then drew his blade, moving up ahead of her. It was a temple of some kind, with rows of pews in a square room with a high arching ceiling. Windows surrounded them, and snow and ice had built up on the outside. He moved through the center of the pews. A large doorway was at the end, and he went to it, attempting to open it. He pushed. Nothing. Toslin stayed with Ulri, who walked to another hallway around a center altar that mirrored the hallway they had come from. With Kealin's help, they both pushed on the doorway. It cracked, and then creaked open with a gust of wind and snow. There was a landing just outside,
and as the doors were forced open, Kealin and Kalak walked outside. A ruined stairwell that led downward was broken apart halfway from a stone dock, but it was a great distance to that point. The sea tore upward at them. They were on the base of the mountain in the temple, and it was clear why few had come to visit Dim, at least in their normal realm.
"The veil must have been like the maelstrom, a split in the realms," said Kealin.
"Well, it is cold," said Kalak, "and I do much prefer the realm of Dim." Kalak smiled. "Come on, Kealin."
Kealin took hold of the doors, but found they had already begun to freeze in the snow. He managed to free one, but even with his brother's help, they couldn't get the second.
Kalak shook his head. "Leave it. It's not like someone will be coming up those steps any time soon. But it is a bit draftier in here now."
They walked toward the other hallway where Alri and Toslin had gone and found that they had progressed through a large door and were now at a second door. This one was stone with a silver runic inscription. Alri was reading it to herself.
"Did you enjoy making it the temperature of the glacial sea in here, little brothers?"
"It is a view to see, at least," Kalak laughed. "What does this say, Ulri?"
By this time she had knelt down and was reading the last of the inscriptions.
"It was a decree by the saints of Dim. Most fell in battle against some beast seeking its way into the mountain to reach the god. The last few made an inscription, remembering their struggle. It reads, as best I can translate, 'To those who remain in the days that follow, know that we did what our god would have us do, to join in revelry of death against the ice demon of the glacial seas. We do recount our fall to the last patrons of Dim. The stairwell is no more, and we have shut the doors. While they are sealed, this place is protected from the beasts. We have no food, but it is in Dim we are strong. I will be the last of the saints to draw breath in these hallowed walls, the sanctuary once kept warm by the prayers of the patrons of Dim. It is beyond this wall I will seal myself away, awaiting the end, for my brothers and sisters have all become ill. The magic protecting our doorway has been made no more. I will go beyond the wall, my last act of sacrifice to Dim. He has betrayed us to this fate."
"It seems the saint was stalwart, and then despaired,"
Toslin said.
"So this is the second door Dim spoke of?"
"I assume. I will attempt to open it as before."
Alri placed her hand on the door, and it began to glow. She spoke a word to herself, and the door cracked. Stepping back, Toslin stepped in front of her with his sword out. The room was dark. A single form could be seen against the far wall, and, as torchlight from the hole would provide, it was clear the saint was true to his runes. Sitting upon a stone bench, a recessed room of prayer had become a grave. The robed figure still clutched a staff in its hand, and there was nothing else to be found.
"Then that is the staff,"
said Kealin. Alri stepped forward, placing her hand on the staff. She pulled it from the decomposed grip of its last owner. The bones of the hand cracked as she pulled it free. At once the staff became alive with a radiant light, and she smiled.
"It is good to have a staff again,"
she said. Alri unrolled the parchment Dim had given her and murmured the words to herself.
"Well, heal yourself, dear sister," said Kalak.
She placed the staff over herself, and it glowed slightly before a mist fell over her head and down to her shoulders. Her face brightened to that Kealin knew before.
"I am well now," she said. "The words worked."
The parchment she was holding turned to dust.
"Then we have done what we came to do," Kealin said.
Toslin knelt down to the corpse. He placed his hand above the skeleton.
"In death you are honored, last of the saints of Dim. May your stand be remembered."
"To die to protect a place is strange to me," said Kalak. "To defend your people, yes, but a god in his temple?"
"We honor him regardless, Kalak. To die in a stand against odds beyond yourself is a glory beyond understanding, unless your sword is next to the one who does it. Such is that of the blades of the Urlas woodlands."
A roar shook the room they stood in, and pebbles fell from the ceiling. Kealin looked to Toslin, and they both filed to the end of the hallway, glancing into the temple hall. Another roar rumbled through, and a blast of white shattered the windows on one side of the hall.
"Back to the other hallway,"
Toslin commanded. "That door is sealed," said Kealin.
"There is some way out," said Toslin, "and it is not out the door to the seas. Ori, your staff. I am sure of it. It will open the way back to Dim."
They both peeked around the doorway again. It looked clear for the moment. They looked at one another and ran. A blast of ice shot through the open door, spraying the back wall of the hall and turning it to ice. Another roar followed. Kealin and Toslin had made it to the second hallway. They peeked around as Calic and Ulri did the same. The doors swung open, and a plume of snowy dust flew in. Eyes stared in. It was the ice dragon from before.
"Vanku wishes his will upon you, elves. I thank you for my freedom, and I am happy to realize you made it through the maelstrom. But now you will freeze."
It opened its mouth, cracking the foundations of the hall, causing the front half to shatter and fall to the sea. With a blue blast summoning around its mouth, Ulri rushed forward, her staff out. She summoned a blast of wind, knocking the dragon's mouth back. Calic ran behind her for the hallway, and as the dragon recoiled and spewed its icy breath, she summoned a shield of fire that turned the breath to water. The blast had been thwarted, and as the dragon took to the sky, she joined the others in the hall. She placed her staff at the wall, and the way began to materialize before them. There came a strange, laughing growl. Kealin looked back to the double doors leading outside. A form appeared, hunched and made of bone. It was very small, perhaps only coming to his waist in height. Following it were many others just like it, tiny skeletons, at least to that of the elves' standards. They held spears and ran for them. The brothers ran to meet them, slashing and cracking at their bony forms, turning them to no more than piles of bones. Kealin took a glance at the now gaping opening in the hall. Ulri had opened the path. He then looked out one of the windows to the sea. It seemed the dragon had made an icy bridge from the sea to the hall, and a steady flow of the skeletal warriors were upon them. Backing into the hallway, they slashed and parried those they faced with ease, but their numbers inundated the hallway. "This way! Come on!" Ulri had opened the doorway, and they fled one by one. Crossing the dark void again, they watched, but they were not followed. They had escaped the attack upon them. Toslin checked each of them, but they had escaped without injury.
"Good. Let us go to Dim."
"Will they not follow?" asked Calic. "They cannot pass into this realm," said Ulri. "We are safe." They made their way back up the stairwell and were happy for once to be warm again. Following the way Dim had taken them, they returned to the heart of the winds to find Dim reading a book.
"We found the staff, although it was a less than happy occasion for us. The ice dragon we dealt with before has attacked, as well as skeletal creatures."
"We are safe from them here. They cannot cross into this realm. But they are of Vanku, and more of what you four have unintentionally awakened. Can I see the staff?"
Ulri came forward, showing the staff to Dim, who took it in his hand.
"My saints fought well."
"This is from the last one. His body was in the chamber."
"I knew it so,"
said Dim.
"Their prayers did not fall upon closed ears. But there is much in the ways of gods that our patrons do not understand."
"Is that our fate?" asked Kealin. "Do you not fight yourself? Could you have gone to them, or if not, brought them here to protect them?"
The sickness that your sister was affected with had already taken them. Vanku was there. If I would have gone, there was danger for myself and all the realms. As I said, I must protect the winds. That is my intent and purpose. The drake below is full of ice, but nothing else. He was bound to his master, though he did not wish it. He could not help but complete his task. His amulet has been returned to him. It took many lives to take it the first time. He was sent to watch that path, I am sure. But it is of our other path we must speak now. You four are here to aid me, and I shall use you. It is quite simple. Protect this place. Even if I am unable to stem the tide, you must not let them hear.
We understand, said Toslin.
Can you be killed? Asked Ori.
Not by any force of your world, no, but the Itsu are of my world. And yes, though it would take much, I could be. Your fate is your own, dear elves, but if you will stand with me, I accept it. I want to show you something that may come of need.
He turned to a pillar that stood just the height of the rail of the Heart of the Winds. Placing his hand over the flat surface, a crystal appeared.
This is to be used as the final move. If I fall, and if you cannot hold them back, twisting this will lock down this temple. You will not have escape, but they will not be able to get in.
And what would happen if we hop into this place here? Seems like an escape worth using, said Kealin, looking into the swirling winds.
I do not recommend it,
said Dim.
You would be gambling with fate beyond what I think you should.
Kealin looked over the edge and to Kealin. Keep your blade up, if it comes to that. We will not need that option. Kealin smiled, as did Toslin. Blades had an unwritten rule of death before retreat, and it was well followed. Dim walked toward the doors of the temple, and leading them to the steps, stood looking up. The sun was nearly down, and the expanse of skies continued up above them. In the clouds below them, the edges of the polar lights stretched out like snakes in the grasses of clouds.
This place has been my domain for as long as the skies were above the world below. It was in that time that the Heart of the Winds was first threatened, in the age when elves were but infants crying within the trees beside the lakes. It has remained almost unchanged since then. I added the way into the mountain for my followers, but that was a long time ago. The saints of Dim were once plentiful in the glacial seas.
What is it that this Vanku wants?
To leave his island. Indeed, call it foolish for a god to not know, but his purpose is now lost to me. He has power beyond most, that of death itself. His music is the last a person hears prior to his demise. Kel banished him to that island.
Is he a god? Asked Kealin.
He is not in the form as I am a god. He is magic. He is an entity of the grave, dwelling within the realms. A dangerous place that can be both a prison and redemption.
Can he cross into this realm?
He could, but only by way of the maelstrom, and he may try, but I do not fear him. It is the Itsu, the gods of the south, who grow in power. Kel has used much of my wind, accenting his own powers in the battle against them.
Our parents are there, said Ori. They went to assist Kel with haste.
Dim looked to her.
I do wish I knew more of their purpose. While you four were below, I reached out to my brothers, and there was not a response. A shadow is upon the northern shore of the lands, as well as further south toward the deserts. Much evil is growing, and this is but one single front in what will become a larger war.
What do the Itsu want with this place? Asked Kealin. What is there to rule over if the world is thrown into its own destruction?
It is not rule over the people they want. It is to destroy us gods. I cannot hope to tell you of a simple answer to the war between us gods, but know that besides destruction, the Itsu seek every weapon of war they can wield to defeat us. Kel's answer has been destruction of much, but I feel that, in time, will prove undoing. The strife of the South is poisoning the land.
Other than your armor, do you have a weapon here they would seek? Asked Toslin.
Dim nodded.
A weapon is any item that you use to harm others. A person's hands can comfort or choke. It is in the way you use them, correct? The power creating the gusts of the world is here. But if they do not seek to destroy this place, possibly it is for but one other item.
He turned back into the temple and took them to the farthest reach of the hall. Past the Heart of the Winds and down a long open-air corridor, they came to a large black stone that towered above them. Dim rubbed his hands along the surface and it split open. A crack of light shot upward as high as they could see. A single white chest set on a shelf within a small chamber was now visible. Dim turned a lock, and it opened. He lifted the lid and reached in. Pulling something out, he cupped it in his hands.
Behold, a power of the gods.
He opened his hands, which held a small orb. It was white and seemed to swirl in its center.
Like enchantments that are placed upon staves of magic, the Heart of the Winds must be watched and fed. The power within these orbs comes from the very life force of the skies. If used as intended, there is no harm. But if a staff was to be made with this, a person could have control over winds, fog, and the force that entails. This may be the point of such an approach by the Itsu, but we know nothing for sure.
Toslin approached, and Dim offered him the orb. Toslin took it, and then placed it back into the chest.
They will not take them, he told him.
They each felt a rumble beneath their feet. Dim looked out toward the entrance of the temple.
The maelstrom is active. Someone is below.
They began a hasty walk toward the front of the temple. Though Kealin and the others were headed toward the gateway, Dim turned and went to a wall. He moved his hands across it, and an image of the swirling seas appeared. The angry maelstrom was in full view. From the view they could see, Kealin could make out the arms twisting beneath the water, creating the whirlpool. Massive ships swirled in a circle.
Why do they try? Asked Toslin. Do they not know they will be destroyed?
Another ship approached the maelstrom. This one fought to not go in. It turned hard. From its bow came flaming bolts, like streaks of red flying away, aimed at something veiled in clouds. A blast of ice followed, and the flapping of the dragon's massive wings became visible.
Valgar,
said Dim.
Valgar?
Asked Toslin.
The ice drake's name is Valgar. He is chasing ships into the maelstrom. He must have flown south, grabbed the vessels, and brought them here.
Why?
I do not know.
The dragon swooped down. They could see the masts of the ship splinter, and the ship lurched backward. The maelstrom was filling with debris. The dragon hovered atop it and looked down within. A light blue surrounded its body. It let out a blast of white, and ice began to fill the mouth of the maelstrom. The arms of the maelstroms were caught in the ice. A shroud of blackness approached from the side. As the waters of the maelstrom slowed almost to a frozen halt, the blackness went into the maelstrom. A fire overtook the ice, first red, but then green, turning to a shade of gray, and then black.
What does she do?
Asked Kealin. Dim stared but did not speak. The swirling fire began to reach upward in the image. Dim walked toward the gateway and looked out.
You can only get in with a shell, correct? Asked Calic.
That is the way it is made.
Was that black shroud the Itsu?
No,
said Dim.
but I will deal with it.
Dim turned from them, moving with haste to the hallway where the wind armor was. They heard the sounds of metal clanking, and then Dim emerged again. His armor was silver, and the wings were outstretched. His helmet had 2 large spikes, and down his back was a furling cape. In his hand was his spear, and down his back was his sword.
I will return,
He told them. He ran outside and then leaped. His wings caught air, and he took to the sky before diving down into the clouds. They ran back to where they could see the maelstrom to see a golden light strike the heart of the maelstrom. Valgar flew around helplessly, appearing to be trying to reach Dim, who had passed beyond the ice drake's ability to harm him. Watching the spinning black fire with no knowledge of what was going on within caused an uneasiness to befall the siblings. Toslin paced between the gateway and the wall, while Ulri and Kallik just stared at the image. Kealin held his hand on his blade. He leaned against one wall of the temple and stared across the clouds below. He had never thought he would be upon such a place as this in all his imaginings of his own life. A place such as this was not one that could be imagined. A literal temple within the clouds, high above the lands. Even to an elf, such a place was mystical. The ground rumbled again, and Toslin went to the wall.
I cannot see anything. The image is gone.
Kealin drew his blade. Prepare. Dim may not have been able to stop this force. Kallik and Ulri both came beside him. The clouds below the temple began to swirl, mixing with darker ones below and creating a funnel, sucking the winds from the temple inside. Small cracks began to fracture the ground. Toslin drew his blade and stepped in front of Kealin. The force of the wind grew sharply, forcing them to lean back to keep their balance.
We hold this ground. We do not falter, elves of Urlas.
A blast of ice came from beneath the clouds, spiraling upward into the sky, and the winds stilled.
The dragon, said Ulri. But it cannot come into this realm, said Kallik.
Little brother, not every belief is certain,
said Toslin. The head of Valgar emerged from the clouds, the amulet they had retrieved glowing orange from the dragon's neck. It turned toward them, spewing a stream of ice. Ulri jumped to point at once. Her staff out, a fiery shield came up again, decimating the attack. The dragon flapped its wings, struggling to force itself up and out of the portal. Kealin ran forward. He went to the edge of the path, and just where the clouds swirled. The dragon looked at him.
What do you do, Kealin? Do you now know that Dim's power fails?
He ignored the dragon and attempted to step toward him. The dragon roared, and he stumbled back, nearly tripping backward and off the path itself. Toslin grabbed him just as he fell backward.
We cannot leave the Holy Realm, Kealin.
The dragon snapped its jaws.
You were meant to assist us, Kealin. You can speak with my lord as none before. You must embrace your gift and see the error in your ways.
Kealin looked to the dragon, staring Valgar in his eyes. He looked as deep as he could, trying to feel the dragon's persona, his emotions at the moment. He felt rage and pride. A coldness was in Valgar's chest.
This is not the time for fake words, dragon.
The dragon cocked his head and laughed. His wings still flapped as his clawed legs slowly breached the cloud line of the sacred realm. Valgar took in a deep breath, arching his neck.
Come, brother,
said Toslin. Kealin ran with Toslin just as the icy breath struck the ground and traced behind them as they fled toward the temple. Ulri pointed her staff and closed her eyes, speaking to herself. Her staff burned with white flames, and a blast of air struck the dragon, flipping its head back and causing the dragon to struggle to raise its head again.
Into the temple, shouted Toslin. We must wait for it to come closer. If we can get its head toward the doorway, we may have a chance.
Ulri stood in the opening as Kealin and the others lined up along the wall surrounding the opening. The idea of facing a dragon that had defeated the seafaring people in a mountain, set up just like this temple, was not comforting to him. Ulri's staff let fly another blast, this one aimed not at his head, but his body. Valgar looked down and let out a shrill roar.
"That was not my strike that caused that wail," said Ulri.
They peered around the corner to see the dragon sucked, claws scraping and scratching to hold its place as something dragged it back downward. Dim emerged from the clouds, his form visible for a moment, before aiming his spear downward and plummeting back through the clouds. They all filed outside. The clouds had stopped swirling but remained blackened. Kealin scanned the cloud line. He was tethered between the two thoughts. Either Dim would come back up victorious, or he would be turned to a glacier by the ice drake, and they would run back into the temple. The clouds seemed to be shifting. And then, in a shining gleam, appeared Dim. He landed on the road just below them, his wings flapping water from the feathers.
"I have thrown down the dragon, but I do not know if it will remain there," he said. "Come into the temple. Time is short, and there is much that must be done."
He walked past them, and they followed. Dim moved with an annoyance, taking off his armor and placing it near the wall. He went to the heart of the winds and leaned over it. No one spoke, but instead they lined up, ready to serve him as needed. Kealin still had his sword out. Unlike his brothers, he felt there was no reason to sheath it.
"Elves, it seems I may have been wrong about our situation. I do not blame you for, but you were betrayed to this fate. I am happy you have come, but it is in the path you took that Vanku gained an upper hand. He has said for ages he cared little of us gods, but the Itsu have made him care. I believe now that all gods of the north are in danger."
"Is Vanku now against you personally? Is he not held below the realm?"
asked Kalak.
"I cannot be sure. The dragon was able to breach the realm, but only while the maelstrom was silent. It seems the amulet it wields has power beyond what I knew, and Vanku does not seem to want it back as of now."
"What is it that the amulet does?"
"It allows Vanku to go beyond the realms, but only in a way as to speak with us gods. It was given to him some time ago, but when those of the seafaring people went against him, they stole it in an attempt to further rob him of power. Then the gods bound him to the island, but there is too much confusion in the workings of the enemy. I do not know when Valgar became his pet, but it seems Vanku wished to use the ice drake against you and to pacify this temple."
"Does he seek the orbs?" asked Kealin.
"I do not think so. Vanku was attempting to slay the maelstrom itself, or at least to quiet the storm. I dispelled him, but I sensed something else. The Itsu have grown in strength. Before I sent him away, Vanku mentioned their coming. They may have discovered a way to ascend this realm from that of their own, using the normal realm as a bridge through Vanku's working. Perhaps Vanku had his own intent too. I do believe he hoped to overwhelm the temple originally, but he fears the Dwemhar blood, so he sent his dragon. It failed, but now the maelstrom is weak. She will restore, but it will take time that I pray we have. The dragon has since returned to its task with the dead creatures and the holy place beneath us. It seems for now Vanku fears you, Kealin, so he will not attack himself."
"I am an elf. He is himself. Why does he fear me?"
"That too I do not know for sure, but the Dwemhar blood may play into that fear. That is not the point. If the Itsu come as Vanku stated would happen, he believes that my defenses will not hold. He hopes the Itsu can breach this place and kill you and the others."
"Can the gates be thwarted?" asked Toslin.
"No, not that I believe. For no power exists to my knowledge that can break the gates once they are sealed, save my own words. I alone have the key to open the gates, but I cannot doubt that the enemy may be more resourceful than I know."
"Is not the path underneath from the saints of Dim's holy place a danger? Can it be breached?"
"That path is veiled. Though it is not of the gates, it cannot be found unless known."
"The beasts knew," said Kealin. "They fought us up to its door. I can see no reason why they would not tell their master."
Dim looked toward the hallway, and then began a quick walk that way.
"I do not have time for this."
He turned from them.
"That pathway was sealed with a multi-layered veil magic, and in the times it was used, I had no fear of it being a route into this place. A folly of my own. They cannot get in easily, but eventually they could get in if they have some degree of arcane knowledge."
They went down the hallway and to the stairwell. They were not even down the first few stairs when it became clear all was not well. The dark passage was cold, much colder than it had been. At the far end of the hallway, where the furling veil was, there was a deep orange glow beyond the doorway. Dim lifted his hand, and clouds began to flow in from above them like rolling fog. They filled the hallway before gathering together as a large gate between them and the doorway. He then went to the foggy mass and placed his hand. A wall solidified.
"That will have to hold."
"Will it?"
asked Toslin.
"I do not know."
Kealin was getting annoyed by the answers of the god. He followed behind the rest as they went back to the main hall.
"There is more,"
Dim said to them.
"The winds have spoken to me while I was within the other realms. The Itsu received a weapon from Vanku. I do not know if it is a weapon like the traditional type or a bit of spellcraft, but it is something that can kill a god, and in such I must go south. I must warn my brothers Kel and Wura. I believe the workings here were to keep me from intervening."
"What of the approaching Itsu? The shadow upon the northern shore?"
asked Toslin.
"I will return, and I will bring Kel. Between the two of us, the Itsu stand no chance. I will hope to be gone no longer than I must. You will be well to stay in the temple. When I return, we will talk more of Vanku, and we will throw down the Itsu before we move to rid ourselves of that beast. Kealin, there is much to be discussed. I believe I know how we can halt Vanku, but as of now I have no time. Walk with me, Kealin. I would like to speak to you privately."
As Dim began out of the temple, Kealin followed.
"I tell you this away from your siblings, but do not hold you to remain silent."
"Very well," he replied.
"You four survived the way to Vanku, but I tell you, no other living soul could have done that. And to only escape with one suffering a white's bite.
"It is good sword work."
It is unheard of in the realms of elves and gods."
Kealin fell silent.
"I fear your place in all of this, Kealin. The power that your shaman has is an old one. To speak to the land of the ethereal is not common, nor even rare. It is beyond that. You four were pulled into this plot, and you will have to be the ones to end it. The gods have fought each other longer than worth speaking, but Vanku has never taken a side so directly. I will get back to this place to help you, but know that the Itsu may take me before I can."
"Why do you not tell Toslin? He is the eldest."
"He is not you, and not the one who can converse using the power of the Dwemhar. Your sister could, but she is naive in power. Guard your mind and guard the winds. I will speak with you more on my return.
Dim's form began to change from that of a man to wisps of clouds. In a white mass growing in size, he vanished beneath the cloud line. Chapter 10. Shattering of the Skies. Kealin sheathed his sword and exhaled deeply. He wondered how he had become such a pivotal person in the events they had passed through. He had gone on this quest due to his siblings alone, and now, according to the Maelstrom woman, they were going to die, and he had made their situation worse. The clouds before him were stilled and no longer shifted, although their black color increasingly darkened. The wind blew across the grounds of the temple, and he shivered. He no longer felt any comfort here. Dim had taken that from him. Kealin turned, joining his siblings in the entryway of the temple. Toslin looked up at him.
So he will return?
Yes.
Then I feel until then we must prepare. I've already thought of our next steps. Ori can rest first. You can watch the cloud plains. I will watch the hallway, and Kealin can bounce between the two of us. We can alternate resting, but assure we do keep watch.
Kealin looked down. Brother, do you know we are beyond the help of any here? Ori looked to Kealin.
We knew we would be. Our parents have no help. We do not need help either.
There is a difference, he said. They have not only themselves but others, hundreds of Urlas elves, and even more from different regions. We four are the last line to this sacred place. You've never been bothered by thoughts such as this, said Kealin. I do not feel good about it. Had I not been here, you three would likely not have found your way here.
But,
said Toslin, placing his hand on Kealin's shoulder, that would mean we would be dead. You have helped us more than once with your ability. I do not understand it, and am thankful it hasn't gone to your head. But it is not by horrid deeds we have reached this place. We are here for a reason. I am confident in Dim. So is the saint in the chapel below. It served him well, I guess. Kealin turned from them and heard his brother sigh, but remained silent. Dim told me we should all be dead, he told them. That the whites of Vanku would have killed anyone else. I feel we are part of a plot, and one that is far beyond us.
Have faith,
Toslin said. I do not have faith in this god or any other.
No, brother. Have faith in us. We will defeat any evil that assails us. I will stand beside you in battle, as will Ori and Kealin. Do not despair, for that is what the saint in the chapel below did. It is why he hid away. The last thing we will do is hide.
Kealin nodded as Toslin approached him. They embraced. Ori went to lie down, still in the center hall just off to the side of the main hall. It became quiet throughout the temple. The footstep of Kealin pacing between the gateway and the stairwell was the only sound other than a sudden gust of wind that periodically rushed through from the mouth of winds. The sky was darkening, but Kealin had learned from before it never went completely dark. Sometime later, Kealin and Ori switched spots, and now Toslin walked the path while Ori watched the doorway. Kealin remained where he was. Toslin waited for Kealin to be asleep, and then went to Kealin.
What do you know, brother? You never despair, as I saw a few hours ago. What else did Dim tell you?
Kealin stood. He had been slouched over his knees for a while, and his back cracked as he stretched. It does not matter, he told him. Fate is not set. I do not believe that.
So Dim knows the future?
No.
Then what troubles you? I may be older, and you may not agree with my ideals as a blade, but we are brothers. I want to help and comfort you if I can.
Kealin noticed that Toslin seemed genuinely concerned for him. He knew his brother cared, but glancing at his eyes, he saw a look their father gave them when he was concerned.
I am a key to this. It was me, my power, that led us to this fate.
Toslin laughed.
Ha! So then, we might have a fight ahead of us. We will fight, together. As it should be, if you ask me. Have faith, little brother. I am trying.
He smiled to him, and his brother embraced him.
Don't worry. If I drop my blade, I know you will be quick to grab it and defeat 100 enemies before I can arise again. Just please hold on to it. Don't throw it like that time in the arena. We may not get it back.
Kealin laughed. Had it not been for the pillar of the arena, the sword would have likely flown into the lake. Kealin remembered, too, that he had beaten his brother that day.
That is a good memory, but I'm tired, he told him. Kealin has slept long enough. Go wake him.
Kealin stood and looked over to his brother. He was on his back, mouth agape, and jerking occasionally as he snored.
Kealin!
Kealin shouted. His hands jerked. He partially drew his sword as he glanced around.
2 arms?
Not quite. It is your turn to keep watch. I'm going to sleep. Kealin lay down, curling up on the floor. The thin blanket Kealin had felt quite warm, and he went to sleep fast. It was a rush of wind, but not like a gust of the glacial seas. There was the rapid clamor of someone running past. Keelan's eyes jerked open to see Olri. Her staff was alight, and a silver blast of air flew from the tip. He had been sleeping well, too well. He focused his eyes as Kealin ran past him, his sword drawn. Kealin jumped to his feet, drawing his blade, and Olri looked to him.
Go! Toslin needs you!
He ran past Olri. A flash passed over him as she released another spell into the chaos ahead. Reaching the steps, he paused for a moment. The sky was red. Lightning shot up from the portal in the clouds, which was now colored the deepest black he had ever witnessed. The entire surface of the realm was churning. White beasts, running on all fours like dogs with red eyes and burning fire upon them, had breached the temple grounds. He ran forward, his elvish blade up, before he slashed into the nearest one, turning its form to ash. Kealin was to his right, but Toslin was much further in already. They fought their way nearly to the platform they had arrived on just hours before. Moving down the walkway in a loose formation with his brothers, he engaged the wave of creatures. There was a horn call, and it seemed that more of the beasts clawed their way up from every place they could. There was no order to their assault, no sense to it, just a continued rage. Kealin fought through them with ease. With a single strike, the creatures would shatter, dissipating to light, and then passing as dust down into the portal. He reached Toslin just as he cleared the platform. They both looked down and could see all the way to the sea.
Has the portal been broken? Asked Kealin. I do not know, but I can see the sea. The maelstrom is no more. There is no protection here. I do see something else below. It takes them time to reach this place, but they do come in waves.
Away from them a good distance was Kealin, moving from beast to beast, hitting each in an elementary fashion compared to the sleek and confident style his older brothers had. Kealin and Toslin joined him, fighting side by side. Their sister came too, and it was no time before the small creatures were gone.
Itsu?
Asked Olri.
I assume as much, said Toslin. They came up the portal. I think we can keep them down there longer, or at least hinder their advance.
Could we close their way up? Suggested Kealin. Could we wake the maelstrom?
I do not see it possible, said Kealin.
Olri, do you know a spell?
I do not know. I know much of wind magic, but that may be beyond it.
It is too bad you are not an Archon, said Kealin.
She is the closest we have, said Toslin, and this magic is of the gods, not our realm. Very well, stay and watch for them. We know they are coming now. I will go check the doorway, and then I will try something to keep them from this realm.
Kealin looked at him with a peculiar glare. He smiled to him.
Trust me, little brother.
As Toslin went into the temple, Kealin went to Ulri.
Stay safe. If you must, fall back into the temple and seal it. If we fall...
Stop, Kealin. I am with you three. If one of us falls, we will all remain until the last. I will not retreat while you die.
I know I cannot convince you. I know how you are when your mind is set upon the task. You are like our mother.
I am glad you know that.
She shook her head in confidence. The lightning began to surge near the portal. It was clear that whatever spellcraft had been used to break into the realm, it was upon the creatures crossing into the realm when the lightning began. Creatures began to appear on the outer edges, and Kealin and Kalak went forward.
Toslin, they have returned!
Ulri shouted. Her staff up, she gripped it, looking at her prey just beyond her two brothers. She felt the buzz in her hands, her staff glowing white, and then she released the spell, striking two at once. As Kealin prepared to strike, he heard a sound above. He glanced up, just to see Toslin indeed had a plan. He now wore the wind armor of Dim, and it was of no difficulty in skill for the elder elf as he flew effortlessly down the portal. He tore down into the clouds, his wings flapping with the spear and the sword. Kealin rushed to the platform, the only space that he could easily look down and watch as the mass of white creatures engulfed his brother. Kalak joined him, but he noticed Ulri had gone back into the temple.
Ulri?
He asked. Kalak looked over the edge, seeing the speck of Toslin going from one side to the next, slashing and turning the Itsu to flashes, a sign of their demise.
That is hellish, he said. Where is Ulri going?
Oh, she thought of something. How to go into the temple.
This is a nice way to battle, said Kalak, with his attention obviously taken by the happenings below. Kealin shook his head.
Only a start, I fear. Keep your blade ready, brother.
Winds from the temple blew toward them, cutting through the black clouds. Toslin seemed to be floating upward, and it gusted more, pulling him as it shot below him and then back up. The Itsu attack seemed to have died down. He flapped just above them and then landed with a thump a few paces away. His armor smoked and he was breathing heavily. His spear and his sword were both reddened from the heat of the Itsu bodies, and he had glowing scratches covering his armor. He took a knee. Kealin knelt down to him.
Brother, are you well? There are many. I do not know how long I have gained us. They are gathering again. Larger ones approach, but it seems they are doing such with a group of the smaller ones.
Toslin was out of breath. He took several breaths and then continued.
I will go again, but be prepared up here.
Let me take your armor. I can go, Toslin,
Kalak said, placing his hand on the spear.
No, little brother, I will handle this. You and Kealin must protect Ulri. She is the youngest of us and most prone. She was not well not too long ago.
Kealin knew that was a poor excuse, but ignored it. Toslin stood and looked over the edge.
Keep well, brother,
he said to Kealin. As a mass of white began an ascent up, he plummeted downward. Kealin watched as he tore into the flock of Itsu.
Kealin, I will check on Ulri, said Kalak.
Very well, hurry. Stay alert to fight if needed. We do not know what other tricks the enemy has.
Kalak sprinted up the hill as Kealin paced the platform. He watched Toslin, a worry growing in his stomach, seeing his brother at odds such as this. The larger creatures were going for him now, as the smaller ones flew upward. The creatures were gripping the edge of the platform. Kealin swung his blade in repeated swipes downward, sending their ashes back to the sea. A few moments later, and it was clear another assault wave came upon the grounds of the temple. The creatures swarmed again. Kealin was engaged with multiple ones on the platform. Kalak emerged from the temple with sword high, striking those nearest to him that had gone for the temple doorway. A large Itsu beast had made it past Toslin, and its clawed hand struck the platform. Kealin looked down at it, noticing it was nearly 3 times his size. He jabbed his blade into its hand, and it recoiled, grabbing with the other. Kealin went to stab this one, but the creature pulled itself up. He stepped back, holding his sword in front of him. The Itsu creature was white like the other smaller ones, but this one had armor of gray crystal. In its hand was a sword, and it appeared less of a beast as it seemed to sidestep slowly, studying Kealin. It had white eyes, and a red raiment flew off its back. It began to speak.
Half-elf, I call you. You are not pure. You will not taste as good to my soul to kill.
My apologies. I care little to be a decadence to your soul.
Kealin stepped forward, feinting right, before leaping to the creature's left and swiping his sword into the creature's neck. The elven blade hesitated at first, caught in the energy of the creature, jerking Kealin from the smooth transition. He swung himself into its back and kicked to pull his sword free. The creature turned, white glowing fluid pouring from his neck. It was the same as other enemies. It charged him, one hand on its gushing neck, the other haphazardly swinging his blade. Kealin dodged him and then swung through, cutting into its back and cracking its armor. The creature went to turn around again, and Kealin kicked it, throwing it from the platform. Kealin checked his area and then looked to Kalak. Olri was now with him, and they worked to push the creature's back. He looked over the edge of the platform. His brother came, but had two of the larger creatures upon him. He flew high, missing the platform, flying toward the entrance to the temple. Landing with a rolling thud, he attempted to push himself up, but collapsed. Kealin sprinted toward him. The two creatures were atop his brother, trying to rip at his arms and legs. Olri stabbed her staff into the ground. A blast of fire caught the first one, throwing it backward. It toppled and fell. The other rushed Kalak, who parried the strike, but faltered, falling himself. Kealin ran toward the one struck by Olri. It had begun to get up when, from behind, he grabbed its face, burning his hand as he did from its eye and the energies surging through its body. His blade severed its head and it turned to ash. Olri smacked the one near Kalak, and it turned its attack. Kalak forced himself up and cut behind the knee of the creature. It was crippled. It fell to the ground and, by a well-placed blast of wind by Olri, broke its neck. Its ash flowed back down from the realm of dim. Kealin ran to Toslin, who was struggling to stand. He pulled the armor off, unclasping the main components. From that, Toslin was pulled out. He pushed Kealin off.
I am fine, little brother. I just need to catch my breath.
Toslin had a cut on his face and was trembling. Olri held her staff over him, speaking a healing spell.
He is weak, but I think I can get him a bit better at least. Kealin, I'm working on a spell to call forth the maelstrom again. I saw its writing earlier, and I have managed to learn part of the incantation.
That is good,
he replied. He was listening to her, but his mind was on the application of the wind god armor. He had it fastened before Toslin noticed. He felt the armor as if it was his own body, not bulky like the armor he had felt before, freeing in a way. He thought of flying, and his wings flapped with ease, and he was off the ground. He landed and went to the spear and the sword, taking them in hand.
Kealin, no,
protested Toslin.
Little brother, it is too much.
He attempted to stand, but could not.
Let your body heal, brother.
Kalak nodded to him.
We will hold them here.
Kealin nodded back and flew toward the portal. He looked down at the circling mass of white preparing to come through. He closed his eyes and then dove down. He felt himself falling. The wind rushing over his face burned near his eyes and mouth. He tucked his lips together, centering his sight on those below. He felt his sword and his spear, feeling them brim with power, a slight buzz in the air. It was not the same as fighting on the ground. He pointed himself toward his enemy and barreled into them, feeling their forms roll off of him as, with his sword, he cut into their passing bodies. He had reached the bottom of the portal itself. The rush of cold on his feet was more pronounced, and he looked to see the night sky. He looked back down as more of the creatures ascended. He flew with swiftness, his spear at his head. He slashed those he passed with the blade and stabbed those ahead of him, ascending in an arc back up the funnel before dropping down again, repeating the same. As he reached the lower portion, 6 of the larger beasts were upon him, grabbing his spear and his sword. He used what force he could muster and spun, ripping the hands of those that held him, but was caught by the next. He let go of the spear and grasped his sword, pulling it free before flapping as fast as the wings would to ascend back up. He had lost the spear. Several of the smaller beasts had made it past him now, but he trusted Kealin and Ulri to deal with them.
"He is not of pure elven blood. How does he fight as this?"
he heard in the air.
"Half-elf, but he has a stench of something else, too,"
Another said. The larger ones that had attacked him before were on him again, with a laugh in the air. He did not care. He swooped downward, slashing his blade and hewing 3 heads in a single pass. He reached down to his hip and drew his elven blade. He held them in a cross toward the remaining 3, landing upon the body of the one and forcing it down. He then pushed off, throwing himself into another, which he jabbed his dual blades into. He swung the beast off of him, and then, for the final, he parried before a follow-through stab of his blade before it, too, fell to the half-elf. He looked out into the darkness of his world. There was a dark shroud over the seas with no end to it. The flow of Itsu had halted, and a single form came out of the shadows. It was large, larger than the rest of them, and it was veiled in a dark coat. In its hand was a staff, unadorned but silver. A voice boomed over the sound of the winds.
"Folly you have been found in. To face the Itsu is this. You are no god. Why do you wear his armor? You have killed many of my brethren with ease, yet I hear you are a half-elf."
Kealin felt his head aching. From beyond what his eyes could see, he saw a figure in the veil. He felt himself weakening to its glare. He tried to use his new powers to curve his mind away. The figure's image grew in his mind.
"That is enough," he shouted.
"Your mind speaks well what your mouth does not. You wish to see my form? Well, dear half-elf, there isn't one in this realm. Soon you will see me as I am."
The veil of the creature was pulled back, and Kealin saw, at first, a bright flash. Then his ears went silent, his eyes tunneled. He looked up to the red skies of the realm of dim and flew as fast as he could. He closed his eyes. In his mind, he tried to hide from the creature as he flew, and noticed his wings flapping less as winds from the temple had caught him and drew him up. He looked down to see his siblings at odds with some of the smaller Itsu. Toslin went to him as he landed. He was dizzy and worked to balance himself. His brother helped him.
"There is something else down there,"
Kealin told him.
"Fine," Toslin replied. "I will go after it, out of the armor. Ulri needs your help inside."
Ulri ran up to them.
"Brother, there are words written strangely that speak as I try to read them. I feel you may understand them better than I. They are spoken like the shaman."
He looked to the portal again and unlatched the armor. "Are you sure you are well?" he asked Toslin.
"It will take more than some scratches to defeat me, little brother. Where is the spear?"
Kealin looked at him with a raised eyebrow. "I lost it."
"Ha! You just wanted 2 blades, I know it. Here, take mine as well, then. The time has passed for codes of our people. If we can survive if you wield 2 blades, so be it. I will take that back when this is over, though."
He took the blade from his brother and tucked it into his belt. Toslin got back into the armor and flapped his wings. Kealin was near the entrance to the temple, watching for their enemy. Kealin turned and ran in that direction. Ulri had already gone inside.
"Watch yourself, Kealin."
Kealin nodded. Kealin continued inside. He didn't see Ulri yet, but he went to the doorway toward the temple, past where the wind armor had been kept. Ulri was against a far wall. Runes floated in the air above her.
"This is it here," she told him.
"I do not hear anything."
"Walk into the runes and you will hear it."
Kealin stepped forward. The runes surrounded him, and his eyes saw the seas. A faint voice came upon him, and he heard it, just as if Ulri was speaking to him.
"Waters churning, thirst and yearning, like siren calling, dead birds falling, twisting, pulling, ocean calling, winds of dim contrived conjoining.
This is simple. It says this.
His speech then returned to normal, and he repeated it to her.
Then that is the spell. The words were twisted when I heard it.
Does this mean you can summon the maelstrom?
Yes, I believe I can. This wall has an image high above.
She pointed. It was a golden engraving of what looked like the actual maelstrom.
I thought I would take a look and, well, I saw signs like from my Archon instruction back home.
She smiled.
I wanted to really help you three.
He smiled back. You have. A scream pierced the air, shattering their moment of quietness. They both ran. Kealin drew both of his blades and leaped through the gateway. He scanned, seeing no Itsu, but Kalak on his knees holding his brother. Toslin was down. His legs were bleeding, and his face was bloodied. Kealin ran to him, dropping his blades as Ulri began trying to heal him again. The bleeding wasn't stopping. "Toslin!" shouted Kealin. There was no response. "Get the armor off of him! We need to stop the bleeding!" Kealin said as he and Kalak ripped at the fasteners, throwing the armor to the side. A strike had landed beyond the armor and sliced his chest. A golden glow burned him, and his skin smoked. Kealin pulled his fingers through the wound. His fingertips burned, but the mark was cleared. Ulri placed her staff on the wound, and it began to heal.
I will return,
Kalak said. Kealin looked up to find his young brother already in the armor of Dim. At that moment, Toslin opened his eyes, gasping to breathe, and looked toward Kalak. "No!" he shouted. Kealin jumped to stop him, but he was just out of reach.
I will help you, brothers. You've done your part.
With that, Kalak flew straight up before twisting in the sky and shooting downward, his blade out before him.
"Kealin, that thing, that creature, it will kill him!"
Toslin worked to stand, his legs still bled, and Ulri had begun to feel the effects of continued magic casting. Her skill was not fully developed. Her staff bounced, and her vision was blurring. Kealin pulled Toslin up. "I will go to the platform. I can wait for him. I can see what happens and prepare."
"It is no good. There are too many. They've stopped coming at random. They have formed like a land army in formation. That creature with the staff, it is leading them. I know not what it is."
"Ulri, can you cast the spell, restart the maelstrom?" asked Kealin. Before Ulri could answer, the portal erupted with lightning, and thunder shook the temple. A mass of the larger Itsu emerged. They formed a line on the edge of the portal, instead of their straight attack before. Kealin grabbed his swords and pointed for Ulri to go left. From the portal came blasts of green magic that shot high into the sky before turning and diving toward them. Ulri grabbed Kealin and pulled him to Toslin, dropping to her knees and pushing her staff upward. A shield of white expanded from it, and the ground shook as she struggled to hold up her staff against the weight of the blast. The shield lowered, and Kealin was back on his feet. The pathway to the platform, and most of the road now, was no more. The blasts had destroyed them. The creatures began to emerge in the largest wave yet. Toslin stood and pointed.
"Get to the stairwell of the temple."
Ulri was ahead of them already, managing to jump a small gap in the path, and from her staff she sent a flurry of red flames that struck each of the Itsu creatures one after another. Kealin brought his brother to the edge.
"I do not think I can jump,"
he said. Kealin picked him up and jumped with both of them, reaching the ground near Ulri, whose entire body had been engulfed in flames. She turned and looked at them. Her eyes gleamed red, and her hair furled from the arcane energies flowing off of her. She set her eyes on the Itsu and began to force multiple ones back. Kealin ran forward, his blades out. He jumped upon one and used it to go to the next. He slashed that one and continued on, dragging a third and fourth down to the ground before burying his blades in each. Ulri had stopped her spellcraft as smaller Itsu were now approaching Toslin, who was unarmed, dragging him away from the gates. Overwhelmed, he punched the ones closest as Ulri ran for him. Kealin saw that more of the larger Itsu emerged. Another line. Kalak was still below them. It was then one of the creatures grabbed him. He hacked at its arm, but he felt it fling him, tossing his body upon the steps of the temple. Ulri was backing up as Toslin was shrouded and covered in the smaller Itsu. Kealin pulled himself up. His blades now lay a distance from him. The creatures were converging, and he saw Ulri try to cast a spell, but lower her head in weakness. Her last bout had taken all of her remaining energy. He grabbed her and pulled her up the steps, scanning a last time before dragging her into the temple. Once inside a few paces, he released her. He looked back out. He paused. He prayed to see Kalak, but could see only more of the Itsu in the gateway. He turned and ran for the crystal at the heart of the winds. Smaller Itsu began to run toward him. He pulled the crystal, and a gust of wind struck the ground, spreading out in all directions. A slamming sound at the front of the temple followed, and a gate covered in lightning fell downward. The Itsu was sucked out, their forms annihilated by the gate as they were pulled into it. Kealin went to Ulri. She nodded quickly and tried to catch her own breath. Kealin went to the gate and looked out. The Itsu advance stopped, and the larger Itsu had formed a column, with packs of the smaller ones at their fore. It was then, from the portal, the veiled figure appeared. Rising up, its hand grasped Kalak's leg. It floated down to the steps of the gate and dropped him, the armor clanging on the steps. From the mass of Itsu, Toslin was dragged, still alive but moaning, beside Kalak. The veiled figure pointed the silver staff as it approached the gate. He was covered in white raiment. Kealin stared at it. It stopped at the gate and then spoke.
"We need to speak together, Kealin, half-elf."
Chapter 11. Tormentor. Kealin looked out the gate at the figure.
"A hasty defense you threw up here against the many angels of the Itsu."
Its voice was like a strange cackle, higher in tone than Kealin heard before. It continued.
"You elves cost me many of my precious warriors. I would not have thought those who were like the others who came to face the Itsu with Kel would have put up such a fight. Why were you not with the others?"
Kealin said nothing.
"I do not care myself. I only wish to know to whom to tell that they were all killed."
It snickered and then began to pace back and forth. It set its staff against the wall of the temple.
"I went through much to assure a simple taking of this temple. I spoke with the one you know as Vanku, convinced him of lies, his own grandeur, and then let him attack this place first. Dreadful show he put on, but still, through one working or another, had managed to convince Dim to leave his holy house and head so hurriedly to the south. The dragon also did well to damage the maelstrom, allowing me an easier passage. I care little what the one of death and his pet lizard wish with Dim. I was going to come here, do what I must to take care of a small deed, but then the noble elves of Urlas remain to defend the holy ground."
The figure turned from the gate and grabbed Toslin by the arm. Toslin looked up at him, bleeding from the mouth.
"Do you think he will open that gate?"
Toslin spit at him.
"Curse you!"
The figure stepped back.
"You cannot curse me!"
It shouted the words loud and deep before stomping Toslin's hand. His fingers were broken, and blood ran red from the splintered bones piercing his skin. Kealin struck the gate.
"Creature, over here! You want to speak with me, do it! Do not hurt them!"
The figure bobbed its head back and forth.
How wrong you are. Hurting them furthers the will of the Itsu.
It went to Kalak.
Wake up, elf!
Kalak opened his eyes and his head bobbed. He then spotted the figure and tried to punch him. The figure laughed and then stuck a curved finger into his eye, ripping it out. Kalak let out a scream. The Itsu priest threw it on the steps.
Bastard!
Shouted Kealin.
Get over to this gate! Speak with me!
The figure rushed up to the gate and placed his ear toward Kealin.
What would you like to say? That you will open the gate?
It does not open, Kealin replied.
Wrong again, half-elf. Is that why you are not full elf? You cannot comprehend basic truths? How about you, young one? Can you open it?
Ulri was still on the ground and weakened from before.
No response. Well, here is the deal I have for you. Dim is gone, and if he was here, I would deal with him. But since you are here, I offer you this. Free passage home. You can take your brothers here and your sister there, and you may leave. I will simply take what I came for and be on my way.
You want to destroy the winds. I cannot allow that. The creature knelt down and stroked its head.
When did anyone say that?
It stood back up.
I have need for an item within there, nothing more. Your winds will be fine.
What is your name, creature?
The figure laughed.
My name is my own. You shall never know it. Call me creature for now. I am a priest of the Itsu, and I come in their name.
You command, though. You are not Itsu?
I am between realms, you might say. Like the one called Vanku. Although I fancy the realm below, the people are more gullible than the deity types. Oh, how many ill happenings are caused by men corrupted to the lust of power. They are so easy to manipulate and betray.
Kealin stared at him.
So, you admit you are untrustworthy. So why would I open the gates?
Because.
It spoke in a deep voice again.
You do not wish to see this.
It turned to Kalak and crushed his hand just like Toslin. Blood now flowed from each of his brothers. Kalak screamed.
Stop it, creature!
The figure placed its foot over Kalak's broken hand and began to dig into it, smashing the bones and spreading them out over the stairs. Kalak screamed and cried, slapping the foot with his other hand. The figure kicked him, knocking him out.
I give you time to think before I continue,
the figure said. Kealin jerked away from the gateway and walked toward Ulri.
What does it want?
She whimpered.
For us to open the gate, but we cannot.
It does not open, Kealin.
I know, but our brothers, we must do something.
Kealin picked her up and she glanced over at the gateway. The figure stared in.
This way,
he said to her. He took her past where the armor had been, and they stood near the stairwell.
Do you know any spells, any single bit of magic that can help us?
No, I do not. My last spell took much from me, and the maelstrom cannot help us now.
It says it can open the gate. It tortures Kalak and Toslin before our eyes. Should we try?
Kealin turned from Ulri, clutching his forehead.
Sister, I do not know what to do.
They began to hear the sounds of rocks being thrown near the stairwell leading to the old shrine. They looked downward and noticed orange glowing through the wall that had been erected by Dim. The wall he had crafted was beginning to crack, and from tiny holes, claws could be seen picking at the wall.
The dead creatures of Vanku. They are close to being within these walls,
Ulri said. Her voice choked.
I do not have enough magic to defeat them.
Kealin pulled his sister back up the stairwell, leading her near to where the armor was. He peered around the corner. The figure still stood waiting. He looked back to her.
Could you move our brothers to the heart of the winds?
You mean into the heart of the winds?
Yes.
I don't know. The gate would have to be down, but how long I could last to move them in? The Itsu would be upon us.
Do not mind them. I will deal with them. You could move them into the winds and then escape yourself.
She shook her head.
Tim said that was folly.
Kealin smiled.
He said it was gambling with fate. I will take that chance.
I will try, but I cannot promise I can.
You can, Ori.
He began to walk, but she grabbed him.
What about you?
He paused.
Once you have them and are gone yourself, I will join you.
She smirked and nodded. Kealin was glad. He didn't want to tell her the truth of his intentions. As he walked toward the gates, Ori stood by the heart of the winds, her staff in hand.
So have you thought of my offer, Kealin half-elf?
Yes, and I will open this gate. You will let us go free.
Of course.
Then tell me how.
The figure laughed.
When you faced me below, above the seas, I felt something within you. I believe you could even hear the words of the Itsu, a gift, and you would make a great asset to them. Tell me, will you join us?
I am to open this gate, nothing more.
It laughed again.
Pity then. Well, the gate cannot be opened with one using powers such as yours. But between you and me, we can force the locks. It is not just a matter of how rare your gift is, but also the blessings of the Itsu upon us. I can show you power beyond. Tell me, will you not join me?
I said I will open this gate, but I will not join you.
The figure stared at him.
Use your mind and join with my own power. Envision it, and it will be. There is indeed a power beyond the gods. Now, we must make this gate open.
Kealin closed his eyes and saw the gate and the figure's form. He began to try to open the gate, but it only shook.
More!
The figure bellowed. Kealin tried, but could not muster the strength. Concentrating, he began to shake. The gate lifted a small fragment, and then slammed shut.
Need more inspiration, half-elf?
Kealin opened his eyes, and the figure took hold of Toslin's other hand. He chopped off his thumb and threw it.
Angry yet? Angry?
Stop!
You can make it stop. Open the gate!
He closed his eyes again, concentrating on the gate. He could see the magic holding the gate shut through his mind's sight. Ripples of power flowed from the temple to this center point.
Do it, Kealin!
He struggled and then heard Toslin scream again.
He only has 3 more fingers! Open it!
The gate began to lift again. The power of the temple seemed to work against him. He could hear the wailing of winds within, blowing toward him, but he still tried. Toslin screamed again.
One more, half-elf! 1 more finger remains!
He tightened his eyes and balled his fists. His head surged with pain, and he saw the gate lifting more and then slamming shut again. His eyes jerked open to Toslin's wails. The figure cut off the final finger and then slashed his face prior to smashing his body with his foot over and over. Blood splashed over the steps. Once the figure had finished, Toslin had stopped moving. He then went to Kealin, who had just opened his eyes.
You lost 1, brother! Open it, or I will kill the young one!
Kealin closed his eyes. He made note of where his swords were between the Itsu priest and the Itsu beyond. He knew he could force the gate. His heart thudded, and he sweated. Toslin, his elder brother, his friend since birth, was dead. He would get to Kealin. The gate began to lift again, sliding quicker as a sharp southern wind struck him.
I am coming.
Kealin heard a voice in the wind. Dim, The gate began to slide down as he thought of Dim's approach.
Itsu, the god approaches! Do not let him near us! Open that gate!
The figure drew a large curved blade from his robes and held it at Calic's neck.
Now, Kealin!
Kealin shook. He pushed the gate up, but then felt the temple itself work against him. It began to fall again. He was failing. His mind could not keep up.
Too late, half-elf! Open it! I will give you reason to open it.
The figure sliced into Calic's neck.
Goodbye, bro.
Calic's last words were gurgled in blood as the Itsu priest cut through his throat.
No!
Shouted Ulri. Kealin cried out, and tears fell from his eyes. The gate shot up, fracturing the foundation of the temple. A blast of wind followed, and Kealin shouted, running for his blades, rolling on the ground as he took both his and his brother's swords in hand. The Itsu angels ran toward him, and he cut into each of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Their heads were sliced, turning them to ash. He turned to see the Itsu priest running into the temple. Ulri stood her ground. She held out her staff, but the Itsu priest made a motion with his, and she flew against the heart of the winds, falling unconscious. He ran into the temple. He went first to Ulri. Grabbing her by an arm, he pulled her unconscious form up and held her above the heart of the winds.
Live on, my sister.
He dropped her in and watched her body disappear in the winds. From behind him, the Itsu angels were entering, the smaller ones first, sprinting toward him. From the hallway, the dead creatures of Vanku had come wobbling in, pointing their blades at him. Against the distant wall, the Itsu priest opened the vault containing the orbs. Kealin ran toward him. In a leap, he took to the air, flying toward the figure. It turned as he did and swung its staff. The two fell into a duel, and Kealin spun, striking multiple times, the blades of the elves cutting his robes into tatters, but not hurting the being beyond. It struck Kealin with its staff, and he flew, rolling across the floor. He forced himself to his feet, still grasping his blades. Itsu and the dead creatures both came upon him. Within his mind, he heard the wails of Toslin and the last words his little brother had said cut short in a bloody gurgle. He felt his heart surge, and his arms cut into all that faced him. He felt their blades burn his skin, slicing tissue, and his blood splattering their faces. His blades shimmered a brighter red, both from his bleeding arms and their natural elven glow. He broke through the thralls of enemies and again went toward the Itsu priest.
I will kill you!
It laughed and evaded Kealin's strike. He smacked the half-elf to the ground with his staff. Kealin landed face down. The Itsu and the other beasts held their stance as the Itsu priest walked around Kealin. He tried to push himself up, but he couldn't. His arms trembled, and his face lay in a puddle of his own blood. The Itsu priest laughed. He picked him up by his arm and dragged him along the floor to the very center of the temple.
You cannot harm me, foolish elf, and soon I will be untouchable by all within the realms. This was a mere test for me by my masters. Now I will leave your body as a gift to Dim.
He flipped Kealin over, and the half-elf stared upward. He coughed, and blood shot up. He still gripped his blades, but lacked the strength to swing them. The Itsu priest lifted his staff high into the air. It was then a cyclone struck within the temple itself. The ceiling caved in, showering them in rubble. Kealin turned his head as rocks hit his face. A white mass flew in, blowing back all of the Itsu. The sounds were horrendous, and screeching winds tore into all. The priest cowered, and Kealin felt himself sucked into the air. His eyes scanned, and he saw the heart of the winds. His eyes went dark as he fell into it. Chapter 12. Upon the Seas. Kealin awoke to the sun shining upon him. He could not move. His head pounded still, and he was unable to do much but crack open his eyes. The sound of the sea with rolling waves was to his left. Something was over his eyes that made the already blinding sun worse to attempt to see through. He could not remember what had happened, and for now it was good. He wondered why his brothers and sister had not come to get him. He fell asleep. Night came upon him, as it had many times since his arrival at this place. The sun came up the next morning and then set again, although to him he simply slept. Fairies visited the half-elf and continued to heal his many wounds. He opened his eyes again, seeing the sunrise, and now able to turn his head to witness waves rolling onto a black rock beach. He looked around but saw no one, though someone was searching for him. The days passed on, and still Kealin was weak. A crab walked near him, pinching his cheek, causing him to open his eyes in pain, but it was not with ill intent, for the crab sensed his weakness and offered him a slice of fruit to eat. It was sweet to taste, and the crab remained with him, bringing him fruit unceasingly until he shook his head no more. It then crawled away. The next he knew, the moon was up again. His mind thought to the Urlas woodlands and his siblings. He still did not remember the horrid of the events, but he saw them all upon the Ayla sunrise, and he saw Vals at the helm, smiling. He watched them soaring above the storms and crashing back to the sea. Narwhals appeared, and it was then he awoke from his drifting dream and looked to his left. Tulasiro had come, and with a strange black object in tow. He blinked and then turned back over. He felt cold, a dread sadness upon him, and a tone of music playing. Vanku. He then saw the image of the whites and the mouth of the maelstrom. He still felt the surge over his body as he was sucked downward into its grasp, and then he saw Dim, his siblings standing beside the wind god. The image faded. He rolled to his side. Thick hair fell into his face, and he looked at Tulasiro. She had brought the boat he had used before. He had not seen her since the incident at the maelstrom. He was remembering now. "Do you know if Ulri was healed of her sickness, friend?" The narwhal dove under the surface of the water and splashed him with her horn. Tulasiro then swam out and back toward him, releasing her bite line and letting the boat run up on the beach.
"I have not seen, sister. I found you. Others like me lost with the freezing sea. I am sorry."
In time, a trio of fairies appeared. They floated over him, and he felt himself slowly healing. The cuts on his arms vanished. The pain in his back and neck ceased. When at last they floated away, he felt much better, but was not perfect. He had been near death before. He was fortunate for the fairies. Kealin sat up on the beach. The ground was barren and rocky. He was in some type of cove where the waves beat upon tall rocks behind him, casting sea foam high into the air. He felt his head. He had been here a while. His hair was longer than he normally kept it. The crab that had fed him before brought him another piece of fruit, dropping it on his leg. He took it between two fingers and then watched the crab scurry into the thick bushes it had come from. He ate it and then stood, wobbly but managing to keep his gait stable. His head still ached. He went to take a step, and his feet kicked something on the ground. He looked down and saw both his and Toslin's swords. He reached down, picking them up. Looking at the sword of his brother, he saw his face at the gateway of the temple, the blood from his body. He then teared as he remembered again Kalak and his throat being cut by the Yitsu priest.
"They cannot be dead. They cannot be lost."
He began to pace, holding the swords. He then lifted them, driving them into the sand. He dropped to his knees, breathing fast and crying. To his side, Tulasiro beached herself and made a sound to him. He looked up to the narwhal. "It is us now," he said. "We need to find Ori." He grasped the hilts of his blades and tucked them into his belt.
"I need to kill that priest. I will kill that priest."
It was then that a strong wind blew from the north. A parchment floated over him, and he snatched it from the air. It was a note written in silver letters.
"Kealin half-elf, you have escaped death by all degrees, and have awoken where the winds wished. Tulasiro has surely come to you by now. I cannot say where your sister was sent, but the winds tell me she too is alive. The heart of the winds is safe, and my temple is once again secure. Of your siblings I cannot say. Their blood remained, but their bodies were taken. There was much confusion as to what transpired within the glacial seas. I will deal with what a god can, but your work is not done. The prophecy of the glacial seas will come to pass, and though it is not understood by you, it will be in time. May the peace of Dim be upon you. Know that I am sorry that I failed to protect that which you loved."
He folded the parchment and placed it into a pocket. He climbed into the boat on the beach and sat down, shaking his head. Had this been the point of their quest? For he to find himself upon the sea with a narwhal alone? He had released a lord of death upon the glacial seas, watched his brothers be slain by a figure calling itself a priest, and lost his sister. Tulasiro took hold of the lines, and they began out of the bay, turning into the open sea with no destination yet known. The boat flew across the water, headed south. Kealin was deep in thought, wandering in his memories of the tranquil waters of the Urlas woodlands, the moon high above as he stared out over the sheer surface. As a young boy, he had watched a swan take to flight and go to the heavens. He had wished to do the same so long ago, but that was then. He was no longer a young boy, but neither was he the blade he was training to be before the events that had passed in the past few days in his mind. He was friend to Tulasiro, wielder of the blade of both himself and Toslin of Urlas, and in his heart was a zeal for his siblings and a wish upon his soul for retribution on his brother's murderer. First he would find Ulri, and then he would have his revenge on all that had set him upon this path. This has been Half-Blood's Rising, Half-Elf Chronicles Volume 1, written by J.T. Williams, narrated by Michael Naramore. Copyright 2016 by J.T. Williams. Production copyright 2017 by J.T. Williams.